Football Modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376. Speak with your true strength. When he was still a little kid with a runny nose and wearing crotchless pants, farting, peeing, and mud every day, the coquettishly Tongfan behaved exactly like everyone who had fantasies. No matter how outsiders evaluated him, he was full of confidence. Mandy thinks that he is unique and outstanding in this world. He thinks that he can happily do what he wants to do without caring about what anyone else in the world thinks. He is aloof, intoxicated in the self-confidence that everyone is drunk and I'm sober. However, it was not until this moment that Leoli discovered that he was actually no different from those guys he despised before who were desperate to save face and suffer in the past 2 years. Even if he has a heaven-defying modifier in his hand, even if his height on the sidelines of the football field has reached a height that is difficult for ordinary football coaches to reach in their lifetime. However, he has invisibly become like those who do anything. There is no difference between little people who think ahead and behind everything, burdened by fame, tired of false reputation. At this moment, after watching Rooney score the second goal of the Old Trafford game in a way that would be recorded in history, Lee Tongfan's heart suddenly became as if a mirror that is spotless, bright and brilliant. Everything is in your own mind. Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines and began to carefully observe the offensive rhythm and characteristics of the Red Devils and Magpies. Leoli decided to use his own ability to solve this game. On the field point, the game has been going on for almost 30 minutes in the first half. In the Old Trafford stands, with cheers like layers of eternal waves of the English Channel, the Red Devils and Manchester United gradually took advantage of the scene. Portuguese Cristiano Ronaldo poses an increasing threat to Newcastle in the midfield and front court, and with Rooney, Giggs and others echoing from both sides, the Magpies midfield has gradually become exhausted. This is the benefit of a mature team. In contrast, although the Spanish Angel Wings, Juan Mata in Newcastle, has grown to a level almost on par with C. Ronaldo due to Lee Tongfan's ripening and his own talent, he is not as good as Ronaldo. The cooperation of teammates is far less skillful than that of Manchester United. At the same time, Owen does not have Rooney's powerful impact in positional battles, and Newcastle's other winger Lucas Podolski once again became silent after his sharp wing-breaking breakthrough after the opening. Look up. The coordination of Newcastle's front three is obviously not as high as that of Manchester United. See Ronaldo made a pass. Rooney's header was just a hair's breadth away. This is a good chance to score with a header. If only Rooney was 10 centimeters taller. Cut. Over. See Ronaldo shot. Oh. It hit the far goalpost and hit the billboard. Ronaldo continues to create threats and deserves to be the #1 star of the Red Devils. Giggs and Cristiano Ronaldo cross-changed positions. Ouch. Marcelo brought down Ronaldo from behind. The referee stopped the game. Yellow card. Marcelo received a yellow card. Manchester United got it a free kick opportunity in the front court, but the angle was too far. It was not within the range of C. Ronaldo's elevator ball, and Giggs stood in front of the football. In the commentary box, Mike Donald was beaming with joy. Seeing Crazy Lee and his Magpie Legion frequently being passive, Mike Donald's soul was about to fly with ecstasy, and Sesta fell into silence and anxiety. On the field point, Giggs stood in front of the football on the left side of Newcastle's penalty area. He took the opportunity to quickly adjust his breathing and restore his strength, while quietly waiting for his teammates to follow the free kick tactics formulated by Boss Ferguson before the game. Newcastle players jostle for position. At this moment, the atmosphere was dry and a bit smoky. The lawn at Old Trafford seemed to be curling up from the heat. Within the restricted area points, Steven Taylor and Moussa Sissoko had their eyes on Wayne Rooney as the extremely active little fat man moved coquettishly back and forth, while raising his arms high to take the free kick. Giggs wants the ball. According to the inertia of football tactics, Manchester United's attack will definitely end with Rooney. What's more, the little fat man is Manchester United's only centre on the court now. Courtside point for some reason, Lee Tongfan suddenly felt a creepy and extremely dangerous feeling in his heart. The source of this danger did not seem to be Rooney, who seemed to be extremely active, but see Ronaldo is slowly adjusting his pace on the edge of the penalty area. Lee Tongfan's mind quickly recalled see Ronaldo's various values in FM 2009, and he instantly remembered the Portuguese's header value, -17. Although this value is far behind Vidic, Drogba, Cahill and other famous Premier League aerial dominators, if a sudden attack is made, any opponent will definitely be caught off guard. And, what's even more terrifying is that Ronaldo's bounce ability is 19! 17. Header, +19. Bounce. If there is no personal interference from the defender, you can definitely break through any goalkeeper's door with a swing of your head in an instant. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan no longer dared to pause. He rushed to the place closest to his penalty area and shouted, "Hey, Steven, Mouser, don't worry about Rooney, hurry up, keep an eye on him. That Portuguese guy boom." At this time, Jig's free kick was finally taken. Facts have proved that Lee Tongfan's intuition was not wrong at all. The football drew a strange and fatal arc in the air. It did not go towards Rooney who suddenly dived forward to pull him, but rushed towards Rooney who was left behind after pulling him in the empty crotch. But at this moment, there are no Manchester United players there. Jiggs made a mistake. No. Because in the next moment, a red voice and shadow jumped high and faced the flying football, making a prelude to the red goal. Sure enough, it's Cristiano Ronaldo, but Newcastle's centre-back Moussa Sissoko has been taken out of his defensive position by Rooney who suddenly rushed forward. It's dangerous. Newcastle is in danger. Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines and watched with horror. Boom. See Ronaldo accurately shook his head and hit the goal after 0.01 seconds. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred just when the football was hit by Ronaldo. It was less than 5 or 6 centimeters away from his forehead, and it was rolling towards the Newcastle goal at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. A black head suddenly appeared, and at the critical moment, on this occasion, I rubbed the bottom of the football. Call out. Like Lee Zunhuan's unstoppable flying knife, the football still flew towards the goal's defense line, after changing its line slightly. In this moment, this little football, that the whole world is paying attention to, brings the fate of red and purple. Immediately afterwards, Ferguson on the sidelines, squatted on the ground holding his head in his hands in disbelief. The sound of Old Trafford sucking in air conditioning was like thousands of air pumps erected above the stadium. The machine is drying, and the buzzing sound is endless. On the other side, Lee Tongfan and the Newcastle coaches were wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads for the rest of their lives, because the football finally hit the crossbar of the goal, and then bounced twice coquettishly. When it fell high, it was picked up by goalkeeper Ji Wen, and picked up from the crowd in the penalty area. Zhao. Lee's flying knife also made a mistake. In the penalty area, the Magpies' central defender, Superman, Stephen Taylor got up from the ground and clenched his fist fiercely. The person who just rubbed his head against the football at the critical moment was him. Originally, Taylor, like Moussa Sissoko, had almost been pulled out of his defensive position by Rooney's charge, but at the critical moment, Coach Madman Lee's voice on the sideline suddenly made him sober. Wait until when he turned to look back, he was horrified to find that C. Ronaldo's body jumping high had been shrouded in a shadow from above. Fortunately, Stephen Taylor's excellent physical fitness modified by FM millimeters allowed him to catch up with the clearance, even if he took off in a hurry. If it weren't for Taylor's interference, it is estimated that football would definitely be in Newcastle without any suspense. A piece of bright white flowers hit the net. The game continues. Manchester United still has the upper hand on the sidelines. In essence, there is still a certain gap between the current Magpie army that Lee Tongfan hastily built, and the Iron Army that has been trained by the Red Devils' godfather for more than 20 years. Especially in terms of cooperation between players and overall Premier League experience, the gap cannot be calculated. Lee Tongfan was thinking quickly in his mind about ways to solve the embarrassing situation at hand. This time you really have to rely on your own strength to speak for yourself. However, before coming up with a practical solution, the team's tactics must be adjusted. Newcastle is currently at a disadvantage on the field. If they continue to attack blindly regardless of life and death, it is easy for the opponent to seize the opportunity and kill them with a fatal blow. So, now we can only defend, making gestures and shouting loudly. Newcastle's formation quickly shrank toward its backcourt point in this game. Lee Tongfan set up a 5 midfield formation in order to defend against Manchester United's strong midfield strength. After such a retraction, there was only one flash killer, Michael Owen in front. With Owen's speed, he is absolutely unambiguous in his counter-attack. Before the 1:1 score deadlock is broken, Lee Tongfan must rely on his own ability to come up with a way to help Newcastle regain the advantage. However, in the face of the absolute strength of the Red Devils and Manchester United, is there any way to achieve the results that Lee Tongfan expects? Thanks to Just a Brick, I'm Not a Guest, Spicy, 3188, The Flying Turtle, The Judge of Light, 9Z Lord of the Gods, Jiang Nu, I Love Smoking and Drinking, Ice Feng Yuan Zhu, I Love Bathing, and My Skin is in Flames. Rewards from Zhang Fixiang, Future, Solo Dancer, I Love 888, and Agent Code G8. Chapter 377 FERGUSON and -039 S doubts. After Lee Tongfan's temporary adjustment, as many as 8 or 9 of the Magpies players retreated to their own half. The number of players in their own half was large, and at least they could suppress the Manchester United players' sprinting and dribbling space in terms of numbers limit, and once the breakthrough and tearing abilities of Manchester United's strongest aces C. Ronaldo and Ryan Giggs are greatly restricted, Newcastle's goal indeed looks much safer. However, this change caused continuous boos from the Red Devils fans in the stands, because the confrontation in the first 30 minutes was extremely enjoyable for them to watch. But now Newcastle suddenly shrank its neck and started to defend and counter-attack like a frightened turtle, and the game scene instantly became dull. Crazy. Lee has been restricted by Manchester United's offensive. Haha, he is conservative and scared. When this man who is overestimated as God on the sidelines of football starts to be in awe of his opponents, then he will do nothing. No. Oh, the Magpie will definitely lose. In the commentary box, Lee Mike Donald was gloating, but Donald didn't know that as soon as his words came out on the TV, countless people scolded him idiot in contempt. At least at this moment, Ferguson is a little irritable, because Crazy Lee's change of formation caused Manchester United to encounter a little trouble. Before the game, he said that Crazy Lee, who has learned how to defend, will become more terrifying. This is not a compliment or any other psychological warfare with ulterior motives, but a real evaluation. Now, when Crazy Lee abandoned those flashy and sensational tactics and became more pragmatic, this game was a bit troublesome for Manchester United. At least Ferguson's goal of defeating the Magpies in the first half could not be reached. If Newcastle couldn't be beaten to death in the first half, it would be a nightmare in the second half. The other side point at this time, Lee Tongfan was still working hard and racing against time to think of ways to defeat Manchester United. Although the small formation and tactical adjustment just now brought a certain guarantee to Newcastle's goal. However, at this time, the score was also it was only 1:1, and what Leoli needed was a victory, not a draw. Defense is always the most negative approach. Even if the word counter-attack is added to the back of defense, it's still the same. When facing a strong enemy, a hearty and big score victory is always the best way to boost the team's morale and capture the hearts of the fans. Force 45 minutes later, the first half of the game was finally over. More than 60,000 Manchester United fans in the stands stopped cheering for the team and instead booed the conservative and shameful Newcastle. Newcastle fans, on the other hand, were like tenacious grass in the cracks of rocks, applauding Crazy Lee and the Magpie Warriors under the pressure of Red Devils fans who were 5 times their number. The players from both teams were sweating profusely, as if they had just climbed out of the water and walked quickly or slowly towards the tunnel. In the seats on both sides of the low tunnel, Manchester United fans extended their palms and applauded the Red Devils players, as if they were welcoming a hero returning from the war. Many fans even handed over papers and pens to ask for autographs from their idols. Ferguson disappeared into the tunnel the moment the whistle sounded at the end of the first half. When the Newcastle players walked through the tunnel, the Hammers were greeted with raised middle fingers and ferocious faces, because the fans here are all red. Another little Lalita with crystal clear appearance, about 4 or 5 years old, rode on the neck of her fat father with a beard, stretched out her middle finger to Juan Mata, and spat out the international greeting with an F in the big head. This scene was captured on the satellite broadcast. However, almost all English fans are proud of this, because this is part of the fan culture and football culture. People do not mind bringing their little babies to the stadium, to feel the fanatical atmosphere and love. Maybe the little Lali who just appeared in the picture is a well-behaved little princess that everyone loves outside the arena. Throughout the first half, the last shot captured by the satellite broadcast camera was Crazy Lee turning around and disappearing into the player tunnel amid the applause and cheers of Manchester United fans. Yes, Lee Tongfan enjoyed treatment at La Trafford that no other Newcastle person could imagine, or because of the just concluded 2008 European Cup. As long as he does not stand as an enemy in the game, this man will be able to enjoy such treatment in any stadium in England for at least the next 20 years, because he has completed the British Isles' 44-year football power dream. As he stepped into the player tunnel step by step, Lee Tongfan was still thinking about how to defeat Manchester United. The cheers and applause in his ears became more and more distant and gradually became inaudible. Every brain cell in the scalp was running at a speed of 80 miles per second. The images of the first half of the game appeared over and over again like a retrograde film reel. Every attack of Manchester United, every attack, every mistake is magnified infinitely. Laoli is summarizing Manchester United's strongest and weakest points. A layer of fine beads of sweat formed on the temples. If you continue to think so intensely, God knows if there will be beads of blood. Newcastle's players' experience and team coordination are not as good as Manchester United's, which is a problem that cannot be ignored. If they face off head on, they will definitely suffer. In this case, they have to take a different route to win by surprise. But how should this different route be taken? A gradually clear framework slowly formed in Lee Tongfan's brain. One day later at night point the moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and the birds are returning to their nests. The bright and clear moonlight shines through the gauze of the huge French window in the living room onto the wooden floor, as if a layer of flawless white frost was spread on the ground, and the whole bedroom was filled with a chill. Ferguson sat quietly on the sofa, still thinking deeply about the game that ended a day ago. Until this moment, the Red Devils' godfather has not figured out why Manchester United lost the game a day ago, when they had all the advantages, and lost so badly. Before this game, he and Crazy Lee had played against each other 3 times. The first 2 were in the quarter-finals of the Champions League during the Real Madrid era. At that time, Real Madrid was strong, and Ronaldo and Beckham were in their prime. Even if I lost to Crazy Lee at that time, it was because Real Madrid was much stronger than Manchester United, which was full of injuries at that time. And last season, Manchester United lost to Manchester United at home because Manchester United had already locked the league championship and morale was low. In that game, I underestimated Juan Mata, who was used as a surprise by Crazy Lee, and the Spanish kid succeeded in disrupting the game. 3 encounters and 3 failures. Ferguson always thought that it didn't explain the problem, but what about the 4th time? Manchester United, who is strong and powerful, and Newcastle, who is young and immature. Why did I still lose to Crazy Lee? Is it as the media said, that this Chinese man is shrouded in this magical power from the mysterious East? As long as he wants, he can continue to win. Bullshit. Absolutely bullshit. Having dominated Manchester United for more than 20 years, Ferguson knows better than anyone else on the planet how difficult it is to be an unbeaten head coach. Every team has its downfalls, and this is not determined by the head coach's will. Even Arsenal, which swept the Premier League at the time, only maintained a 49-year unbeaten streak, and this is already a great miracle in the world's top leagues. What's the problem? He reached out to turn on the table lamp in the living room, and then lifted up the thick pile of newspapers on the sofa in front of him, which was neatly arranged and included almost all the professional football media in England. Ferguson began to carefully read the reports about the battle at Old Trafford the day before. Even if a person is very intelligent, there are still omissions. Although football reporters like to make up gossip, there are some football experts with a keen eye and insights among these people. Ferguson hopes to find the answer to losing from the reporter's reports. This is a habit he developed 20 years ago, and this method has indeed helped him solve many doubts in the past 20 years. This time, Ferguson also hopes to get the answer he wants in the newspaper. Paul Geeson, the Premier League chief football reporter of The Sun, believes in his column that the reason why Manchester United lost the game was that they did not pay attention to Lukas Podolski, the German striker who had been in a slump in the Newcastle team, so that Podolski's sudden outbreak in the second half of the game helped the Magpies win one victory after another. Ferguson shook his head gently, pointing he knew that after the lesson of due and matter last season, he did not underestimate anyone in the game a day ago. Although Podolski had been in a slump before the game, he paid enough attention to the German and the pre-match tactical arrangement. Therefore, this is not the reason why Manchester United lost the game. Ferguson gently put the Sun aside, and the next one was the Observer. Stephen Adam, the famous deputy editor-in-chief of the Observer, believed that the reason why Manchester United lost was that the core players, see Ronaldo and Rooney, suddenly became sluggish in the second half and could not put continuous pressure on Newcastle, which gave Crazy Lee enough space to command the Magpies to achieve an incredible victory. After thinking for a moment, Ferguson also rejected Stephen Adams' opinion point, because according to the analysis of the staff of the Manchester United coaching staff who are responsible for the technical statistics of the game after the game, see Ronaldo succeeded in 22 of 32 one-on-one breakthroughs in the game, 7 of 11 shots, including 3 free kicks, hit the goal frame, and the success rate of 88 passes was 82.4%. This state is at its peak in any previous game. However, even if C. Ronaldo maintained this state until the end of the game, he still did not win a victory for Manchester United. The other two frontline aces Rooney and Giggs are in no worse shape than Ronaldo. Therefore, the shape of the main players is not the reason why Manchester United lost the game. Putting the Observer aside, the next one is the Times, and the fatal window column by the famous reporter Bruce Barbera is in sight. Let me tell you something first. Maybe Xiao didn't make it clear before, so after just a few days, many non-6p brothers joined the VIP group and were ejected by the administrator. I apologize to every brother and sister who has experienced this. It is all Deo's fault. Sorry. Brothers in the non-6p group can add 33,425,858. Deo's goes to that group every day. At the same time, brothers and sisters who spend money can enter 11,704,992. Xiao will serve every customer wholeheartedly. Finally, you are all Deo's only wealth in this virtual world. I love you and thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, The Rise of Podolski. Ferguson actually knew something about the woman Bruce Barbera. 3 years ago, this woman was not qualified to enter Ferguson's sight, because as a Godfather level boss, who has dominated the Premier League for many years, Ferguson can only take notice of Mourinho, Moyes, and apart from Wenger and other head coaches who have the strength to compete with him, and those players with extraordinary talents who can change the game instantly. On their own, there are only a few football reporters in the British Isles. Moreover, these few people are almost all football experts who have experienced playing in the Premier League and then retired to become reporters, because only such people truly understand football, and the reports they make can truly look at and be viewed from the perspective of a football person. Evaluating the game is worthy of his superior Ferguson taking a look at their articles, but Bruce Barbera, who was called the Premier League Nightmare, obviously regarded Ferguson as a reporter who didn't understand football, but did football reporting. Of course, although Ferguson was a man, the reason it has nothing to do with Barbara's stunning appearance. The only reason is that this woman means what she says. Speaking truthfully seems to be the simplest requirement for a reporter, but it has become a terrifying requirement for the media industry, which has long lost its professional ethics under the background of strong commercialization. Therefore, a female who has never been exposed to football before can do this. This is why Ferguson has always looked at Barbara differently, although this woman's writings have been filled with inexplicable and deep disgust for the Premier League for 3 years, but many times even Ferguson has to admit that some of Barbara's attacks on the Premier League are right. Today, Ferguson wanted to know about the game that just ended. What kind of surprise would Barbara bring to him? After carefully reading Barbara's article, Ferguson was a little disappointed because Barbara didn't put forward any views that stood out to him in her column, which was even worse than the previous opinions of Paul Geeson of The Sun and Stephen Adam of The Observer. What makes Ferguson feel strange is that Barbara's article today is full of vague resentment. It completely loses a sharp and to the point style of her previous words. It looks more like an aggrieved child yelling, thinking of the previous media reports about the grudge between Crazy Lee and Barbara. Because of the sentence, "Are you a virgin?" Ferguson suddenly had a strange thought in his mind. Could it be that Crazy Lee and Barbara had a relationship with each other? Is there a story? But at this moment, I accidentally saw the last sentence in Barbara's column, which suddenly caught Ferguson's attention. If Manchester United's powerful centre forward, the Bulgarian Berbatov, is on the court, Newcastle will definitely lose miserably. When I read the article for the first time, this sentence didn't attract much attention from Ferguson. After all, this kind of childish and ridiculous hindsight prediction was mixed in with Barbara's entire article, which was full of disdain and rebuke for Madmanly. It doesn't look nutritious at all, but this second unintentional citing seemed to ignite the raging fire in Ferguson's mind. It flashed through his mind like lightning. Ferguson suddenly felt as if he had discovered something. After thinking for 2 or 3 seconds, the godfather of the Red Devils turned on the TV and began to watch the game broadcast recorded by the Manchester United coaching staff. He wanted to confirm whether his thoughts were correct by restoring the game. On this night, Ferguson was not the only one who had difficulty falling asleep in the players' dormitory at the Rigbottom training base in Newcastle. Podolski also couldn't find the feeling of sleep. Although 32 hours have passed, the German forward's brain is still in an extreme state. In a state of excitement, because he finally scored. Podolski. He scored a goal, a direct free kick 40 meters away from the Manchester United goal. It's incredible. The quality of Prince Bolter's shot far surpasses C. Ronaldo's signature elevator ball. The speed is calculated, 240 km/h. Unbelievable. Look at the slow motion. Ouch ouch. The football didn't rotate at all. The power of the shot was too great, and Van der Vaart didn't react at all. The football lightly rubbed against Vidic's shoulder, only to hit the dead center. The ball came in. In the second half, Newcastle finally resolutely attacked Manchester United again, and relied on the free kick of German forward Podolski, who had been in sluggish form, to overtake the score 2:1. It's so ironic that in the first half, Manchester United fans kept booing because Newcastle was so conservative. Now Newcastle finally attacked as they wanted, but Old Trafford fell. What a tragedy. Now, who dares to say that Prince Polty is a fake? Such a great goal can fully prove the greatness of the German striker. Crazy Lee insisted on letting Podolski start despite the huge pressure that would have collapsed any other coach. Now he finally got his reward. Michael Owen and Ronaldo are getting old. Podolski is the hope of the Magpies' future forward line. Lying on the bed, Podolski was still immersed in the joy and excitement after scoring in the battle at Old Trafford a day ago. The passionate and excited roar of the commentator Sester once again echoed in his mind, over and over again, and refused to dissipate. That goal was too important for Podolski. It was a life-saving goal. Since he joined Newcastle, the English media has never stopped criticizing and mocking him. The playing style of the Premier League really makes him feel uncomfortable. Although he has been working hard in training and playing hard to integrate himself into Newcastle's tactical system as soon as possible, the effect has not been ideal. Podolski once doubted his decision to join Newcastle. Perhaps choosing to join his famous team Cologne would be much better than the situation in the Magpies. The only thing that Prince Sporty is fortunate about is that Crazy Lee, who personally went to Bayern Munich to invite him to join Newcastle, fulfilled his original promise and has always stood firmly behind him to give the strongest support. Even when the media's criticism and ridicule were the most severe, he was able to get stable playing time, and just a few days ago, when the entire club was preparing for the match against Manchester United, head coach Lee Tongfan would talk to him almost every day after training, always keeping silent about the status, and the content of the conversation was always strange, once even talking about the weather in Germany. It was not until the day before the game that the boss Lee Tongfan talked about the content of the game. "Lucas, first of all, I want to congratulate you. Your performance in training these days has successfully impressed Alan Shearer. The assistant coach has included you in the starting list of the game. Secondly, I need you to remember to forget all other unnecessary things, and even allow you to forget my tactical requirements. Play according to your habits, and play according to your heart." In the subsequent games, the pressure in my heart was finally dissipated by Lee Tongfan's constant chatting these days. After the exhaustion, Podolski finally let go of the ball, coupled with the desire for victory that was stimulated when facing a heavyweight opponent. Therefore, he was able to pass Gary Neville from the beginning of the game and scored a powerful free kick in the second half, handing in a nearly perfect answer sheet. At this moment, although the game had already ended, and although Newcastle had returned from Manchester with honours, Podolski was still very excited sleeping on the bed in the player dormitory of the Rigburton training base, because through this battle, he could clearly feel that he had gained a lot, and his teammates' attitude towards him was much more friendly than before. The first ray of light in his career that he had been waiting for more than 160 days finally came. Thinking of this, Podolski wanted to jump out of bed and sing a song. However, looking at the German compatriot who was several years younger than him sleeping in the bed opposite him, Podolski still held back. Like Podolski, this young man named Thomas Müller was also recruited from Bayern Munich by Lee Tongfan. However, unlike Podolski, Müller was in Bayern's second team at the time. At that time, Hoffenheim, the newly promoted team in the Bundesliga, also invited Müller. At this point, we have to admit that the attraction of Crazy Lee to young players is fatal. As soon as Crazy Lee said this, Müller not only rejected Hoffenheim, but also said goodbye to Bayern, which the little guy thought he would never leave, and joined Newcastle from afar. In this way, Newcastle paid only €500,000 in compensation to get such a promising future star. Of course, Podolski only knew all this after he came to Newcastle. It was a big surprise for Podolski to meet a compatriot in a foreign country. The two had no acquaintances in the UK and did not choose to buy property here like many other teammates. They simply lived together in the young players' dormitory at Newcastle's Rigburton training base. At this moment, looking at Müller who was exhausted and sleeping after a hard day of training, Podolski, who was in a good mood, thought, if one day I can fight with this compatriot for Newcastle and a coach like Crazy Lee and conquer the city on the green field, it would be such a happy thing. Far away in Manchester in the dim bedroom with the desk lamp on, Ferguson turned down the volume of the TV to the minimum to avoid disturbing his wife who was sleeping in the bedroom, and then watched the video of the game intently. At this time, the video just finished playing Podolski's goal in the second half. Ferguson's guess became clearer and clearer. As the game progressed, he gradually understood what tactics Mad Lee used to consume Manchester United's vitality and win the game. On the TV screen, the fourth goal of the game arrived. Thanks, only love competition. Ubin, Leo Kai Pingo, Bakeo Crossing, Key, Forever Dre and other brothers for their support. Thank you. Chapter 379, The Cunning and Terrible Madman Lee. The fourth goal of the game in the Old Trafford battle was being played on the TV screen. This goal once gave Ferguson hope of winning the game, because this goal belonged to Manchester United in the 5th minute after Podolski scored. Perhaps inspired and stimulated by the opponent's amazing free kick, Cristiano Ronaldo finally broke out on the TV screen. Newcastle fullback Marcelo made another tackle when Giggs was about to shoot with the ball and cut in horizontally. When he took the ball away, he knocked the Welsh magic wing Giggs, who was already seriously exhausted, to the ground. The referee Howard Webb awarded Manchester United a good position for a set piece, about 35 meters away from the Newcastle goal, slightly to the left of the penalty area arc. This time it was finally within the killing range of C. Ronaldo's ultimate move elevator ball. C. Ronaldo's signature swing, then took a big step back 3 or 4 meters, with his legs spread wide in an extremely pretentious posture, his hands on his hips, looking up to the sky, and letting out a long breath, began to prepare for the penalty kick. At this time, Manchester United's old captain Gary Neville and Vidic were still pestering the referee Howard Webb. They thought that Marcelo should be shown a yellow card for the collision foul just now, because the Brazilian defender had already received a yellow card, so he should have been sent off long ago. The Newcastle fans in the stands held their breath, and Lee Tongfan on the sidelines was also nervous at this time. Fortunately, he bet on Howard Webb's law enforcement style. The black-clad judge only verbally warned Marcelo and then signaled the Manchester United players to go away. Seeing this scene, Lee Tongfan did not hesitate to replace Marcelo with Zerkov. Ferguson sat on the dim living room sofa and watched the game video here. His brows frowned slightly. It was as expected at this time. C. Ronaldo on the TV screen took a free kick. Bang. The football flew into Newcastle's goal without any suspense. Unlike the elevator ball that C. Ronaldo had kicked before, this time it was a curved shot towards the upper right corner of the goal. The Newcastle goalkeeper obviously did not expect Cristiano Ronaldo to abandon his signature elevator ball, and was caught off guard, and had no reaction. This shot once again demonstrated the Portuguese superstar's superior football IQ. Even at this moment, knowing that the game had already ended with Manchester United's defeat, Ferguson couldn't help but let out a soft arc at the corner of his mouth. Cristiano Ronaldo was his most proud signing in recent years. Time passed, and Ferguson watched the game quietly in the dimly lit living room when he saw Yuri Zerkov, the Russian fullback who was replaced by Lee Tongfan, knocked Giggs to the grass for the 5th time. He finally confirmed his idea. Crazy Lee's tactics are very simple. Manchester United's 2 wingers can cross from the bottom, but if they cut in horizontally to open up the gap for passing and shooting, it is absolutely not allowed. Even if they are willing to foul and get a yellow card, they must keep Cristiano Ronaldo or Giggs. And the foul locations of Newcastle's 2 fullbacks are also very clever. As long as the Manchester United winger shows signs of cutting horizontally, he will immediately make a tackle and never let the opponent really cut to the edge of the penalty area. Because such a foul position, Manchester United almost has no chance of direct free kick shooting, and can only create threats through free kick cross tactics. But once the free kick cross tactics are used, it becomes the same as the cross from the side, because Crazy Lee has calculated that for Newcastle, if Manchester United uses the cross tactic, it is the least threatening offensive method. The reason is very simple. Manchester United has no centre forward, although Wayne Rooney has a strong impact. It is limited to ground cooperation. When it comes to handling high balls, Manchester United only has the centre forward Berbatov besides the 2 central defenders Vidic and Rio Ferdinand. At this time, Rooney is still far from being good at headers. It is a pity that Berbatov did not play in this game. Vidic and Rio Ferdinand competed for headers in the penalty area of Newcastle, which could not appear in the open battle, and the strict defense of Stephen Taylor and others in the free kick made it difficult for the 2 Red Devils central defenders to find opportunities. Therefore, even if Cristiano Ronaldo and Giggs can achieve a 100% success rate in one-on-one breakthroughs, they cannot find a point in the middle to receive their high-quality crosses. If they choose to cross, they will soon be blocked by Newcastle's foul tactics. In the second half, Newcastle quickly used up 3 substitutions, and 2 of them were used on fullbacks. In addition to Zerkov replacing Marcelo, Crazy Lee replaced David Thornton, who was also on a yellow card and was about to be sent off, with German midfielder Kederer in the 67th minute. In the second half, the 2 teams committed a total of 32 fouls, 21 of which were committed by Newcastle players, and at least 17 of these 21 Newcastle players were committed by 2 fullbacks. 0.17 fouls. 4 yellow cards for 4 fullbacks. This is the fundamental reason why Newcastle curbed Manchester United's wing offensive, because apart from Cristiano Ronaldo and Giggs on the wing, the midfield defense composed of Darren Fletcher and Michael Carrick was unable to pose a threat to Newcastle due to lack of imagination, and Marcelo's foul that gave Cristiano Ronaldo a chance to score from a free kick was an exception, and it was also the only flaw that the Magpies left for Manchester United in the entire second half. Soon, the last goal of the entire game at Old Trafford appeared on the TV screen. Juan Mata received a diagonal pass from Alan Smith after he retreated to the central midfielder position, and after tearing through the double team of Darren Fletcher and Evra on the wing, he rushed into the penalty area, faked past Rio Ferdinand, and passed the ball, and Michael Owen, who followed up at the back point, almost pushed the ball into the empty goal. 3:2 exclamation point the law ball. As soon as the ball went in, Old Trafford fell silent. Ferguson picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. He didn't want to watch the next scene again, because the first time he saw it in person was enough to disappoint him. If he watched it again on video, the Red Devils' godfather would recall whether his heart would stop beating from his chest. But when he closed his eyes and leaned on the sofa, that scene could not help but emerge in Ferguson's mind. Alan Smith's cold-faced but clean tackle and shocking long shot, Juan Mata's speed dribbling like a butterfly flying through flowers, Michael Owen, like the son of the wind, galloped and attacked without a trace. This scene in the 85th minute of the Old Trafford battle was so clearly imprinted in Ferguson's mind. There is no doubt that this was a wonderful counter-attack. The team that he had worked hard for more than 10 years was actually unstoppable when facing the sharp sneak attack of Madmanley that had been prepared for a long time. To be honest, Ferguson has begun to regret it at this time. Juan Mata, Alan Smith, these two people were sent by Manchester United to Newcastle, a newly rising opponent that is now capable of challenging Manchester United's 10-year hegemony in the Premier League. Although Ferguson had always preferred to use derogatory words such as discard or dump or sell at a low price to describe the relationship between these two people and Manchester United, but today he has to admit that perhaps send is more appropriate. These two players who are definitely the most needed type for Manchester United now, but they were disposed of by him without hesitation 2 years ago and 1 year ago respectively. Like discarding garbage. In Ferguson's coaching career of more than 20 years, the only player transaction that made him regret was selling Dutch central defender Stam. But today, perhaps two people will be added to this regret list at once: Juan Mata and Alan Smith. When Owen's goal flew into the Manchester United goal guarded by Van der Sar, Ferguson clearly remembered that the red Manchester United fan camp that was boiling like a pot of steaming hot water before that instantly dropped to -273 degrees. The packed Old Trafford gave every Manchester citizen a deep-rooted sense of emptiness at that moment, because there were less than 15,000 people in the stands that could accommodate 73,000 people. Those were Newcastle people. The light in the living room was still dim. Ferguson stood up from the sofa and folded the pile of newspapers neatly and put them in a cabinet where he used to organize relevant materials. To be honest, after thinking everything through, I found that Madley's tactics were not so mysterious and even a little risky. Cristiano Ronaldo's arc shot in the second half was the price Madley paid for that risk, but Ferguson couldn't help but applaud this young opponent from China, because there is no tactic in this world that is 100% perfect. Being able to quickly discover the almost undetectable flaws hidden in the powerful opponent's surging offensive in such a short time, and come up with countermeasures. Ferguson asked himself that, although he could do it, he would never be as good as Madley. Of course, this does not mean that Ferguson has admitted that he is not Madley's opponent. The tactics used by Madley in the Old Trafford match were just a tricky trick. Success once does not mean success next time. If Manchester United's midfield core Paul Scholes and centre forward Berbatov were on the field in this game, then with Scholes' imaginative passing in the middle and Berbatov's strong support on the front line, even if Madley used such a trick, he would definitely lose in the end. Ferguson firmly believed in this. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful and puzzled was why Paul Scholes and Berbatov were still normal and had no signs of injury within 3 or 4 hours before the game, but she had already written these two generals into the starting list, but one of them suddenly had diarrhea and the other had a high fever before going on the court. What was even more bizarre was that less than 3 or 4 hours after the game, the two guys miraculously recovered completely in an instant. Maybe Madley is really God's illegitimate child. He is so lucky. With a little regret for the result of the game, regret for letting Juan Mata and Alan Smith go, and disdain for the praise of Madley, Ferguson turned off the table lamp in the living room, pushed open the door of the bedroom and quietly went to bed. Damn, my luck is so damn good. At this moment, in the distant Newcastle East seaside villa, Lee Tongfan wiped his sweat in front of the Hummer book monitor with lingering fear. Damn. Fortunately, I'm lucky enough this time. The two destruction points randomly caused the players who could not play Manchester United to be Scholes and Berbatov. If it weren't for Ferguson missing these two tigers, even if I was a little clever, this game would be hanging. However, there are at least 2 games before the system is repaired. What should I do next? The game screen of the FM 2009 system is displayed on the Hummer Book LCD screen. Although the match simulation function has been cancelled during the system stability maintenance, except for the points closely related to the system simulation function such as free points, other functions can be used now, this time using destruction points to destroy Paul Scholes and Berbatov's ability to play before the game is one of Lee Tongfan's cheating methods in the FM 2009 system. In fact, it was this cheating that saved Leoli's life. Otherwise, with Manchester United's lineup this season, there really is no loophole that can be exploited. In the days when the system match simulation function is lost, Newcastle still has a few tough battles to fight. The UEFA Cup group stages at home against the Italian Serie A powerhouse Lazio. The Premier League game is at home against the Blues Chelsea in the post-Mourinho era. Both games are very important for Newcastle. And the remaining destruction points in the system are not enough, and other related points are not decisive for the outcome of the game. Therefore, Lee Tongfan must find a way to defeat these two rivals, like he defeated Manchester United. Old Lee thought about it, and the only way now is to search for the answer from the system database. Now the system database of FM 2009 has been expanded to 45%, and many new functions are gradually showing up. For the sultry man, it is time to find new ways to show off. Move the mouse and click to enter the FM 2009 system database. After searching for half an hour, Lee Tongfan suddenly looked at the 2 new functions in front of him, and his eyes lit up. The latest weapons for showing off, that's them. Chapter 380 this morning. 4,000 words have been updated. Please give me your monthly votes and recom. It's the end of the month, and the monthly ticket results this month are not ideal. Brothers and sisters of Deoke, please support Zio Deo at this difficult time. This month has been unsuccessful. First, due to carelessness, the plot had problems on the first day of the month. Then, I had health problems and the update was a bit slow, which led to a decline in the monthly ticket results. I was very irritable all day long, and I had no energy to write. In this way, it almost formed a vicious circle. Fortunately, I have adjusted in the past few days, and the plot has been sorted out a lot. Brothers, spend your monthly tickets. The gap between the top few is not big. Let's have a fierce chrysanthemum contest, and show our swordsman style, just like Crazy Lee, and be invincible in the next game. Next, I recommend a new book. The Ultimate Boss Fei, who pioneered the competitive data flow, launched a new data flow competitive book, Domination of Air Power, after the masterpiece Control of Bull Power. Although it is still a small seedling, it needs the love of competitive book friends. Brothers and sisters who love basketball competition can go and take a look. Finally, why is it the last? Because the last ones are the finale and the most awesome. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. Forever Dre, XMQXJ, I love 888, Mala, 9Z Lord of the Gods, Evil Chemistry, Book Friend 15,421,205, Agent Code G8, my wild boy, for your support, brothers and sisters. Don't learn from Ziodeo's girlfriend to forget to pour oil when cooking, and don't forget to vote when reading. The more votes, the better. Xiaodao is now relying on this tragic situation of rising prices to make a living. If you have the ability to subscribe, please support me. Thank you all. Chapter 381 Terrifying New Features. 2 new function query windows appear in the function menu of System Database, Training Pack, Tactical Pack. Li Tongfan moved the mouse and clicked first to enter the Training Package function query window, as expected by Li Tongfan. In the Training Package query window, you can find the most scientific plan compiled by the system and suitable for daily training of players of all ages, and it is organized into categories in a very clear and scientific way. The most scientific training package for adult professional players with different styles in a total of 11 field positions including first team goalkeeper, center back, fullback, etc. The U18 youth team includes 11 positions including goalkeeper, defender, midfielder, forward, etc. The most scientific training package for training young players under the age of 18 in 22 different styles. The U15 youth team or football school develops and increases the potential of children, and the court given, based on the principle of their potential growth, is the most scientific training package with 22 different styles and types in one position. Li Tongfan spent 2 character points trying to access the details of the first team offensive right back training pack among the 66 training packs. After a while, he was so excited that his liver trembled because this training package is so awesome. Although Li Tongfan had compiled some training materials for Newcastle players based on the system database query system before, which seemed to be very effective, the system database had only expanded by less than 20% at that time. Neither the completeness nor the predictability can compare with the current expansion to 45%. Moreover, in addition to this, we must also realize that the previous training programs were only manually compiled by Leoli, based on his little knowledge and understanding of football. Compared with the current new function menu, whether in terms of systematic and in terms of rationality and scientificity, it is far behind. It is conceivable that this set of 66 training packages developed by the FM 2009 system will have an amazing effect if put into real training. At least Newcastle's training from the youth team to the first team will be more scientific, rising to an incredible height. With this training package, Li Tongfan is confident that Newcastle's youth training system will become the world's #1 youth training camp, surpassing Barcelona's La Masia Youth Academy within 3 to 5 years. What's even more perverted is that in addition to these 66 types of group training packages, the FM 2009 database query system can also provide customized private training package services for specific players. That is to say, as long as you enter the name of a certain player after identifying the real person, the FM 2009 system can tailor the player's personal characteristics and position based on the player's potential ability, current ability, and various data attributes. Training pack, and according to the explanation of the system database, such a tailor-made training package can fully explore a player's potential ability. This is the truly terrifying place. For example, a super little demon player with a potential ability of up to 199. In reality, it is actually very difficult to fully develop 199 points of potential into current ability. In real life, even the most powerful player in the world currently has Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo and Juan Mata. The top players with the most thoroughly developed potential have a potential ability of over 190, but their actual current ability is only around 185. In other words, at least 10 to 20 points between potential and ability are wasted, and it is absolutely certain that no matter how hard they practice in this life, they will not be able to fully tap these wasted potential points. It is no exaggeration to say that from the day football was born, there is absolutely no one who can completely transform his potential ability into current ability. Even the recognized football kings Pele and Maradona didn't do this either. However, the system database's tailor-made training package can make everything become a reality. This means that, as long as Li Tongfan is willing He can select high potential players and create a group of superstars through daily training instead of FM modifications that surpass any superstar in history. Even superstars can be mass produced. This is absolutely crazy. The only price for obtaining the top training package of the FM 2009 system is character points, which have gradually become the basic points of the FM system's general equivalent. 66 kinds of group training packages for different positions of old, middle-aged, and young people. The selling price of each type is 20 character points each time it is sold. The training package can be maintained for 3 months. The validity of the package must be purchased again after 3 months. As for the highly targeted privately tailored training package, you need to pay 10 character points each time it is sold. The effect can be maintained within 6 months, and it must be purchased again after 6 months. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter like howling like ghosts and wolves in the Newcastle beach house late at night. After reading all the information about the training package, the sultry man opened his mouth in excitement and couldn't close his mouth. He almost jumped up and flew up into the sky. 5 or 6 minutes later, Tongfan, who had finally suppressed his excitement, thought carefully and decided not to rush to buy any training package for the time being. It would not be too late to buy it tomorrow after he had carefully thought about which one to choose. After all, this thing is abnormal, but it consumes a lot of character points. Then, Tongfan turned his attention to the tactical package query menu window. Since the training package is so abnormal, will the tactical package bring us a deeper surprise? Full of longing, the sultry man clicked the mouse to enter the tactical package page. Tactical package, as the name suggests, is a data package about football match tactics. The tactical package, provided by the FM 2009 system, is divided into 3 major sections: classic tactical packages and the past of football, such as European power tactics, 6-2-2 tactics, free man tactics, circulation tactics, super all-out attack and defense tactics, nuclear tactics. These tactics that once shined in the world of football have been summarized and perfectly reproduced by the FM 2009 system. Standard tactics for 11 players in different positions on the field, such as 4-4-2 standard defensive tactics, 4-4-2 standard offensive tactics, 4-3-3 standard offensive tactics, 4-3-2-1 standard defensive counter-attack tactics, etc. This type of training package shows the tactical requirements of each type of field position, the ability requirements of players in each position, and the player positions when executing tactics in the most direct data form. The iconic tactical summary packages of the top 50 famous coaches in the FM system coach rankings, including Mourinho's 2-wing 4-3-3, Wenger's offensive and defensive 4-4-2, etc., especially the tactical style characteristics and classic battle commands of the top 20. Intercontinental coaches and world-class coaches are also all presented in the form of data by the FM 2009 system. The above 3 tactical categories contain a total of 8864 specific tactics, tactical packages. Each tactical package costs 4 character points and can be used for 180 minutes of game time. If you want to continue using it after 180 minutes, you must buy it again. It is worth mentioning that different tactical packages can be switched during the game, so that players can flexibly change tactics according to the development of the game to achieve the goal of defeating the enemy. For example, in a certain game, you start with a 4-3-3 attack tactical package. When the opponent's coach seizes the weakness of this tactic and counterattacks after a certain period of time, you can choose to switch to 4-4-2 or 4-3-2-1 and other tactical packages, according to the opponent's adjustment. I have to admit that this setting of the tactical package is very user-friendly. As for the role of the tactical package, according to the explanation of the FM system database, it can increase the winning rate of a game by 0% minus 50% after use. As for the specific amount of improvement, it depends on whether the tactics you choose are restrained by the opponent's tactics. In other words, the premise for the tactical package. To work is the correctness of the tactics selected by the player and the timing of use in the game. If you are stupid enough to choose the tactical package, represented by the tactics, that happen to be restrained by the opponent's tactics, then it may have a counter effect, and even reduce your winning rate in this game by a certain percentage. In this sense, the tactical package is a double-edged sword. Only people with certain abilities can perfectly master this latest cheating method launched by the FM 2009 system. Just like the training package is divided into two parallel functions, collective and individual, the tactical package includes two more flexible types in addition to the above three general categories. Tactical package. The first type, the player can make his own tactical package. If the tactical package made by yourself is qualified by the FM 2009 system, it can play the same effect as the tactical package sold by the system, increase the winning rate of the game to a certain extent, maintain for 180 minutes, and must be remade after 180 minutes, and apply for system evaluation here. Applying for a system evaluation requires a little character points, which is 3 character points, cheaper than the system sale. The second type is to enter the name of the opponent of the next game in the tactical package and spend 8 points of character points to invite the FM 2009 system to make the most restraining temporary tactical package for the opponent. Such a temporary tactical package can increase the influence of the tactical package on the winning rate of the game to a terrifying 80% or more. However, the disadvantage is that the temporary tactical package is only effective for a specific game and a specific opponent, and loses its effect after 90 minutes. Good function. After temporarily losing the simulation function of the FM 2009 system, the tactical package and training package obviously let Li Tongfan regain the biggest capital to maintain a winning streak and sweep all opponents. As long as it is used properly, the effect achieved is definitely not less than the simulation function of the FM 2009 system. This night, in addition to Ferguson, who was looking for the reason for Manchester United's failure through newspapers and game videos, and German striker Lucas Podolski, who was lying in the player dormitory at the Rigburton training base and couldn't sleep because of the excitement of the goal, Li Tongfan became the third person who couldn't sleep because the sultry man found a more cool way to pretend. The next day, point in the early morning, the sun rose and everything in the world was bathed in golden light. Point, it was a clear morning. A layer of hoarfrost has formed on the lawn of the Rigbottom training base, and the winter cold is gradually coming. Newcastle players began to wear thick training clothes for daily training on the training ground, talking and laughing. I saw the puffs of white gas coming out of the mouths of the Hammers. Since the team had a difficult but miraculous victory over the powerful Red Devils Manchester United at Old Trafford in the last game, the atmosphere within Newcastle was very good, and after the pass from assistant coach Alan Shearer after the roar, the young Magpies no longer dared to laugh and joke in training. The team's daily training is going on nervously and orderly. In the slightly cold morning breeze, outside the Rigbottom training base subway network, there were still many Newcastle fans and reporters from major media gathered around Point. Although the weather is getting colder, it cannot stop the enthusiasm of the fans. As Newcastle's chances in the Premier League are getting better and better, the number of fans of the British Isles Magpies is also increasing. Even the media reporters are also interested in this. The young guards, whose average age in the first team lineup is less than 24 years old, has attracted more attention. As in the past, assistant coach Alan Shearer was in charge of specific training, while Li Tongfan stood on the sidelines and carefully observed the players' status and performance in training. However, what is different from the past is that today, Li Tongfan did not stop the training of any player for individual guidance. Instead, he kept frowning and writing and drawing in the black notebook he carried with him. He didn't know what he was jotting down. What in fact, Leoli is observing the status of the Hammers and thinking about what kind of training package to choose in the next period of time to improve Newcastle's combat effectiveness, and whether it is necessary to tailor a training package for a certain Hammer that suits the individual unique training package. At the same time, 3 days later, Newcastle will be at home at St James Park to face their second opponent in the UEFA Cup group stage. Serie A powerhouse Lazio, Laoli must choose a suitable tactic when he still cannot use the FM 2009 system to make predictions. Package to increase the team's probability of winning. This will be the first time tactical package and training package appear in European football. Therefore, Laoli worked hard to surprise the whole world and give the enemy an unforgettable memory. He let the whole world tremble under my feet once again. Tremble deeply. The morning training ended quickly. The hammers of the first team went to sign autographs for the fans outside the barbed wire fence as usual, but Lee Tongfan turned directly and returned to his head coach's office. After 3 hours of observation, Laoli found what he needed. Laoli had already determined the selection plan of tactical pack and training pack. However, before these things are finalized, Laoli must start to deal with the guy who dares to provoke himself and Newcastle. Tooth for tooth and blood for blood. Premier League nightmare, Bruce Barbara. Laoli needs to make this proud woman like a blue peacock pay the price for her stupid words and deeds. Thanks to Forever Dren, Flying Little Turtle, Book Friends 20,100,322, 10,000, difficult to register, Little Child, King Deoliudeo, Lonely X for their award support. That's 8,000 words today. Thank you brothers for your monthly support. Chapter 382 Terrifying new features. 2 new function query windows appear in the function menu of System Database, Training Pack, Tactical Pack. Lee Tongfan moved the mouse and clicked first to enter the Training Package function query window. As expected by Lee Tongfan, in the Training Package query window, you can find the most scientific plan compiled by the system and suitable for daily training of players of all ages, and it is organized into categories in a very clear and scientific way. The most scientific training package for adult professional players with different styles in a total of 11 field positions including first team goalkeeper, center back, fullback, etc. The U18 youth team includes 11 positions including goalkeeper, defender, midfielder, forward, etc. The most scientific training package for training young players under the age of 18 in 22 different styles. The U15 youth team or football school develops and increases the potential of children, and the court given, based on the principle of their potential growth, is the most scientific training package with 22 different styles and types in one position. Lee Tongfan spent 2 character points trying to access the details of the first team offensive right back training pack among the 66 training packs. After a while, he was so excited that his liver trembled because this training package is so awesome. Although Lee Tongfan had compiled some training materials for Newcastle players based on the system database query system before, which seemed to be very effective, the system database had only expanded by less than 20% at that time. Neither the completeness nor the predictability can be compared with what is now expanded to 45%. Moreover, in addition to this, we must also realize that the previous training programs were only manually compiled by Laoli, based on his little knowledge and understanding of football. Compared with the current new function menu, whether in terms of systematic and in terms of rationality and scientificity, it is far behind. It is conceivable that this set of 66 training packages, developed by the FM 2009 system, will have an amazing effect if put into real training. At least Newcastle's training from the youth team to the first team will be more scientific, rising to an incredible height. With this training package, Lee Tongfan is confident that Newcastle's youth training system will become the world's #1 youth training camp, surpassing Barcelona's La Masia Youth Academy within 3 to 5 years. What's even more perverted is that in addition to these 66 types of group training packages, the FM 2009 database query system can also provide customized private training package services for specific players. That is to say, as long as you enter the name of a certain player after identifying the real person, the FM 2009 system can tailor the player's personal characteristics and position based on the player's potential ability, current ability, and various data attributes. Training pack, and according to the explanation of the system database, such a tailor-made training package can fully explore a player's potential ability. This is the truly terrifying place For example, a super little demon player with a potential ability of up to 199. In reality, it is actually very difficult to fully develop 199 points of potential into current ability. In real life, even the most powerful player in the world currently has Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo and Juan Mata. The top players with the most thoroughly developed potential have a potential ability of over 190, but their actual current ability is only around 185. In other words, at least 10 to 20 points between potential and ability are wasted, and it is absolutely certain that no matter how hard they practice in this life, they will not be able to fully tap these wasted potential points. It is no exaggeration to say that from the day football was born, there is absolutely no one who can completely transform his potential ability into current ability. Even the recognized football kings Pele and Maradona didn't do this either. However, the system database's tailor-made training package can make everything become a reality. This means that, as long as Tongfan is willing, he can select high potential players and create a group of superstars through daily training instead of FM modifications that surpass any superstar in history. Even superstars can be mass produced. This is absolutely crazy. The only price for obtaining the top training package of the FM 2009 system is character points, which have gradually become the basic points of the FM system's general equivalent. 66 kinds of group training packages for different positions of old, middle-aged, and young people. The selling price of each type is 20 character points. Each time it is sold, the training package can be maintained for 3 months. The validity of the package must be purchased again after 3 months. As for the highly targeted privately tailored training package, you need to pay 10 character points each time it is sold. The effect can be maintained within 6 months, and it must be purchased again after 6 months. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter like howling like ghosts and wolves in the Newcastle beach house late at night. After reading all the information about the training package, the sultry man opened his mouth in excitement and couldn't close his mouth. He almost jumped up and flew up into the sky. 5 or 6 minutes later, Tongfan, who had finally suppressed his excitement, thought carefully and decided not to rush to buy any training package for the time being. It would not be too late to buy it tomorrow, after he had carefully thought about which one to choose. After all, this thing is abnormal, but it consumes a lot of character points. Then, Tongfan turned his attention to the tactical package query menu window. Since the training package is so abnormal, will the tactical package bring us a deeper surprise? Full of longing, the sultry man clicked the mouse to enter the tactical package page. Tactical package, as the name suggests, is a data package about football match tactics. The tactical package, provided by the FM 2009 system, is divided into 3 major sections: classic tactical packages in the past of football such as European power tactics, 6-2 tactics, free-man tactics, circulation tactics, super all-out attack and defense tactics, nuclear tactics. These tactics that once shined in the world of football have been summarized and perfectly reproduced by the FM 2009 system. Standard tactics for 11 players in different positions on the field, such as 4-4-2 standard defensive tactics, 4-4-2 standard offensive tactics, 4-3-3 standard offensive tactics, 4-3-2-1 standard defensive counter-attack tactics, etc. This type of training package shows the tactical requirements of each type of field position, the ability requirements of players in each position, and the player positions when executing tactics in the most direct data form. The iconic tactical summary packages of the top 50 famous coaches in the FM system coach rankings, including Mourinho's 2-wing 4-3-3, Wenger's offensive and defensive 4-4-2, etc., especially the tactical style characteristics and classic battle commands of the top 20. Intercontinental coaches and world-class coaches are also all presented in the form of data by the FM 2009 system. The above 3 tactical categories contain a total of 8864 specific tactics, tactical packages. Each tactical package costs 4 character points and can be used for 180 minutes of game time. If you want to continue using it after 180 minutes, you must buy it again. It is worth mentioning that different tactical packages can be switched during the game, so that players can flexibly change tactics according to the development of the game to achieve the goal of defeating the enemy. For example, in a certain game, you start with a 4-3-3 attack tactical package. When the opponent's coach seizes the weakness of this tactic and counterattacks after a certain period of time, you can choose to switch to 4-4-2 or 4-3-2-1 and other tactical packages, according to the opponent's adjustment. I have to admit that this setting of the tactical package is very user-friendly. As for the role of the tactical package, according to the explanation of the FM system database, it can increase the winning rate of a game by 0% -50% after use. As for the specific amount of improvement, it depends on whether the tactics you choose are restrained by the opponent's tactics. In other words, the premise for the tactical package to work is the correctness of the tactics selected by the player and the timing of use in the game. If you are stupid enough to choose the tactical package represented by the tactics that happen to be restrained by the opponent's tactics, then it may have a counter effect and even reduce your winning rate in this game by a certain percentage. In this sense, the tactical package is a double-edged sword. Only people with certain abilities can perfectly master this latest cheating method launched by the FM 2009 system. Just like the training package is divided into 2 parallel functions, collective and individual, the tactical package includes 2 more flexible types in addition to the above 3 general categories. Tactical package. The first type, the player can make his own tactical package. If the tactical package made by yourself is qualified by the FM 2009 system, it can play the same effect as the tactical package sold by the system, increase the winning rate of the game to a certain extent, maintain for 180 minutes, and must be remade after 180 minutes, and apply for system evaluation. Here, applying for a system evaluation requires a little character points, which is 3 character points cheaper than the system sale. The second type is to enter the name of the opponent of the next game in the tactical package and spend 8 points of character points to invite the FM 2009 system to make the most restraining temporary tactical package for the opponent. Such a temporary tactical package can increase the influence of the tactical package on the winning rate of the game to a terrifying 80% or more. However, the disadvantage is that the temporary tactical package is only effective for a specific game and a specific opponent, and loses its effect after 90 minutes. Good function. After temporarily losing the simulation function of the FM 2009 system, the tactical package and training package obviously let Li Tongfan regain the biggest capital to maintain a winning streak and sweep all opponents. As long as it is used properly, the effect achieved is definitely not less than the simulation function of the FM 2009 system. This night, in addition to Ferguson, who was looking for the reason for Manchester United's failure through newspapers and game videos, and German striker Lucas Podolski, who was lying in the player dormitory of the Rigburton training base and couldn't sleep because of the excitement of the goal, Li Tongfan became the third person who couldn't sleep because the sultry man found a more cool way to pretend. The next day, point in the early morning, the sun rose and everything in the world was bathed in golden light. It was a clear morning. A layer of hoarfrost has formed on the lawn of the Rigbottom training base and the winter cold is gradually coming. Newcastle players began to wear thick training clothes for daily training on the training ground, talking and laughing. I saw the puffs of white gas coming out of the mouths of the Hammers. Since the team had a difficult but miraculous victory over the powerful Red Devils Manchester United at Old Trafford in the last game, the atmosphere within Newcastle was very good, and after the pass from assistant coach Alan Shearer after the roar, the young Magpies no longer dared to laugh and joke in training. The team's daily training is going on nervously and orderly. In the slightly cold morning breeze, outside the Rigbottom training base subway network, there were still many Newcastle fans and reporters from major media gathered around point. Although the weather is getting colder, it cannot stop the enthusiasm of the fans. As Newcastle's chances in the Premier League are getting better and better, the number of fans of the British Isles Magpies is also increasing. Even the media reporters are also interested in this. The young guards, whose average age in the first team lineup is less than 24 years old, has attracted more attention. As in the past, assistant coach Alan Shearer was in charge of specific training, while Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines and carefully observed the players' status and performance in training. However, what is different from the past is that today, Lee Tongfan did not stop the training of any player for individual guidance. Instead, he kept frowning and writing and drawing in the black notebook he carried with him. He didn't know what he was jotting down. What in fact, Lee is observing the status of the Hammers and thinking about what kind of training package to choose in the next period of time to improve Newcastle's combat effectiveness, and whether it is necessary to tailor a training package for a certain Hammer that suits the individual unique training package. At the same time, 3 days later, Newcastle will be at home at St James Park to face their second opponent in the UEFA Cup group stage, Serie A powerhouse Lazio. Lee must choose a suitable tactic when he still cannot use the FM 2009 system to make predictions. Package to increase the team's probability of winning. This will be the first time tactical package and training package appear in European football. Therefore, Lee worked hard to surprise the whole world and give the enemy an unforgettable memory. He let the whole world tremble under my feet once again. Tremble deeply. The morning training ended quickly. The Hammers of the first team went to sign autographs for the fans outside the barbed wire fence as usual, but Lee Tongfan turned directly and returned to his head coach's office. After 3 hours of observation, Lee found what he needed. Lee had already determined the selection plan of tactical pack and training pack. However, before these things are finalized, Lee must start to deal with the guy who dares to provoke himself and Newcastle. Tooth for tooth and blood for blood. Premier League nightmare, Bruce Barbara. Lee needs to make this proud woman like a blue peacock pay the price for her stupid words and deeds. Thanks to Forever Dre, Flying Little Turtle, Book Friends 20,100,322, 10,000, difficult to register, Little Child, King Deoliudeo, Lonely X for their award support. That's 8,000 words today. Thank you brothers for your monthly support. Chapter 383. Barbara is in a state of distress. November 5th. 2008 was a terrible day for 28-year-old Bruce Barbara, because she was betrayed. The golden informant she carefully selected and worked well with for 3 years betrayed her. As a top football reporter in England, who almost never makes mistakes in reporting, and is famous for being timely, accurate and truthful, Barbara, like many other famous Premier League reporters, has developed a lot in the past 3 years to provide her with timely information on various topics. These downlines who live in the locations of major Premier League clubs have their own unique connections and methods, and they will always know some important news that can definitely attract the public's attention in advance of the outside world information. In fact, these people, like the agents and spies of the British Military Intelligence Agency and the American FBI, make a living by selling intelligence. In the past 3 years, the reason why Barbara has quickly become one of the few people in England to reach the top of the football reporter pyramid is due to these carefully selected downlines. As a smart woman, Barbara had actually considered this situation when she was developing informants, so the informants she has cooperated with in the past 3 years have all been carefully selected by her in the informant industry. A leader with an excellent reputation, and the news purchase fee paid by Barbara can be said to be the highest in the football reporter industry. But Barbara couldn't figure it out at all. Of the 34 informants, 33 betrayed her, and the only remaining one who did not betray her was simply because that person was Barbara's biological sister. You must know that any golden informant in the industry attaches great importance to his or her professional reputation, because once the informant has a record of betrayal like today's so-called betrayal, no matter how accurate or shocking inside information you have provided before, and no football reporter will choose to trust you again. This kind of behavior is tantamount to destroying your own job. But today, all this actually happened. And it happened to her, sitting in the office. Barbara was lost in thought. Just at this time, dear, what is going on? Why is there such a thing as qualifying? Bruce Janet. Barbara hurriedly came to the office door with a look of surprise on her face. I have seen that the news in your column in the past 2 days has been continuously proven by other newspapers to be fabricated and maliciously framed. My dear, why did you make such an unforgivable mistake? Standing up and closing the door of the office, facing her sister's questioning, Barbara showed a wry smile. Do you find it incredible? Because except for you, all the other informants betrayed me. When 33 people were originally people who would never deceive you come together to deceive you. How can you know the truth and lies? In response to the incredulous look on her sister Bruce Janet's face, Barbara handed her a stack of newspapers on her desk and said, look at this first. I'm in big trouble this time. Janet took the documents handed over by her sister and looked at them one by one carefully. The first was a column by David Nugent, a reporter for the Sunday Telegraph. The article used the harshest terms to criticize Barbara's report on November 3rd about the Tottenham Hotspur striker's popularity. The report that Fu beat his girlfriend in a bar was seriously inaccurate, and evidence was given. Janet knew this reporter named David Nugent. This 45-year-old man, like his sister, was one of the football reporters at the top of the English football pyramid. There are many conflicts between Bala and Barra. The second piece of information is an article titled Who is Demonizing the Premier League? Written by Hunter Landreth, editor-in-chief of The Mirror. The lines of the article are alluding to a woman called Premier League nightmare Bruce Barber. Barra has spared no effort in criticizing the Premier League culture in the past 3 years, maliciously slandering the despicable deeds of players and coaches in the Premier League. The third piece of material was published by the Sun deputy editor-in-chief Paul Jesson. This guy, known as England's #1 football commentator, revealed after personally interviewing 6 or 7 witnesses that Bruce Barbaro was in the middle of the night. The despicable deeds of creating a trap to frame Newcastle stars Lucas Podolski and Juan Mata a few months ago. Paul Jesson's article included Barbara's interview in the issue, titled Who Made Them Fall? The interview records of the parties shown in the photos in the column prove that the so-called incident of drunken prostitution by Podolski and Juan Mata was completely a conspiracy. Several women in the photos confirmed to Paul Jesson that the incident was true. It was Bruce Barbaro who used money to instigate them to seduce the drunken Podolski and cooperate with her in taking photos. Among them, the woman who was close to Juan Mata was confirmed to be the girlfriend of the Spanish star and was actually detained. Became a prostitute. At the end of the article, Paul Jesson strongly criticized Barbara's approach, which was a hateful and framed act that seriously lost professional ethics. The fourth material is from the Newcastle Post. The fifth material is the Sunday Express. The sixth piece of information. Even the Financial Times was involved in this controversy. The last piece of material was a letter of dismissal from the management of the Times to Bruce Barbaro. They believed that Barbara's behavior had seriously affected the reputation of the Times and caused immeasurable losses to the newspaper. Bruce Janet watched all this with her eyes wide open and didn't know what to say. She obviously has a deep understanding of what kind of dilemma her proud, beautiful and self-respecting sister is facing now. If things develop even worse, maybe Barbara can say goodbye to the football reporter, an industry she loves so much, and start another career. Just get high. Why is this happening? Janet is also a smart girl. After thinking for a while, she immediately understood something. She casually brushed her long fiery red hair and a glimmer of light flashed in her beautiful big blue eyes. Dear sister, isn't it? Is someone deliberately targeting you? There must be someone behind it. There is no doubt about it. Barbara pushed up the black frame on the bridge of her nose, her eyes flashing with hatred. The only thing that makes me confused is who has so much energy and can actually make those 33 gold medal threads appear at the same time. People are willing to destroy their own reputations to frame me. The information I received from the informants who had been cooperating for 3 years 10 days ago were all lies. I began to live in a world built by lies, and these lies were reported continuously in my column as facts for a long time. At This point, Barbara's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked up at her biological sister and asked eagerly, "Janet, have any strangers contacted you recently?" As smart as Bruce Barbara, it suddenly occurred to him that if someone was behind the scenes, then since the mastermind had contacted 33 of his 34 informants, his own sister should also have received relevant invitations. As long as he could, if she finds out the mastermind behind the scenes, there is still a chance for her to recover everything by following the clues. But to Barbara's dismay, Janet slowly shook her head. "Dear sister, I know what you are thinking, but I have never received any invitation from strangers to provide you with false information. If I had, I might have alerted you at that time." Barbara thought about it. The sisterly relationship between herself and Janet was not a secret. Since the mastermind behind the scenes was so powerful that he could clearly trace his 33 informants, he must also know that he and Janet the relationship. Someone who can make such a seamless frame-up plan will never go to his biological sister and make such a mistake to alert the snake. Thinking of this, Barbara's heart slowly sank. She had to admit that she met a terrifying opponent this time. He was thoughtful, but also adopted roguelike methods regardless of the situation. Such an opponent who would do whatever it takes to achieve his goals was definitely the most troublesome figure. I don't know why, but instead of feeling worried or frustrated, Bruce Barbara felt a faint sense of stimulation and excitement of meeting an opponent. Such a challenge stimulated the blood in her body that contained the adventurous and rebellious factors, making her she is obsessed with this feeling. At this time, Janet, who was leaning on the desk and thinking with a frown, suddenly thought of something. She raised her head and asked, "My dear, are those people you have provoked deliberately retaliating against you?" This. Barbara shook her head, after thinking for a while, and a few strands of black hair fell from behind her glasses frame and rested on her face. "You know, I have offended countless people in the past 3 years. It's impossible to find out if you start from this aspect." Seeing that her sister denied her idea, Janet simply clapped her hands, threw the pile of newspapers and materials in her hand on the desk, and said with a smile, "Okay, dear sister, this is better. You are in the media world now. My reputation has become as bad as mine in the men's world. Let's say goodbye to this dirty environment and change jobs. Speaking of which, you are 28 years old this year. You should also find a boyfriend to experience the work. A woman's happy life." Barbara smiled at her beautiful sister, who had an astonishingly open personality, and began to collect the files and personal belongings in her office. The opponent behind the scenes succeeded, and she had to leave the Times to start a new life starting today. However, Barbara was not worried. With her ability and reputation, as long as she stepped out of the Times building, she would definitely be able to start a new life. Countless newspapers and media companies are vying to send letters of appointment. For her, it's just a change of working environment. I have to admit, this behind the scenes opponent who designed to frame me is really crazy. Wait, what did you think of just now? Crazy? Barbara suddenly froze, her eyes fixed firmly on the pile of newspaper materials that Janet had just thrown on her desk. In the article by Paul Jason, deputy editor of The Sun, the English word Newcastle appeared in a flash of lightning flashed in her mind. At this moment, this smart and proud woman suddenly couldn't help but think of a name that was very familiar to English people. Crazily. Thanks to Bookworm, 9Z Lord of the Gods, I Love Smoking and Drinking, Bright Judge, Greedy Phantom V-Boy, Ziaroigwe for their award support. Thank you brothers for your subscription, recommendation, and monthly ticket support. Thank you. Chapter 384 Conspiracy and Sword Test. When Barbara suddenly remembered Crazy Lee Tongfan was also thinking about this proud English woman in the office. In the head coach's office at the oldly rigged Burton training base, there are 2 photos of Bruce Barbara that Lee Tongfan had cut out from newspapers. These 2 photos represent the relationship between the two. A little grudge. And after a while Lee Tongfan smiled proudly at the photo, then without hesitation reached out and tore it off, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. The grudge is over, because the news about Premier League nightmare's dismissal from the Times had long been reported by the media at this time, causing a stir in the city. For Lee Tongfan, this hateful woman has received the punishment she deserves, and she can't kill without a nod. At least this time the grudges have been settled. As for the next time, there really will be a next time. Let's talk about it. After all, Leoli is a football coach. If he continues to play tricks with a football reporter, it would be putting the cart before the horse and losing his identity. In fact, to be honest, Lee Tongfan really didn't have any other bad thoughts about this woman. On the contrary, if she hadn't instigated a few prostitutes in the bar to frame Podolsky and Juan Mata, Leoli might have been more interested in this person who used his own ability to climb into the jungle in just 3 years. I have some respect for this smart woman at the top of the Premier League football journalist field who is known for her rules. However, now that the two of them are on opposite sides, Leoli, who has no mercy whatsoever, naturally doesn't mind using the same despicable method to give Barbara a nightmare. Since this woman used shameless conspiracy methods to frame Podolsky and Juan Mata, facing such an enemy, Lee Tongfan will not be stupid enough to reason with the opponent. You will play dirty tricks, and so will I. Meeting. Treat others in their own way. This is the rule of life that Lee Tongfan has always believed in. The 33 golden informants of Bruce Barbara were indeed bribed by Lee Tongfan under the arrangement of dog-headed military advisor Tolosi Tang. Barbara originally bribed the 3 prostitutes in the bar to frame Podolsky and Juan Mata's 2 hammers cost a total of £1,000, and it turns out that for the professionalism of Barbara's so-called golden informant, each one is only the price of 3 prostitutes combined. It can be seen that in many cases, men can become prostitutes, as long as you can afford the price. In the past 10 days, these informants have provided Barbara with a total of 24 pieces of information according to Tolosi Tang's plan, half of which are true and half of which are false, and the 12 pieces of information are cleverly fabricated. At least 5 of the fake news items were reported by Barbara in her personal column without hesitation. Just these 5 pieces of carefully crafted falsehoods, more dangerous than a trap set by the best Eskimo bear trapper, were enough to cost Barbara her job at the Times. Leoli is very proud. Don't you, Barbara, like to frame others? I will let you frame enough at one time. London Times headquarters building, 16th floor. Suddenly enlightened, Bruce Barbara reached out to pick up the Sun newspaper from the table, and then carefully read the newspaper word for word under the unclear eyes of her sister Janet. At this moment, Barbara felt more and more that this matter seemed to have something to do with Crazy Lee. As a smart woman, her intuition told her over and over again that there was absolutely nothing wrong with this feeling, because only Crazy Lee would be so crazy. In the past period of time, Barbara has carefully studied Crazy Lee, the new national idol of England, and believes that she has analyzed the character of Crazy Lee very thoroughly. Although many people in the media have used the words wisdom and smart, the words full of courage, observer, genius, coach and born for football have described this mysterious Chinese man. However, Barbara always stubbornly believed that only 2 words could best describe Madman Lee: crazy. There is no doubt that only the word crazy is the most appropriate portrayal of Crazy Lee. Looking at the past 2 years and 24 months, since the birth of Crazy Lee Henkang in 2006 and his incredible rise to prominence in Real Madrid, which move did this young Chinese man make that does not seem extremely crazy? Introducing unheard of players from the Croatian League, which is not popular in Europe, as the main force of the Galacticos. Transformed David Beckham, who the world thought could only play as a right midfielder, into a defensive midfielder. A crazy counter-attack when one player was missing, and the score was behind in the Spanish El Clasico. Promoting a known Juan Mata and Ed from the reserves. After Marcelo was injured, he yelled at reporters without any grace. After reaching the peak that a head coach can reach, he suddenly resigned from the Galacticos, taking flaws, a media personality who has always been against him, to court. Taking over the England team under huge pressure, unexpectedly took over the Magpie Newcastle. In the past 2 years, all the things that Crazy Lee has done are not things that a normal person would dare to do. Therefore, in Barbara's view, the word crazy cannot be used to describe Crazy Lee. What? Moreover, when he was in Real Madrid, Flores, a well-known figure in the Spanish media and editor-in-chief of Mundo Deportivo, was fooled by Madman Lee in a crazy way, which ruined Flores' career. it can be seen that this Chinese has a vengeful character and crazy methods. Not only did I report the prostitution incident of Newcastle stars Podolski and Juan Mata, but I also used the most intense words to criticize Madman Lee in my columns many times. So, Madman Lee definitely has the motive to retaliate against me. While packing up her personal belongings with her beautiful sister Janet, Barbara quickly outlined in her mind, trying to restore the truth behind this matter. At this moment, Barbara simply regarded herself as a female version of Sherlock Holmes. And when all her personal belongings in the office were packed up 10 minutes later, Barbara finally dared to be 100% sure this incident must have been done by Madman Lee. At this point, this proud and smart woman had to admit, although Madman Lee had only been in England for a little over a year, his power in English football had far exceeded her imagination. For this man known as the god on the football field, it was easy to make 33 gold medal informants perform infernal affairs, which was a self-destructive professional reputation, either with money or some other means. In any case, in the field of English football, few people could resist the temptation from this Chinese devil. What made Barbara feel unwilling this time was that Madman Lee's conspiracy was flawless. Even though she knew that it was Madman Lee who was behind her plotting to frame her, she had no idea. Ben couldn't find any evidence in her favor to fight back. He walked out of the office with his sister Janet, holding his personal belongings in a cardboard box. The colleagues outside looked at Barbara with a responsible look. Some gloated, some showed regret, some looked at the office behind her with drooling mouths, and some bowed their heads and pretended to be busy and ignored. Haha, isn't this Miss Bruce Barbara, who is known as the best reporter in the company? A young man with golden hair in a straight blue suit stood up from his own small desk space with a playful expression on his face. Oh, everyone, come and see. The greatest reporter in the universe in the 21st century was abandoned by the company. Does anyone know why? Question mark? Barbara raised her head proudly, as if facing an invisible air, and passed by the young man with a wisp of fragrance. This guy was called Weber Stern, who was once Barbara's pursuer, and now was obviously doing shameless behavior. Seeing that he was ignored by Barbara like a clown, Weber Stern was angry. Old maid, before he finished speaking, a black leather bag appeared from nowhere, drew a charming arc in the air, and hit him hard on the head. At this moment, amid the exclamations of everyone in the hall, the beautiful Bruce Janet swung her leather bag fiercely and launched an inhumane attack on poor Weber Stern. At the end, he kicked Stern's crotch hard. Arsehole, bastard, shameless coward, if you have the guts, let your damn private lawyer come to me. Humph. In the dumbfounded eyes of the reporters in the entire work hall, the violent female warrior Janet was pulled by Barbara and disappeared in the elevator. After leaving the headquarters of the Times, the cool winter breeze blew through Barbara's black hair. Looking at the big sister coming and going, this strong woman finally couldn't help feeling a chill deep into her bones. When she turned around and looked back at the magnificent building where she had worked for 3 years for the last time, Barbara had to admit that Mad Lee did give her an unforgettable lesson that she would never forget. Do you regret provoking Mad Lee? There was indeed a little bit. Maybe it was a mistake to provoke him in the first place. But Barbara would not admit her failure just like that. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed elegantly came over with a smile under Bruce Janet's unfriendly gaze and took the initiative to hand over a business card. Miss Barbara, I'm Keith Rupert, the CEO of The Sun. I think you would like to join. You don't have to say it, I'll join. Barbara interrupted the middle-aged man Rupert's words without hesitation. The Sun? It sounds like a good platform. Crazy Lee, we will have contact one day. Wait, Barbara will not give up so easily. Lee Tongfan, the story between us will be very exciting. Very exciting. Maybe it is dangerous to be remembered by a crazy and proud woman, but Leo Lee did not take it to heart at all. In fact, this shameless and stuffy man was even thinking about whether he should give Barbara some hints to tell her who is taking revenge on him. Because taking revenge on someone without letting the other party know who is taking revenge on him is definitely a complete failure. But Leo Lee has no time to fight with a woman who he thinks is proud and stupid, because the Italian Serie A powerhouse Lazio has come to Newcastle from the Apennine Peninsula. The second leg of the League Cup is approaching, and the smoke of gunpowder at St. James Park has begun to burn. November 6th. The stands of St. James Park turned into a black and white raging wave, and the huge sound waves were like thousands of Boeing 747s hovering over the stadium. Tonight, this is the nightmare place of Italians. At this time, the game had reached the 44th minute of the first half. Michael Owen was cheering for his second goal on the field, and the terrifying enthusiasm of 60,000 Newcastle fans after the nuclear bomb explosion was like a mushroom cloud. The score on the field was 2:1. Newcastle 2:1. Lazio, the home team of the Magpies, finally overtook the score. This game had a nightmare start for Newcastle, who was determined to take advantage of the home court and sweep the opponent. Lazio's 21-year-old Argentine striker Zarat blasted the gate of the Magpies goalkeeper Hugo Lloris in the first shot of the whole game. It was a world wave 45 meters away from the goal. Lee Tongfan had learned about this small Argentine forward through the FM 2009 system before the game. Satra's potential ability is 180 and current ability is 170. He is a smart forward with strong personal skills and physical fitness. He likes to rely on his own abilities to solve problems, often fights alone, and still retains some personal heroism from the South American League. Originally, such a person is not to be feared in the European League. That emphasizes the overall, but Serrat's personal ability is so strong that any head coach has to pay attention to him. The shocking world wave that Serrat played after the start of this game is proof. However, players with strong personal abilities may be able to score goals, but it is difficult for them to help a team win. After Newcastle strengthened the defense against the Argentine forward, Serrat soon fell into a struggle with Makalal. For Lee Tongfan, in addition to trying his best to get points in the UEFA Cup group stage, the most important thing in this game is to observe the specific functions and effects of the new function launched by the FM 2009 system database, Tactical Package. According to the FM system, Tactical Package can improve the winning rate of a certain game, but the premise must be that the tactical package you choose has a restraining effect on the enemy's tactics, which is a test of Lee Tongfan's tactical ability and knowledge. Therefore, Lazio, whose average strength is almost the same as Newcastle, is obviously the best whetstone for Lee Tongfan to test his sword. From the first second of the game, Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines and kept observing Lazio's tactics, and based on his understanding of the game, he kept switching the 6 most common standard tactical packages he bought before the game, including 4-4 to attack tactical package, 4-3-3 attack tactical package, 4-2-3-1 defensive counter-attack tactical package. 10 minutes before the game, Lee Tongfan used 4-3-3 attack tactical package. The result was that the team ignored defense due to full-scale attack and was scored by Serrat. But in the 9th minute, Lee Tongfan quickly used the super attacking ability of this tactical package, and Michael Owen headed in across from Juan Mata, tying the score to 1:1. 10 minutes later, Lee Tongfan changed the team's tactics to a more balanced 4-4 to attacking tactical package, and in the 44th minute of the first half, Owen received a through ball from Alan Smith and successfully scored a goal with a single shot after offside. In the 90 minutes of this League Cup match, Lee Tongfan used 6 different types of tactical packages, purchased from the FM 2009 system database in turn, constantly summarizing the gains and losses, and finally mastered some tips on using the tactical package. First of all, after purchasing the tactical package, the system will pop up a reminder box before any game to ask whether to use the tactical package. In the game point, if you select yes, then as long as the formation and related changes you choose in the real game are adapted to any tactical package, it will automatically have a certain probability of affecting the outcome of the game. In other words, the use of tactical package is similar to free points and has passive properties. If you select no before the game, then no matter how you change the team's tactics and formation in the real game, it has nothing to do with the tactical package in the FM 2009 system. Secondly, it must be pointed out that the tactical package and the system simulation function cannot be used at the same time. In other words, if you choose to use the Tactical package. Before the game, you cannot use the system simulation function. After the real game is over, the score will be automatically generated in the FM 2009 system according to the result of the real game. The result of this game ended with Newcastle's 4-3 victory over Lazio at home. For Newcastle, Nicolas Gigi and Ronaldo, who came off the bench in the second half, scored a goal each, while Lazio veteran Rossi scored twice in the second half. Although it was a narrow victory, Tongfan himself was very satisfied, because he had basically figured out how to use a tactical package. In the days when he left the FM 2009 system simulation function, he mastered the power of the tactical package and had an extra insurance when facing the next strong opponent, Chelsea. However, the media and fans seemed to be dissatisfied, because from the scene, if Ronaldo hadn't relied on his personal ability to continuously cycle on the edge of the penalty area to stun Lazio defender Lichtsteiner and then scored a low goal with a long shot, it is estimated that the Magpies would have had to accept a draw at home. At least from the state, Newcastle is far from the last away game when it overturned the Red Devils Manchester United. What's even more strange is that Madley, who has always been known for his on-the-spot command, was also confusing in this game. He kept changing the team's tactics inexplicably in the 90 minutes, and some changes even seemed to have nothing to do with the situation on the field. Are Newcastle and Madley both sick? Newcastle's strange performance made a person so happy that he almost wanted to go to the Vatican to worship God, because it seemed that his chance had come, thanks to Futures Ujb 888, Agent Code G8, Shina Alangzixia Kanha, and Mala for their support. Friendly and irresponsible recommendation of the new book of this book friend, Chronicles of the Maldives Continent, book number 1762309. Introduction. A guy who combines rogues and scoundrels unexpectedly came to a different world similar to the ancient Tang dynasty. What kind of things can he do? Let's wait and see. This book is just a tribute to beast blood boiling. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, Brutal Collision and Critical Moment. Force. Referee Dilbert's whistle was like a charge on a battlefield, filled with gunpowder smoke. In an instant, blue and black and white collided like two countercurrents without showing any signs of weakness. The focus of this round of the Premier League, the battle at St. James Park, begins. Scullery, who was almost cornered, had his last fight in this game, so Big Phil deployed almost all the main players he could rely on. Goalkeeper check Gibbons set point. The four defenders from left to right are Ashley Cole, John Terry, Carvalho and Basingwa point. In terms of the midfielder, Ghana Buffalo, Essene, and Nigeria Lion. Mickle form an African black muscular Ryan Gate that can advance, attack, retreat and defend. The other two offensive midfielders are the Blues' miraculous Frank Lampard and the Portuguese superstar Deco, who just transferred from Barcelona this season. On the front line, Big Monster, Didier Drogba, and Little Monster, Nicolas Anelka played hand in hand, charging into the battle for Scullery. Chelsea's strategy is to attack with all their strength from the first second of the game. Therefore, less than 0.01 seconds after referee Dilbert's whistle fell, Chelsea, under the strict supervision of coach Luis Felipe Scolari, was like the Nile water flowing out of the Aswan Dam. The momentum rushed towards the Magpie Legion's camp, because for Big Phil Scolari, the 90 minutes of this game are like a 2-year reprieve sentenced to death by owner Abramovich. If Chelsea cannot win a game within 90 minutes, if he wins, then he will be executed immediately by the man from the Siberian wilderness. Therefore, Scolari cannot afford to waste every second of this game. The tactics he adopts can only and must be an all-out attack type. Tongfan stood on the sidelines and saw all this clearly, the corners of his mouth curved in triumph. Leoli had long expected that this old Brazilian man, who was roasted on the outside and tender on the inside, would definitely take such a risk-taking offensive. It seems that I guessed it right. Thinking of this, Leoli did not hesitate at all. He stood on the sidelines and waved his hand to immediately ask the Magpies to avoid his attack. The formation changed into a 4-2-3-1 defensive counter-attack formation. The basis of this formation is the 4-2-3-1 defensive counter-attack tactical package, purchased from the FM 2009 system database by spending character points. Since Laoli chose to use the tactical package function during the game before the game, in this game where the FM 2009 system cannot be simulated, Lee Tongfan's biggest trump card is the ingenious application of the tactical package. It can be said that, as long as Lee Tongfan can timely and correctly switch the tactical pack according to the changes in the game situation on the field, then the new function of the FM 2009 database, tactical pack, will magically increase the probability of winning the game. His appearance is revealed in football in seconds, since switching between different tactical packages requires relatively high positional abilities of the starting 11. The starting lineup sent by Lee Tongfan in this game was also carefully considered. The veteran Makelele, who had been starting in the previous games and performed well, unexpectedly sat on the bench, while teenagers Fernando Gago and Sami Khedira teamed up to guard the Magpies midfield. The main reason why Lee Tongfan arranged the starting lineup in this way is because veteran Makelele's passing is too mediocre, and the Frenchman's attribute of only appearing in the midfielder position makes his contribution to the Magpies' offensive end limited, and with Laoli frequently changing the team's tactics and using different tactical packages, Makelele, who has a single and rigid position, is likely to become the Magpies' weakness and flaw. In contrast, German youngster Sami Khedira and Argentinian genius Fernando Gago have more balanced abilities. They have good strength on both offense and defense, and they should be on the first choice list. In addition to the midfielder position, Brazilian fullback Marcelo has accumulated yellow cards and is suspended, so Eastern European Ronaldinho, Yuri Zirkov has a greater chance of starting. Steven Taylor and Mitchell Manziani partnered to form the main centre-back combination, and the right back is still the 18-year-old Italian teenager David Thornton, who is becoming more and more mature and stable. Angel wings, Juan Mata, Lucas Podolski, who scored a stunning free kick at Old Trafford in the last round, and Alan Smith form a front court trio. Lightning killer Michael Owen appeared alone at the forefront of the team, thrusting into the heart of the Blues Chelsea like a sword that was as cold as lightning. The game was in full swing amidst the deafening cheers and shouts of the fans in the stands, because Lee Tongfan asked the Magpies to retreat to the backcourt and wait for opportunities to defend and counter-attack. Chelsea, the blue team who fought desperately, gradually gained an advantage on the scene. This situation was originally expected by Lee Tongfan, but as the game progressed, Laoli gradually became a little worried, because the game began to go out of Lee Tongfan's expected track, and the Magpie Legion changed from pretending to be grandson to pretending to be grandson. The changing trend of true son TZU. On the field point at the 8th minute of the game, Chelsea had a clear advantage in possession of the ball. Deco, the Portuguese midfielder whom Brazilian old man Luis Scolari trusts most, is obviously the core of Chelsea's organisation in this game, so much so that even Magic Lampard's space was forced by him to the right midfielder position, although Scolari's tactical arrangement exposed Lampard's weakness of lack of breakthrough ability and greatly weakened the offensive power of the Magic Lamp. On the contrary, Deco's passing and control ability was reused. Newcastle's intentional clubhouse was fully exploited. The Portuguese, who have been given important responsibilities, are frequently creating threats. In the 9th minute, Deco faked a long shot with the ball and deceived Magpies midfielder Khedira to turn around and block the ball with his back, but suddenly he sent a through ball. Didier Drogba, the Cote d'Ivoire monster who understood this clearly, used his body to squeeze away the defense of Steven Taylor and Manziani, and then violently shot from a long distance. Fortunately, the 21-year-old young French national goalkeeper Hugo Lloris managed to block the ball and barely push the football over the bottom line. Chelsea's attack shocked the more than 60,000 Newcastle fans in the stands. Lee Tongfan on the sidelines was also shocked and broke into a cold sweat. In this scene, Drogba made full use of his physical advantages. The violent aesthetics of the Iron Army in the Mourinho era faintly flashed a fatal light. The one who takes the corner kick is still Deco, who has superb footwork. The whistle sounded, and a white arc like a bent steel wire went straight from the corner to the back of Newcastle's goal. John Terry jumped high and beat his former junior brother Manziani with a header. Deco took a corner kick from behind. Terry headed the goal. Danger. The ball went in. Oops, I'm sorry, I saw it wrong. The football hit the side net. From this angle it looks like the ball is rushing into the net. Newcastle's active retrenchment gave Chelsea many opportunities. Drogba and Terry's continuous threats to attack the goal gave the Magpies playing at home a big showdown, facing the Blues' muscular forest in the center. With the attacking combination in the front court, Newcastle's young technical players struggled to defend. As the commentator said, as the game progressed, the situation on the field was a bit unexpected for Leoli. Originally, Newcastle was already in a 4-2-3-1 defense and counter-attack formation with two midfielders. Tongfan invested a lot of troops in defense, but Chelsea was able to frequently threaten the team with such simple tactical coordination. The City gate is a bit unjustifiable, and it is worth mentioning that Tongfan is using a tactical package that can improve the Magpie Legion's winning rate, so there should not be such a passive situation. What went wrong? Strange. However, before finding out the real reason, Leoli's top priority is to make some effective adjustments to avoid being taken advantage of by the Blues to score. Thinking of this, Tongfan came to the sidelines and shouted loudly and gestured, allowing the German midfielder Sami Khedira, who has a stronger running ability, to conduct strict one-on-one man-to-man defense against Chelsea's core player Deco. Leoli's idea is very simple. Since you are using the playmaker tactic, I will freeze your patience first and see what you do. Tongfan's emergency adjustment played a certain role. Deco is not a midfielder with superb breakthrough ability like his former teammate Ronaldinho, so once he gets entangled in the opponent's defensive players, the effect will be great reduce. However, Newcastle's disadvantage has not completely disappeared. 14th minute. Chelsea launched another wave of offensive. After midfielder Ghana Buccero's Essien took possession of the ball, he saw that Deco, the core player on the field, arranged by Coach Scolari, was looked down upon by the opponent's defensive players. He did not choose to follow the pre-match coaching staff again. The tactics required passing the football to Deco, but he dribbled the ball away from Newcastle midfielder Alan Smith's defense and drove straight into Huang Long. This sudden change obviously suffocated the operation of Newcastle's defensive system. By the time the Magpie Warriors reacted, Ghana Buccero's had already approached about 10 meters in front of Newcastle's penalty area, and Fernando Gago immediately stepped forward to press. Boom. There was a loud noise on the field, but it turned out that he was carrying the ball to the advancing Ghana Buccero's. When Essien saw Gago approaching, he did not choose to pass the ball or fake a move to shake people, but adopted the most brutal method. Crash, move the football forward vigorously, then quickly follow up and kick hard before Gago makes a clearance. At this moment, there were red feet, blue feet, and a football that had been deformed by the impact. Right feet. This is the most direct showdown of power. It is obvious that, whether it is weight or height, whether it is muscles or skin color, whether it is momentum or preparation, whether it is the thickness of calves or thighs, Fernando Gago is not the same as Ghanaian Bucero, Essien level. So, in the next moment, Gago flew out involuntarily. It was like being hit by a terrifying force. But Ghana Bucero, Essien firmly protected the football at his feet. After a slight pause, terrifying power erupted from his body, like a black Ferrari that stepped on the accelerator and shot out instantly. 3 seconds later, a black whirlwind appeared in the arc of the Magpies' penalty area with an undisguised cold and murderous aura. Danger. Essien broke through Alan Smith and Fernando Gago. He can shoot directly from this distance. He has already taken a shooting posture. On the field. The steel nails on his left shoe stepped hard into the green grass to support the weight of his whole body. His right calf swung high with his heel almost touching his buttocks. His arms swung forward and backward, and his whole body stretched like a supergiant bow pulled to the full moon and ready to go. This is the prelude to shooting. A powerful shot from the Ghanaian Buffalo, SYN, who passed two people with full momentum. Faced with such a huge threat, little Superman, Stephen Taylor did not hesitate to fly forward to block immediately. At this moment, SYN, who looked like a strong African gorilla, had a mocking smile on his face, and then, amid the exclamations of more than 60,000 Newcastle fans in the stands, he swung his right foot hard, just as it was about to touch the football. Suddenly, the shot turned into a push, an extremely gentle push, just like a gentle and virtuous wife brushing the dust off the shoulders of her husband who returned home after work. SYN's right foot gently sent the football out. Not a shot, it was a pass. Lee Tongfan's pupils shrank sharply at this moment. Many people will be confused by the rough appearance of Ghanaian Buffalo, SYN, and subconsciously think that this sturdy black midfielder is a beast-type player who relies on his body to make a living. But in fact, SYN's footwork is no worse than those breakthrough maniacs on the green field. In the Mourinho era, SYN even performed the One Dragon show many times. Today, will it be another One Dragon? In the Newcastle penalty area, the white football cut into the gap left by Stephen Taylor after being lured, and a blue figure entered the penalty area with the football. Drogba, the terrifying Ivorian monster Didier Drogba, who chooses people to devour. The exclamation and trembling of St. James Park reached its peak at this moment. Even a 3-year-old child understood how terrifying it was to let a centre forward like Drogba flash past the centre back and cut into the penalty area in the chaos that is almost synonymous with scoring a goal. Stephen Taylor turned around in a panic. Zerkov and Ashley Cole stabbed at Drogba like two sharp knives, and Manzini, the other central defender closest to Drogba, rushed over with his shoulders less than half as thick as Drogba, like a moth that rushed into the fire without hesitation. Lee Tongfan clenched his fists on the sidelines. There is no systematic advance push for this game. He doesn't know whether Newcastle people will laugh or Chelsea people will cry in the next moment. The second update of 4,000 words. Thanks, I wild boy, I love 888, Zajb 888, and Uwuno GG for their awards and support. Thank you for the continuous rewards and support from I'm Not a Guest. Thank you brothers and sisters. Chapter 386, Playing Style and Morale. Call. Manziani gasped nervously and slammed his shoulder into Warcraft. Drogba, who was dribbling the ball to shoot at such a critical moment. Manziani's brain remained highly alert. He grasped the size of this collision very accurately. As long as he didn't knock his opponent away and only slightly disrupted Drogba's shooting rhythm, he could almost certainly help Newcastle escape this disaster. Many times, the referee will not award a penalty kick in this situation. However, many times the idea is reasonable, but the reality is cruel. The moment his shoulder touched Drogba's body, the calm expression on Manziani's face suddenly turned into shock, a kind of surprise that was caught off guard and regretful, because he felt as if he had hit an iron plate. Except for the pain in his shoulders, he was unable to shake the world of Warcraft Drogba at all. At this moment, young player Manzini suddenly realized, misstep. The Newcastle youngster finally realized that he had overlooked a crucial key point, and it was this key point that made his seemingly impeccable defensive plan a tragic failure. That is, the difference between his power and Drogba's power is too far in the FM 2009 system. Drogba's strength attribute value of the Cote d'Ivoire monster is a full value of 20, while Manzini's strength attribute value can only reach the full value after more than 4 months of deliberate training by Lee Tongfan 15. Therefore, under Manziani's collision, Warcraft Drogba did not even stagger, but bounced Manziani away, and the football was instantly kicked out by Drogba with great force. Boom. Near the penalty spot, Drogba fired a powerful volley. The football was as fast as teleporting. Hugo Lloris had no time to react. The referee's whistle had already sounded. The ball went in ! 1:0 goal. G-O-A-L. Goal. Drogba. The ball went in. Warcraft's third shot of the game finally broke through Newcastle's goal. In the 18th minute of the game, the score became 1:0. Chelsea, playing away from home, turned away and scored the first goal in the 18th minute of the game. The St. James Park Stadium was filled with such overwhelming boos that every blade of grass on the lawn trembled and bowed its head at the huge wave of sound coming from all directions, faced with such a crazy home atmosphere. Chelsea players who were ecstatic about scoring a goal did not dare to run to the sidelines to celebrate. Unruly players like Drogba just stood there and faced the crazy surging crowd. The stands waved their fists. At St. James Park on November 9th, only one person was celebrating unscrupulously, and as if no one else was around, Luis Felipe Scolari, the Chelsea coach, rushed to the sideline and started dancing from the moment he scored, performing a senior crazy version of samba. Although behind the old Brazilian man, tens of thousands of Newcastle fans' middle fingers, tens of thousands of ferocious faces, and the rain of debris fell one after another, adding a discordant tune to his samba dance. But all this did not. There is no stopping Scolari from venting his excitement. Scored, one step closer to winning the game. As long as he can defeat Madmanly in this stadium, all the media and football experts who have criticized him with disdain and ridicule will have to lower their noble heads and kiss their toes in the most humble way. At this moment, Scolari could not help but imagine in his mind the exhilarating scene of his old man scolding, "Thank you," at the post-match press conference, and angrily scolding a bunch of villain reporters who only see the wind and make things worse. And the other side point, Lee Tongfan actually jumped up with excitement the moment Drogba scored, laughed, and danced. Even crazier than the Brazilian old man Luis Felipe Scolari. What happened? The Newcastle coaches behind Leoli looked at their boss in stunned silence. They couldn't figure out why Lee Tongfan was so happy after being scored by the opponent. There is no doubt that if Lee Tongfan was not the head coach of Newcastle, the big boss who holds more than half of the team's shares, and the savior who brings hope for the team's revival, if it weren't for the above, I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible. In just 3 seconds, the stuff thrown down from the stands can bury the sultry man in it. Assistant coach Alan Shearer turned 360 degrees and scanned the surroundings with suspicion. After not discovering anything hilarious, he cautiously walked over, patted Lee Tongfan on the shoulder, and asked with concern, "Lee, are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to ask the team doctor to take a look at you first?" As he said that, Alan Shearer put the back of his hand on Leoli's forehead. It seemed that the assistant coach wanted to know if Lee Tongfan had a fever, or was infected with some other illness, such as after being bitten by a dog. Lee Tongfan was stunned. I immediately looked at Alan Shearer, then turned my head to look at the coaching staff members who also looked concerned, and the group of stunned and bewildered fans on the coaching bench. I immediately understood what everyone was thinking. Guys, don't look at me like that. Don't worry, I'm not sick, but I just found a way to contain Chelsea. Haha, let's let Uncle Scolari be arrogant for a while. I'm afraid that after the game, he won't have the energy to cry, even if he wants to. Well, hahaha. At this point, Lee Tongfan suddenly couldn't help but laugh wildly with his hands and feet raised to the sky. TSK. The concerned expressions on the faces of Alan Shearer and the coaching staff disappeared instantly, and they all raised their middle fingers and cast contemptuous eyes at the crazy back. However, everyone's worries about falling behind in the score disappeared instantly after this outrageous conversation. In fact, Lee Tongfan did think of the crux of the Newcastle scene. All the reasons can be described in 2 words, that is body momentum. First of all, the gap between Newcastle and Chelsea in physical strength is too big. In fact, it is not just Newcastle. Looking at the entire Premier League, there are very few teams that can withstand Chelsea in physical confrontation point. Since the madman Mourinho came to Stamford Bridge with the halo of the European Champions League champion coach, Chelsea has become a team filled with muscles. Their style of play is full of violent beauty, and the role that the body can play in football is almost interpreted to the extreme, and the characteristics of this young Newcastle are exactly the opposite of Chelsea. Almost every hammer pays more attention to technology, rather than relying on physical brute force. There are more Spanish and South American players in the team. Therefore, it can be said that Newcastle is a team that takes the same technical route as Arsenal. What is the most afraid of a technical team? Of course, it is an unreasonable physical team. The 2 styles of play are naturally incompatible. As long as one of them has a slight advantage in strength, the encounter will definitely be a crushing victory. Today's Newcastle and Chelsea represent these two styles of play, and for Newcastle, the real strength gap between them, before they really grew up, and the current Chelsea is still quite obvious. In the case of incompatible styles of play, the threat Chelsea brings to them is much greater than that of teams like Manchester United and Tottenham. This means that Lee Tong-bum can use a trick to overturn the Red Devils at Old Trafford, but he may not be able to defeat Chelsea in the same way. Since the beginning of the game, Lee Tongfan has always felt that, although he and the coaching staff made a detailed preparation plan before the game, he should have overlooked something, otherwise he would not be forced into such a mess by the Blues with the tactical package and Warcraft. Drogba repeatedly plundered the Magpies' penalty area, and Ghana Buffalo SE used the most brutal opposite foot to break Fernando Gago's backhand to find the Magpies' gap, and finally Manziani was knocked away by Drogba in the penalty area, which illuminated Lee Tongfan's mind like lightning, and made Leo Lee finally figure out the gap caused by the conflicting styles of play in an instant. In addition to the body, the two teams also had subtle changes in momentum after the game started. Chelsea's momentum soared, while Newcastle's momentum was declining bit by bit. In contrast, how could Newcastle not be in a passive situation? And it was Lee Tongfan himself who caused all this. The reason is very simple. Leo Lee's choice of using the 4-2-3-1 defensive counter-attack tactical package at the beginning of the game was wrong, and it was outrageous. Originally, Newcastle's technical route was used to fight against Chelsea, whose overall strength was slightly higher than theirs, and whose style of play was incompatible with theirs. They were already half a beat slow from the starting line. However, Leo Lee chose to let the Newcastle Hammers, who were extremely talented in attack, use their least good defense to hit the enemy's brutal attack. This is no different from attacking the enemy's strongest point with your weakest point. To put it more vividly, it is to hit someone else's fist with your own face. The harder you hit, the more painful it is. So after more than 10 minutes of fighting, Chelsea, the pitiful soldier who was fighting with his back against the water, became more and more powerful after gaining the advantage, while the confident Newcastle's morale plummeted after repeated setbacks. One rises and one falls, and the victory or defeat has been written on the electronic scoreboard after 90 minutes. Lee Tongfan, who is always good at using psychological tactics to tease his opponents, lost in the first 20 minutes. It can be said that he spent his whole life hunting geese, but in the end he was blinded by geese. The reason is probably that Lee Tongfan took the role of tactical package too seriously, but ignored some crucial details that made tactical package really work. Details determine success or failure. This is true. So, Lee Tongfan, who had been thinking hard, finally figured out the key. How can he not dance with excitement? The right medicine can solve the problem. However, the problem Lee Tongfan is facing now is how to turn the tide in a situation where his playing style is in conflict, the score is behind, and morale is declining. Thanks to XMQXJ, Mala, I love smoking and drinking, and I love taking a bath, and having good skin for the 4 brothers who have supported me. Thank you. Chapter 387, A Battle of Wits and Courage, Using Speed to Defeat Speed. The situation facing Newcastle is serious, but it is not unsolvable. You must know that the reason why Lee Tongfan was so happy was not just because he finally figured out the key to the Magpie Legion's lagging behind on the scene, but also because he figured out a way, force after the restart. Lee Tongfan made a gesture asking Newcastle players to switch from defense to offense, and the team's tactical formation also changed significantly for the first time since joining Newcastle. Alan Smith stood at the forward position in Lee Tongfan's tactics, forming a double forward partnership with Owen. The gap left by Alan Smith in the midfield was filled by the former midfielder, Argentinian genius Fernando Gago goes forward to supplement. Along with this, the other 2 midfielders, Lucas Podolski and Juan Mata, have also been boldly mentioned in Chelsea's half-field positions, becoming more active in between runs and rarely asking for both. People return to defense. In this way, Newcastle's all-out attack looks almost the same as a crazy 4-forward formation at first glance. This is Lee Tongfan's countermeasure. 4-1-1-2-2 pitch formation. At the same time, it is a realistic version of the 4-1-1-2-2 furious attack tactics pack. After the change of formation, the Magpies performed more smoothly and sharply in the offensive. The young players held back the raging anger accumulated in their hearts after being suppressed by the opponent for the first 20 minutes and fought against the Blue Army's muscle forest. Head coach Crazy Lee said before the game that when the team is attacking, they no longer need to be distracted and worry about being counter-attacked by Chelsea. They must devote 100% of their energy and physical strength. Therefore, it was less than 4 or 5 minutes after the change of formation. Newcastle's momentum is gradually rising. Although this kind of momentum is just an intangible thing, the Chelsea players on the field have a strange feeling, as if they have been stabbing a sleeping tiger with a wooden stick in the past 20 minutes, and now this tiger he was hurt by being stabbed, and he was slowly opening his murderous eyes in a daze, and he was about to lift his legs, to stand up and roar into the sky. Newcastle, which lost a goal, seemed to be awakened, and their attacks in the front court became sharper. Crazy Lee used a strange formation, with a single defensive midfielder, a single midfielder, and 2 almost pressing to the wingers in the penalty area. The 2 forwards are constantly sprinting back and forth 40 meters away from the Chelsea goal. The Magpies' front court configuration is unprecedentedly powerful, like a rumbling gravel crusher, disrupting the Blues' defensive system. It's going to be a mess courtside. The first person to become nervous after Lee Tongfan changed his lineup was Chelsea coach Luis Felipe Scolari. You must know that Crazy Lee Shengwa's unpredictable changes and on-the-spot command have buried many world-class coaches before this. Almost every game against the top coaches of the 5 major leagues will evolve into a classic in the history of European football textbook. Therefore, faced with this situation, Scolari had to guard against it. The Brazilian old man stood on the sidelines and watched intently the subtle situation of the confrontation between the 2 armies after the Magpies changed their formation, thinking about how to deal with it. On the field, Drogba used his strong body to lean on Steven Taylor when he was not in a good position, and then ended Chelsea's attack with a blast shot from the ground, but the ball was locked by Hugo Lloris. Press firmly into you. The next moment, the Magpie Legion's counter-attack began. The football thrown high by Lloris was directly thrown by the head of the young German defensive midfielder Sami Khedira to Fernando Gago further away. The commentator was stunned by the single defensive midfielder, DM, and the midfielder, MC, completed a passing match that lasted for most of the team's game. Fernando Gago, who received the football, also did not waste any time. The moment the football landed, he stopped and passed the football directly into the right front court. There, Juan Mata, who was ready to go, used an extremely delicate backup ball to wipe out the Chelsea right back Bucero, who was firmly defending behind him, tearing apart the ball. Chelsea's defensive system then swept the football down and headed straight for the Blues penalty area. Got beautiful passing action. After the Dutch Peter Pan Arjen Robben left for Madrid, the only one in the Premier League who can compete with players like Cristiano Ronaldo is the 20-year-old Juan Mata is younger than Cristiano Ronaldo, and with madmanly hair, angel wings, future is limitless. Seeing what just happened on the field, not only the Newcastle fans in the stands let out earth-shattering cheers, but even the commentator couldn't help but sigh. And on the field, Juan Mata dribbled the ball to the vicinity of Chelsea's penalty area and faced the Blues captain John Terry, who was approaching aggressively. The running frequency at his feet suddenly slowed down. At the moment when Terry was stunned by this, he raised his foot and made the pass. Boom. In the middle, a figure wearing a black sword-striped shirt jumped high and shook his head to attack the goal. The football flew towards the upper right corner of the goal with a sharp spin. This angle was very awkward for the goalkeeper to save. In critical moments, heroes show their true colors. Czech goalkeeper Petr Cech once again demonstrated his terrifying goalkeeping talent. He jumped high into the air and stretched out his long arms to lift the football over the bottom line. Newcastle wins a corner kick. The camera focused on the player who headed the goal. It was Alan Smith, the white-haired bad boy who was pushed down by Lee Tong-diem for the first time on the forward line. Alan shook his head expressionlessly, turned around and gave a thumbs up to Juan Mata, who was passing the ball, saying that the ball was passed well, and he was not sure about it. He hadn't played in this position for a long time, and he needed to take his time. Readjust. Newcastle organized a very threatening attack, and Alan Smith's header almost broke through Chelsea's goal. This was a standard quick counter-attack, from Loris throwing the football to Alan Smith shaking his head to complete the attack. The whole process only takes more than 40 seconds, and the feeling is just one word: fast. If the Magpies can continue to play such an offensive in the next game, then the game may return to the home team's track. Juan Mata takes a corner kick. Steven Taylor nodded the ball towards the goal. Unfortunately, due to Terry's personal interference, the rush to the top was not strong enough, so that the football was easily picked off by Sech. John Terry pulled up Steven Taylor, who fell to the ground, reached out and patted his national teammate on the head. As someone who played with Taylor for many games in the 2008 European Cup, Terry can deeply feel the terrifying ability of this young central defender more than anyone else. The defense just now used his whole body strength at this moment. The captain of the Blues felt an invisible pressure. Courtside point. After seeing this scene just now, Big Phil Scolari felt a little more at ease. He could see Crazy Lee's intention to change the formation. The onside commentator's scream through the imaging equipment was not wrong at all. After the change of formation, the Magpies Legion vividly reflected one word in their attack, that is quick. Complete the entire process from defense to offense to the final blow within 1 minute. Such an attack is indeed incredibly fast and makes people feel chilling. However, Scolari is not afraid. What Chelsea are least afraid of is quick attacks. The muscle forest composed of Essien, Terry, Carvalho and others in the backcourt is like a steel dam poured in front of goalkeeper Petr Cech. No matter how fast the knife cuts on this iron great wall, people will be killed by swords. Moreover, by forcibly increasing the speed of football passing on the field, although the role of counter-attack can be maximized, the price paid is that the counter-attackers themselves will also make more mistakes than usual. Once these mistakes are made by Chelsea, like the team caught, what awaits Crazy Lee in Newcastle is a disaster. Scolari's ability to bring the Brazilian team to the top of the world is naturally due to his excellence. By analyzing Newcastle's previous games, the Brazilian man has long discovered that there are still certain problems in the coordination of this young team. Moreover, Crazy Lee made a serious mistake in commanding the field in the last game against Lazio. Maybe he will make another mistake this time. After thinking through the above points, the look of surprise on Scolari's face gradually disappeared, and he became calm again. He put his hands behind his back and slowly walked back to the command seat and sat down peacefully. The other side. Lee Tongfan was very satisfied with Newcastle's attack just now. This time, Lee is sure that he has definitely chosen the right tactical package. Facing Chelsea's desperate fight, only a head-on attack can maintain the team's morale. As for the shortcomings of the 4-1-1-2-2 tactical formation, which is fast and Lee Tongfan naturally thought of it. However, no matter how hard Big Phil Scolari thought about it, he would not have expected that there is actually a 4-1-1-2-2 offensive tactical package in this world that can improve Newcastle's winning rate. Those so-called weaknesses will naturally be made up for by the magical effect of Tactics Pack. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan also put his hands behind his back and leisurely returned to the command seat and sat down peacefully. After seeing this scene, assistant coach Alan Shearer and other members of the coaching staff felt relieved for no reason, as if Newcastle had won the game. On the field. The game continues. Chelsea's players resolutely implemented Scolari's station arrangement and never stopped attacking Newcastle. After the adjustments made by Crazy Lee, Newcastle were like a gambler who was losing his sights and was not afraid of death, wailed and launched an attack. The rhythm of the game is like a piston equipped with a rocket thruster, getting faster and faster, faster and faster. As the game progressed, the originally calm and composed expressions of the two cunning foxes, one large and one small, sitting on their respective coaching benches gradually began to change into two completely opposite extremes. Big Phil's collar's face turned from white to red, from red to black. Within a few minutes, he broke out in a cold sweat. Soon he could no longer sit firmly on the diorite and rushed to the sidelines. Crazy Lee's face changed from calm to a smile, and then from a smile to a big laugh, because strange changes have taken place on the field. Thank you, I love bathing, and my skin is good, my brother, for your support. Chapter 388 The effect of 20 seconds and SHEARER and -039, S hairstyle. Yes, a strange scene happened on the field. Less than 10 minutes after Madman Lee changed the formation, Chelsea actually went from being absolutely in the lead to being powerless to fight back, as if the fighting spirit and blood in the body had been drained, and they could only cope with it. 3:40 minute. The Magpies once again launched a quick attack. It was still a counter-attack by the 21-year-old French goalkeeper Hugo Lloris, but this time Lloris did it more shockingly. The French goalkeeper did not choose to throw the ball to the two fullbacks or to Sami Khedira, who was reaching for the ball in front of the penalty area. Instead, he chose to start his run up from the goal line, rushed to the edge of the penalty area, turned his body 360 degrees, and threw the ball out fiercely with a weird posture of a track and field athlete throwing a shot put. Other players on both sides in the penalty area, who had not yet withdrawn, raised their necks to salute along the flight path of the football. And their eyes followed the flight path of the football. Buzz buzz buzz. In the stands there was also the sound of more than 60,000 mouths opening and sucking in cold air. Obviously, even Newcastle fans did not react for a moment to what their goalkeeper Lloris was doing. Puff. Lee Tongfan on the sidelines saw this scene and directly sprayed out the mouthful of water he had just drunk. Coincidentally, at this time, assistant coach Alan Shearer was about to turn his head and come over to say something to Lee Tongfan. This mouthful of water sprayed all over Shearer's face without a drop missing. Looking at Shearer's resentful eyes, Lee lowered his eyebrows and put on the most innocent look. He stretched out his hand to wipe the water off Shearer's face and then smiled flatteringly. Alan, I suddenly found that your hairstyle is very good. My hairstyle. Alan Shearer touched his bald head and almost spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Lee Tongfan suddenly jumped up from his seat with a strange cry, looked at the field, then turned around and rushed over to give Alan Shearer, who was still extremely depressed, a bear hug. Look, Alan, we scored a goal. Oh, a goal. Haha, help me secretly take a look. What is the expression of that Brazilian old man scholarly at this time? Assistant Coach Alan Shearer was almost dizzy by Lee Tongfan. He finally adjusted his sight and looked at the field. I found that the team had scored a goal. Michael Owen, like a soaring eagle, glided on the green field with his arms spread out and rushed towards the coaching seat. Behind Owen were the excited Newcastle players. What? Alan Shearer heard was the crazy roar of the commentator, but at this time, Alan Shearer was not thinking about how to celebrate the goal, but raised his hand to touch the remaining level on his face, and then he turned his eyes and pushed Lee Tongfan, who was still hugging him and shaking to vent his excitement, out, and in an instant he quietly hooked the heel of Lee with his toes. Plop. Lee fell to the lawn with a scream without suspense. What happened next was exactly as Shearer had expected. Michael Owen, who glided over, lived up to the good intentions of the assistant coach and jumped high onto Lee Tongfan, who the hell plotted against me. Poor Lee Tongfan hadn't even finished a subconscious curse before he was firmly pressed down by the Newcastle players, who swarmed in like a pile of human sand, listening to the cheers of Newcastle fans in the stands that suddenly erupted like a tsunami. Alan Shearer saw Lee Tongfan's fine black trousers sticking out from the mountain of people and twitching constantly, so the assistant coach turned around and made a gesture to the fans with his hands raised repeatedly to stir up emotions. When the cheers at St. James Park reached an incredible height, Shearer shouted, "Long live the goal! Long live Newcastle!" Then, he took a few steps back and suddenly ran up, just like when he was young and up to the top of the human mountain with the most stylish posture. Damn it, let you say my hairstyle. Alan Shearer muttered happily while lying on the top of the human mountain and looking at the black trousers thigh at the bottom that was twitching more and more violently. At this time, the 4 electronic screens at the top of St. James Park were replaying the scene of the goal just now. Hugo Lloris threw the football with an unconventional posture that did not take the usual path across almost half of the stadium and came to the feet of Juan Mata on the right. This time, the Spanish Angel Wings didn't even have the intention of breaking through with the ball and directly swung his big feet to make a large-scale long-distance diagonal pass. 3 seconds later, the football passed the few remaining Chelsea defenders in the backcourt of Chelsea and went from the right side of the stadium to the left side, where the German Lukas Podolski was sitting according to the instructions of Crazy Lee, facing the flying football. Podolski, who was gradually recovering, did it more simply than his good friend Juan Mata. He didn't wait for the football to land and directly sent the football to Chelsea's penalty area with his head. Lucas's header skills are better than mine. This is the comment made by the famous German football bomber Müller on Podolski's header skills, and today, Podolski's side tricked Chelsea captain John Terry. The football flew towards Chelsea's penalty area, where only Chelsea's last defensive player was left, the Portuguese Carvalho. Facing the flying football, Carvalho took a few steps forward and prepared to stop the football with his feet. Danger. Ricardo, be careful, Terry shouted in horror, alerting his teammates, because the next moment the captain of the Blue Army clearly saw a black and white lightning sweeping towards the slowly descending football. Michael Owen. It's a pity that, because of the angle, Carvalho didn't immediately notice Michael Owen coming from the side he was afraid of. When he heard Terry's loud reminder, he panicked and it was too late to adjust. At this moment, Terry's eyes were full of despair. As Irving's old teammate in the national team, Terry clearly understands how terrifying a lightning killer who has fully deployed his speed to attack and kill is. No defender in the world can stop Irving in this state, let alone at this time. Carvalho was defenseless. Call. A gust of wind passed over the court, and Carvalho's foot that was about to lift his foot caught the flying figure at high speed. The real person spun and fell involuntarily, while the figure gently stopped the football on its belly while gliding, and then goalkeeper Sech used his knee to knock the football into the empty net. Before he could attack, the shooter was none other than Michael Owen. The trick of shooting with the knee was taught to him by his new friend Ronaldo during training, and it really came in handy at critical moments. Alan, I have a bad feeling. It seemed that you were the one who plotted against me just now. The game has continued to start. Lee Tongfan, who was almost crushed into dry meat by the excited players, was sitting on the command seat, grinning and massaging himself, while looking at the assistant coach Alan Shearer next to him with suspicious eyes. Said seriously, why did you push me suddenly? Although you denied it, your lustful way of refusing to talk told me the truth. Alan, you know, I'm a very vindictive person. If I find out, Lee, you are shameless and infinite. Alan Shearer reached out and touched his bald head, then raised his 2 fingers and pointed at the night sky of St. James Park, which was completely shrouded in dark clouds, and said seriously, I swear by the moon in the sky and my handsome hairstyle, you actually tripped over a mineral water bottle just now. Yeah, Lee. Tongfan looked at the sky a little suspiciously. There's no moon. Look at Alan Shearer's hairstyle again. Dog day hairstyle. Just when Lee Tongfan and Alan Shearer were still having an in-depth discussion on the conspiracy, another person became anxious. Big Phil Scollery. The old Brazilian man was a little confused at this moment. Things shouldn't be like this. How come he was scored by the opponent? The Magpie Legion's counter-attack just now took less than 20 seconds to complete from start to finish. For such a goal, both the tacit understanding of the cooperation and the timing of the launch were flawless. Within 20 seconds Chelsea's proud Steel Forest defense was easily torn into pieces by 4 opposing players, and one of these 4 players was actually a fucking goalkeeper. Thinking about Hugo Lloris's incredible throw before, Scollery had a strange feeling in his heart. Was it a flash of inspiration from Newcastle's young goalkeeper or a deliberate arrangement by Madman Lee in front of the station? It would be fine if it was a flash of aura. After all, no matter how much the aura thing is, it will flash out sometimes. But if it is a deliberate tactical arrangement made by Crazy Lee in front of the station, it will be really terrible. If it happens again next time, in 2 or 3 seconds, this game will be over for Chelsea. Scolari secretly glanced at the opponent's coaching bench not far away. The damn Chinese kid was really terrifying. Although the score was still 1:1 at this time, Chelsea was not behind, but Scolari's but a sense of danger arose in my heart, as if I was being targeted by a peerless beast hiding in the dark. No, we must find a way. We must come up with a solution to the problem before the end of the first half, otherwise it will be too late. Scolari stared at the field carefully for a while, looking at the young and immature faces of the Newcastle players, and a brilliant idea suddenly came to his mind, thanks to Fu 271 G12 two brothers for their award support. Happy brothers and sisters. Chapter 389, Tooth for Tooth. Alan Shearer's meaning is very clear. Still arguing. If you keep arguing, the referee's red card will be the first target. 0.30 seconds later, 2 deep scratches appeared on the grass in front of the Newcastle command seat from the right to the left side of the court, as if it had been plowed by an old-fashioned plough pulled by 2 oxen. Those were the marks left by Shearer dragging the crazy Lee Tong bums. Heels. Soon, the team doctor helped Juan Mata off the court point and the black-faced judge referee finally began to settle accounts. Deco, who made a tackle, and Loris, who ran more than 50 meters and pushed people, each received a yellow card. The captains of the two teams, Michael Owen and John Terry, were called aside by the referee to give a solemn warning, asking the two big guys to try to restrain their teammates and not to make such rough moves in the next game. There was booing in the stands. Such a penalty obviously could not satisfy the Newcastle fans, and the boos were for the referee point at this time. Lee Tongfan rushed onto the field again, and even assistant coach Shearer couldn't stop him. The furious fourth official was almost driven crazy by this gentleman, thinking that the madman Lee was going to attack the field again, and chased after him panting, "Mr. Lump, do you understand what you are doing? You will be sent off with a red card." "Damn, can't I even find my own shoes, Lee?" Tongfan picked up a leather shoe that fell off when Shearer dragged it horizontally from the lawn and turned to yell at the fourth official fiercely, "Dear sir, if I were you, I would pay more attention to those guys who wear game uniforms, but do butcher work on the field." "Damn, Lee." Tongfan cursing intermittently, he bent down to put on his shoes and ran off the field. The fourth official, who was just over 30 years old, was obviously frightened by Laoli's sudden roar. After being stunned for 3 or 4 seconds, he looked at Laoli's back and uttered an official sentence in a volume that only he could hear. "I will write these in detail in the match report." Soon, the referee did not forget Laoli, the guy who had just made a splash. He ran to the sidelines and slowly walked towards Lee Tongfan. He didn't know whether to give a verbal warning or show a red card directly. Send him off. Send him off. Not far away, in the Chelsea command seat, Scolari put his hands together in front of his chest and made the most pious prayer to God. Who knew that what happened next almost made him stare out. The referee just said a few words to Crazy Lee in a friendly manner, and the unruly Crazy Lee actually changed his excited expression of wanting to kill just now and became like a good baby, talking and laughing with the referee. Could it be that this referee is actually a fan of Crazy Lee? At the end, Scolari clearly saw Crazy Lee looking at him, and even squinted his eyes with a smug and provocative expression. Unforgivable. The head coach should definitely be sent off for running onto the field twice in a row. Scolari roared angrily at the referee, who was about to return to the field to resume the game, but the black judge turned around expressionlessly and gave the Brazilian old man an inhumane verbal warning. 3 or 4 minutes later, the game resumed. Russian. Tsar Ushevin replaced Juan Mata. Juan Mata sat on the bench and received detailed treatment of his wound from the team doctor. Fortunately, the injury only injured the flesh and did not hurt the bones. Team Dr. Nugent believed that the swelling would subside in one day and would not affect the next game. In this way, the Spanish boys' engagement ceremony tomorrow does not need to be cancelled. At this time, the boos against the referee in the stands of St. James Park continued to cover the sky and the sun, and continued relentlessly. Shearer talked to Mata for a few words, and while cursing and scratching his handsome hair, he came to suggest to Laoli, the son of a bitch bastard referee, Juan is sure that the damn Portuguese did it on purpose. Lee, we should sue them. Shearer hadn't finished his words when the referee's whistle sounded again. Chelsea midfielder Mikel knocked Arshavin, who had just come on the field, to the ground with a brutal collision point. The referee called Mikel aside and gave him a verbal warning, or got bar, damn bastard, another verbal warning. Shearer jumped up and spit out a mouthful of saliva. Such a foul can be directly shown a yellow card. Today, this damn referee's penalty standard is too soft. Does he think we are all fools who don't understand football? Lee. Tongfan didn't answer Shearer, but looked straight at his feet. Shearer followed old Lee's gaze and found a ball of saliva on the toe of Lee Tongfan's leather shoes. It seemed a little familiar. Could it be that I spit on it just now? Watching Shearer smirk and wipe the saliva off the leather shoes, Lee Tongfan smiled very evilly. It's good that the penalty scale is lenient. It's good that you don't like to play cards. It's better to keep Deco on the field. Otherwise I don't know when I will meet Chelsea next time. I want revenge. Look at that uncle. Lee Tongfan pointed to the Chelsea command seat not far away and said with a smile, Alan, how long do you think that grumpy uncle will laugh? Grumpy uncle. Alan Shearer turned his head and looked at the line of defense pointed by Lee Tongfan's finger. Sure enough, wasn't there a smiling old man sitting over there? Uncle Louis Philippe Scolari is sitting in the coach's seat smiling happily. Seeing Scolari's proud look, Shearer instantly understood that everything that happened on the field was intentionally caused by the opponent's head coach, this damn old bastard. Shearer himself didn't realize that as the time he spent in contact with Crazy Lee became longer and longer, he gradually became closer to the red and the black to the black. In addition, the player's origins were still bloody, and he was somewhat of an English version of Crazy Lee. The style of, although our players are not as strong as them, but to shovel people, you don't need absolute strength. If we shovel one of Chelsea's players, do you think that old guy can still do it? Will you smile as happily as you do now, Alan? Shearer slapped his thigh in a bachelor's manner. I've wanted to do this for a long time. It turns out you think so too. The two shameless guys looked at each other lewdly, then laughed in unison. Fat man, get up and warm up. Lee Tongfan waved to Fat Alien. Ronaldo, who was sitting on the bench, called the smiling fat man to his side and whispered a few words in his ear. He saw an involuntary look of shock on Fatty Luo's face, and then I ran to the other end of the court and started to warm up. Gareth Bale, Nicholas Gigi and other hammers sitting on the bench looked at the sinister smiles of their boss and Ronnie and felt a cool breeze whistling on their backs. Someone is going to be unlucky. Gareth Bale muttered with a smile. What? Others didn't understand. Look over there. The hammers on the bench looked in the direction Gareth Bale was pointing. Ronaldo, who was doing warm-up exercises with his legs raised high, suddenly looked around furtively after running to the Newcastle goal and then tiptoed behind goalkeeper Hugo Lloris. Ouch. The hammers on the bench collectively covered their eyes and groaned in pain. That dirty figure from behind was so obscene. Hugo Lloris is watching the situation with concentration point. Although Newcastle was officially in possession of the ball at this time, the situation in football matches was changing rapidly. No one knew whether Chelsea's shot would fly over in the next second, so he did not dare to be careless at all. Moreover, the one who competes with him for the main position in the Magpies is the veteran Given, who is also very strong. Recently, the head coach Crazy Lee has given him many opportunities. He must perform well and strive to confirm his main goalkeeper position as soon as possible. At this moment, an extremely obscene and familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Hey, this way. Lloris looked towards the field first. Well, the football is still at Irving's feet, and his teammates are organizing the offense. After finally confirming that Chelsea would not attack in a second or two, Hugo Lloris turned around to see who was calling him, and then Ronaldo's winking fat face appeared in his sight. With Lloris looking confused, Ronaldo rushed to the goalpost and said something rude to him. The French national team soon became green. 30 seconds later, while the football was crossing the boundary line, Lloris waved over Sami Khedira, the tough-headed German midfielder, and whispered a few words in his ear. Another 30 seconds later. Force. The referee's whistle sounded sadly. Portugal's Dormat Deco fell to the ground in pain and rolled back and forth holding his ankle. players from both sides gathered together again. German defensive midfielder Sami Khedira put on the classic innocent expression that Deco had made a few minutes ago after Juan Mata ended up with his hands spread out and told the referee that he was definitely unintentional. At this moment, the Newcastle fans in the stands even remembered the applause of gloating. On the bench, Gareth Bale and other Hammers all covered their heads with dark faces. Just now they watched intently the entire process of this tragedy directed by the vengeful leader. At this moment, the Hammers finally understood what the boss said to Ronaldo. I'm very vindictive. At this moment, the Hammers on the bench finally had the most intuitive impression of Crazy Lee's mantra that he often said. Fortunately, they are Crazy Lee's people. However, it feels good to have such a head coach covering you. The second update and the third update will arrive around 10:30. Chapter 390. The terrifying facts have proved that the referee is indeed a tyrant who can act arbitrarily on the court point. Because the penalty for Khedira's tackle on Deco soon came to an end, the German defensive midfielder Sami Khedira, who played the innocent expression very well, did not go as Lee Tongfan expected, and only got a topaz God of War card point. Deco, who knew that he was being plotted against him, had no choice but to die sadly with the help of the Chelsea team doctor. When he plotted against Juan Mata just now, he did not expect that retribution would come back so quickly. Although Deco's injury is much more serious than that of Juan Mata, it is not as severe as a broken muscle or bone, because Lee Tongfan was not really vicious enough to want to break Deco's legs. So in the message, he just asked Khedira to get Deco down. The referee's penalty standards in this game were very loose. So how could Leoli be sure that Sami Khedira was given a red card after committing a foul? Deco's injury caused her shameless men, Lee Tongfan and Alan Shearer, to smile happily and narrow their eyes. On the one hand, of course, it is because Juan Mata's one kick revenge has finally been repaid, and the main reason is that Deco is not only the only big Phil Scott among the current Chelsea players. Larry's direct descendant is an important core in Scolari's tactics to control Chelsea's rhythm and ball possession. Once Deco left the field, the tactics Scolari worked so hard to prepare before the game came to nothing. According to Lee Tongfan's understanding of Scolari, the most terrifying thing about this Brazilian uncle is the tactical arrangement before the game. In terms of onside command during the game, although it is a little better than ordinary games, he has the FM system tactics. Compared with myself, Bayo is simply a piece of scum. In other words, Chelsea is finished, forced just when Lee Tongfan and Alan Shearer were drooling and lusting after Scolari and Chelsea. The referee blew the whistle for the first half of the game. It belongs to your uncle. The two shameless men had a feeling of suffocation as they were about to climax, but were interrupted by police rounds. It seemed that, if they wanted to massacre the Blues, they would have to wait until the second half. Players from both sides walked into the tunnel with red eyes and murderous glares at each other. Scolari, who was walking at the end of the Chelsea players, looked at Lee Tongfan with the same disdain and contempt in his eyes. The Brazilian old man naturally understood the virtue. What happened to K's injury? At this moment, the Mensao man felt very wronged. Alan, you are here to judge. Is this old man the one who used foul tactics against the scoundrels first? Why did he stare at me with such eyes? Is he being unreasonable? Well, don't worry, Lee. We'll stare back together in the second half. Assistant Coach Alan Shearer scratched his handsome big hair and came up with a brilliant idea. Okay, let's do it. Lee Tongfan was very satisfied. The two sides tied 1:1 in the first half, with Chelsea and Newcastle's respective ace forwards scoring goals. However, the game became dirty in the second 20 minutes, and Chelsea players became increasingly bad. The foul action caused the game to stop and go. Newcastle, which was violated, refused to give in. The scene fell into chaos twice. Juan Mata and Deco were injured and came off the field. Maybe except for the fanatical Newcastle fans, other viewers will fall asleep out of boredom. I hope all this will disappear in the second half of the game. The commentator was yawning and giving a summary of the halftime break. The 15 minutes of rest time flew by. When Chelsea coach Big Phil Scolari was the last to walk out of the dressing room, Lengran found that the opponent's coach, Madman Lee, and the muscular assistant coach Alan Shearer were looking directly at him. eyes wide and even bigger than Belle's. It is no exaggeration to say that Scolari was vain at this moment. What's going on? Do you want to hit someone? Scolari's old face suddenly turned green, and layers of fine cold sweat flowed out. What to do? The old man looked at his thin arms and legs, then at Crazy Lee and Alan Shearer, who was all muscles next to him. His eyes rolled a few times, and he suddenly returned to the locker room. "Oh, I forgot to take something." This was a sentence thrown by the face-conscious old Brazilian man through the crack of the door, palely explaining his cowardly scene just now. Ha 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 ha. The two shameless men laughed so hard that they almost burst into tears. They turned around and walked to the exit of the players' tunnel, where the bright lights on the court were tilting. A beautiful scene. Andrei Arshavin. He scored the go-ahead goal. Less than 5 minutes into the second half, the Magpies at home took a 2:1 lead. This was another extremely sharp counter-attack. From the big kick by goalkeeper Hugo Lloris to the final goal, it only took 19 seconds. Lloris kicked the ball, Alan Smith crossed, and Arshavin shot. A total of 3 passes, and the steel wall that Chelsea was proud of collapsed. Newcastle fought back sharply, too fast. They scored 2 goals in a total of 50 seconds. Chelsea was dangerous. Courtside point. I don't know when Scolari finally sneaked back from the locker room and sneaked to the commanding table. This time, his old face was even greener, as if someone had beaten him more than 20 times with the sole of a shoe that had been stepped on dogshit. The whole person was stunned, trembling and speechless. This lost goal was the watershed between world and hell for the old Brazilian man. Although Russian boss Abramovich did not come to watch the game, Scolari was sure that the damn Russian must be sitting in front of the TV watching the live broadcast at this moment. Big Phil could clearly see from the scene the cold eyes of Abramovich coming from behind the camera lens. I raised my wrist and saw that there were still 40 minutes left. Fight. Scolari replaced Nigeria midfielder Mikel, and Ivory Coast winger Kalau got a chance to play pointly. Tongfan and Shearer, who were not far away, were amused when they saw the sign held up by the fourth official. Good guy. The old man is going to play a 3-forward offensive formation. It seems that the Brazilian old man is too anxious to sit still. Lee Tongfan was unambiguous and immediately made a substitution at the same time. Ronaldo on, Alan Smith off point, Nicolas Gigi enters, Michael Owen exits. In addition to the substitutions of Newcastle players, the positions on the field have also changed. Podolski and Arshavin have moved forward, almost parallel to the positions of the 2 forwards Ronaldo and Gigi, leaving only 2 backcourt midfielders, Kedira and Gago. 4-1-1 4 quick fight whirlwind tactics pack. This is a crazy 4-forward tactical package. Before the game, Lee Tongfan purchased this tactical package from the FM 2009 system in order to prevent the crazy pursuit of points in case of a big deficit without the FM system's prediction function. However, after experiencing 2 games, especially the Epiphany, when the situation was lagging behind at the beginning of this game, Lee Tongfan suddenly discovered that this 4-1-1 4 quick tornado tactics pack is very suitable at this time. It will definitely give everyone who follows this game a huge surprise. According to the explanation of the FM 2009 system database, as long as this tactical pack is used at the right time, it can increase the game winning rate by an extremely terrifying 60%, which is almost comparable to a tailor-made, temporary tactical pack. Under this tactic, the real defenders are the 2 midfielders. The entire task of Gago and Kedira is to do their best to destroy and prevent Chelsea's midfield attack, but the defender who was originally used to defend was actually used to pass the ball. The football is driven directly to the front court by the defenders without passing through the midfield. One of the 4 forwards must have better physical conditions to serve as a support and support point. The other 3 forwards with strong ball control and breakthrough abilities can use their own. The technological superiority launches a ruthless attack on the enemy in an instant. It seems like a tactic that is absolutely impossible to implement in reality, but under the influence of FM tactical pack, as long as Leoli chooses the right century, it will burst out with terrifying and unimaginable energy. Today, the one who bears the power of 4-1-1 4 quick tornado tactics pack is Chelsea, the blue team with the strongest defense in the Premier League. The craziest offense meets the strongest defense. Who will have the last laugh? The answer will be revealed to the world by the crazy on-site commentator. Scolari replaced Kalau, while Crazy Lee replaced Ronaldo, who had just returned from injury, and youth training youngster Nicolas Chigi. 3 forwards against 4 forwards. Will the game get exciting? 54th minute, Newcastle's attack. Steven Taylor directly found Podolski with a big kick in the front court, who had already stood in the center position. Terry and Podolski competed for the top. The football was out of control. Ouch. Ronaldo grabbed the first point. The alien shot directly. Sech made the shot. Point 3:1 exclamation point. Newcastle relied on youngster Nicolas Chigi's supplementary shot to score a goal to expand the score. Great. An incredible offensive. Every goal of Newcastle in this game started from the attack. It didn't take more than 30 seconds for the football to fly into the goal. Terrible counter-attack ability. 62nd minute. Kalau forced a breakthrough, lost the ball, and the football was intercepted by Zirkov. Eastern European Ronaldinho still passed the ball directly to the front court at the first time. His footwork is really good. Great. Podolski gets the ball easily, passes to Arshavin. Zar breaks through Basingwa. G-O-L. It's Nicolas Chigi again. This 18-year-old guy's ability to grab points is like a devil. This is his second touch of the ball since coming on as a substitute, and he has created 2 goals. Handsome Inzaghi second, 75th minute. Drogba's long shot. Loris made the save easily. He kicked the ball directly. Terry and Essien guarded Podolski at the same time. The German forward missed. Football came to Ronaldo. The feet swayed continuously. 1, 2, 3, 8 times like a butterfly. Shot hard and scored for Newcastle. It suddenly became easier than eating, and Chelsea was almost blinded. Although the game is not over yet. Scolari's underwear has been soaked with cold sweat. This is the weirdest game the Brazilian coach has ever seen. Why can Crazy Lee defeat his Chelsea with a crazy 4-1-1-4 formation? That looks no different from seeking death. Incredible. World champion coach Scolari was seriously confused at this moment. The main text is 3,500 words, which makes up for the shortcomings of the first 2 chapters being less than 3,200 words. The third update is completed. Thanks to I love 888, not 1 or 2 days. Zauj 888, Oyeo Shushu, Mala, Book Friends 15,421,205, 9Z Lord of the Gods and several brothers and sisters for their support today. Thank you brothers. Chapter 391 telling you what glory is. There is a problem with the number of chapters again. Oh my god. Zyodeo has embarrassed his elementary school math teacher. I skipped more than 10 chapters, but the content is okay. Please forgive me, my math is really not good. A Premier League match that was originally considered evenly matched ended up at 6:1 in the 80th minute. Such a score made everyone watching the game drop their glasses and chins. On the ground, at this moment, London is shrouded in darkness. The Russian rich man from the Siberian wilderness suddenly stood up from the sofa. The goblet filled with vodka in his hand hit the huge ultra-thin plasma TV set on the wall not far away. The LCD screen had several shockingly large cracks, and there were faint sparks flying. Shit. Get this damn old Brazilian guy out of here. Out of Stamford Bridge. The roar shook the glass on the floor to ceiling windows and rattled, and the assistant beside him said nothing. After a while, the Russian slumped on the sofa, with a trace of regret rising in his heart. Today, I have to admit, that firing Mourinho at the beginning of the season was indeed too hasty. Although the Portuguese have repeatedly failed in the Champions League, as long as this madman is at Stamford Bridge, which team in the Premier League can the team push Chelsea to this extent? Think again about the Chinese man in the TV picture just now who was pointing the finger at the country and scolding thank you IU. The black figure stood on the sidelines with a commanding view of the mountains. His invincible attitude made Abramovich sigh. If he had been more determined and brought this Chinese to Stamford Bridge, maybe his Blues would have won today. Also in London Point, North London Point, Professor Wenger turned off the TV when he saw this, raised his head and closed his eyes, and leaned on the sofa in the living room, constantly replaying the Magpies' incredible 4-1-1-4 crazy offensive tactics in the second half in his mind. Incredible. Wenger, the master of tactics, asked himself that he would never have the courage to use such an incredible tactic. The power of the crazy Lee 4 forwards who could tear apart the best defense line in the Premier League in an instant made people involuntarily feel a sense of decadence that they could not resist. According to Wenger's understanding of football tactics, a desperate tactic like 4-1-1-4 should not have such power. So, what is the most important thing that I have overlooked? The professor vaguely felt that he seemed to have grasped something, but he always lacked the last bit of understanding to find out the key point. But the famous French coach has a feeling. Maybe a new tactical system that will shock world football is about to come to the world through the hands of that young Chinese. Newcastle. This opponent, who everyone originally thought would take a period of hard work to rise, has revealed its ferocious and bloody fangs without everyone noticing. Among the Premier League winning streak groups, only Arsenal, which he built himself, is still ahead of Madman Lee and his Newcastle. But how far can it go? Wenger himself has no confidence. St. James Park Stadium. Point. The final minutes of the game continued. Point. But the stands have long since become a boiling ocean. Black and white, the two most primitive and inconspicuous colors in the world, have become the strongest theme here. Heads of people surged up and down, arms waving wildly, the battle flags are ringing, the singing is loud and exciting. St. James Park, the palace that carries the dreams and hopes of Newcastle people, ushered in the 2008-2009 season today. No, it should be the most heartwarming victory in the past 10 years. Only a strong enough opponent can make oneself even more powerful. There is no doubt that Chelsea and Scolari are sitting here today. Their foil makes Newcastle look extremely dazzling, allowing Crazy Lee's crazy 4-1-1-4 tactics to create a small game. The miracle, however, the nightmare caused by the 4-1-1-4 tactic to the Londoners, is not over yet. The 85th minute of the game. Point. It was still a mistake in Chelsea's front court attack. Eastern European Ronaldinho, Yuri Zirkov once again got the opportunity to display his superb turning skills, which was once again comparable to David Beckham's long-distance pass. The backcourt directly sent the football to the front court. This pass is different from the big kicks of Steven Taylor and others. The curvature and landing point of the football meant that Lucas Podolski, who was waiting in the front court to receive the ball, no longer had to compete with Terry and others, but could easily right the football under his feet and be able to use his own skills. Foot technology. The feet were shaking continuously, as powerful as lightning, and it was dizzying. Cycling. Podolski rides a bicycle, while the defensive players were stunned. Prince Polti dodged the gap and shot directly from a long distance. The fast-flying football drew a white line in the retinas of more than 60,000 pairs of eyes, and rushed towards the Chelsea goal with lightning speed. Boom. It wasn't until this moment that the sound of the football being kicked by Prince Polti reached everyone's ears. Incredibly fast, Czech goalkeeper Petr Cech made a save, but the huge strength made it impossible for him to hold the football firmly, and the consequences of missing the save were, Gigi, the young Newcastle player who moved like a ghost, once again appeared in a fatal position, and touched the ball for the third time since he came off the bench 40 minutes ago. Swoosh, kick up, ball flies, goal breaks! 7:1. This is Chelsea's worst defeat in 10 years. A shocking number of seats were vacated in the south stand of St. James Park. Chelsea fans who came to watch the game with the Blues more than 10 minutes ago had already left without a single one left. If it were at home, perhaps they would be more angry and would rather tear the culprit Scolari into pieces before leaving. Chelsea was once again mercilessly nailed to the pillar of shame by Madman Lee. Nailed firmly. Someone must pay the price for this. The thunderstorm in English football is brewing and is about to break out. There are still 3 minutes of injury time left in the game. Newcastle still launched a tide-like offensive, and the four forwards formed a penalty area mixer to turn the heart of the Blues Chelsea upside down. Ronaldo continued to threaten Chelsea's goal again and again with an incredible and terrifying shooting hit rate, sinking or self-salvation. For Chelsea at this time, there are only 180 seconds left to make this choice. Finally, Scolari was completely abandoned by Chelsea. The Blues Warriors began to play in the way that the madman Mourinho had taught them. Scolari's so-called beautiful football lost the trust of the goalkeeper. Football, at this moment, does not need beauty, but bloodiness. It is fatal. On the field, when the end of the game was coming, the two core players of the Blues performed Chelsea's last bit of tenacity and glory. Frank Lampard, nicknamed Iron Man and Magic Lamp, almost gave up his last bit of dignity as a top star for his team. With red eyes, he crawled and rolled to tackle the football under the feet of 4 Newcastle defenders in 6 or 7 seconds. This scene stunned countless fans. Finally, under Lampard's crazy tackle, David Thornton made a mistake and Lampard got the football. At this time, the referee had already put the whistle in his mouth. Didier, it's up to you. With all his strength, Lampard sent the football out, and this pass obviously exhausted the last bit of strength of him, who was called Iron Man. Less than 0.01 seconds after the football left his instep, Lampard fell to the ground exhausted, and waves of twitching and unbearable pain came from his thighs and soles. The Iron Man has cramps. However, Lampard, who was lying on the ground, was still staring at the football flying towards Drogba. This ball must go in, because, at this time, a single goal was tied to the dignity of Chelsea. The dignity of the Stamford Bridge Stadium standing in North London, and the dignity of every predecessor, teammate, and even opponent who had fought and been proud in that stadium. It was also tied to the dignity of the thousands of fans who sat on the field, or in front of the TV, to cheer for the team in every game. Score for us. Didier Drogba received Lampard's pass 10 meters away from the penalty area, which was 40 meters away from the Newcastle goal. What's more fatal is that he took the ball with his back to the goal. Drogba has taken the ball in this situation countless times throughout the game. But since the man standing on the sidelines changed Newcastle's tactical formation, no matter what method he used, he could not hit the damn Newcastle goal again. A magical power made Chelsea's offensive become weak every time it reached the opponent's penalty area. No matter how Drogba broke through, passed the ball, or tried, there was no way to pose any threat to the opponent's goal. The 4 young defenders formed a natural chasm that the Blues could never cross. What to do, since it can't be crossed? Then tear it apart in the most violent way. Go for it. Warcraft. Drogba suddenly roared, and with his back to the goal, he tapped the football with his knee, then used his incredible waist and abdomen strength to spin suddenly, driving his supporting foot like a huge black gyroscope. His right foot, which was deeply rooted in the grass, instantly brought out a shocking piece of black mud on the grass. At this moment, Drogba's muscles were tense, and through the blue team uniform that was tightly attached to his body due to sweat, his perfect muscles that looked like they were cut by a knife and an axe could be vaguely seen. With the left heel as the axis, Drogba's body rotated 180 degrees, and his right leg was like a black iron axe shining with a cold black light, slashing fiercely at the football that was spinning and landing. Bang! The white football turned into a brilliant meteor. This sudden violent action caused Gago and Stephen Taylor, who were defending Drogba closely, to be bounced away by the huge force, and they were unable to stop bloodthirsty Warcraft's shot at all. In an instant, the football shined brighter than a star, and instantly penetrated Newcastle's gate. Even the white net was shot high, and collapsed into a big crater. Several white net wires broke instantly, and the goal ZHU let out a squeaking scream. The power of one shot is so majestic. What a magnificent monster. Brave monster. As a result, the boiling Mount James Stadium fell into silence. Lampard, who was exhausted and cramping in the distance, finally let out a sigh of relief, while Drogba himself fell directly to the lawn due to the inertia of the shot, kneeling on his knees to support himself. Obviously I've reached the point of exhaustion. This ball drained all his energy, force. The referee's whistle finally sounded. The game is over, thanks to Agent Code G8. Great Goddess Rose, 9Z Lord of the Gods, Witch Kill, Cream Kong. Book Friends 101,125,015,154,290. I love smoking. drinking, loneliness, and several brothers and sisters for their award support. Thank you to every brother and sister who silently supports the modifier. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 390, To the Eve of the Storm. 7:2 exclamation point. This is a score that no one expected before the game. The gap is really too big, unimaginable. Maybe before the game, many people imagined that Crazy Lee and his Newcastle would win, but absolutely no one dared to imagine that they would win by such a big score. Even the most die-hard Newcastle fans and the craziest Crazy Lee fans did not expect to win by 90. After minutes of fierce fighting, they were able to receive such a huge surprise. The opponent is Chelsea. In the Mourinho era, he swept across all corners of the world, and with his unparalleled muscle jungle violence, many giants failed to win at home, and the supergiant retreated in hatred. Iron-bloodedness and invincibility were once synonymous with Chelsea. Now, although the madman has waved goodbye and arrived at Mesa, the original team that the madman was proud of at that time are all there, but even the last underpants of Newcastle's new armor's sharp counter-attack can't be found. This is so embarrassing for Chelsea. Fortunately, the shocking collaboration between Magic Lamp, Frank Lampard, and Warcraft, Didier Drogba saved a little bit of face for Chelsea, which suffered the biggest defeat in the past decade. Unsurprisingly, Drogba's shot will be among the top 3 best goals in this round of the league, but for the 2 iconic blue stars who burst out with terrifying energy at the end, perhaps Temen prefers to win the game rather than win their own reputation. When the referee blew the whistle at the end of the game, St. James Park fell into silence, and then applause soon broke out. The game is over. The Magpies played an incredible game in the second half. Their tactics and efficiency undoubtedly shocked the entire Premier League, but Chelsea fans don't have to be sad. You have a group of strong fighters with noble qualities. They belong to the blue world. Stamford Bridge's greatest treasure. The applause at St. James Park at this moment was not just for Newcastle. In fact, even without the on-site commentator using his passionate and high-pitched voice to explain specifically, everyone understood that the Newcastle people's applause, which sounded like the eternal waves of the English Channel, was not only venting the Magpies fans' wild victory. The joy that followed also demonstrated the tenacity of the Chelsea players who worked tirelessly to score a shocking goal at the last moment under the bright night sky in Newcastle on November 9th. If you had to find out who was not worthy of the applause at St. James Park, 60,000 fingers would definitely point to the same person at the same time. Luis Felipe Scolari. The 2008-09 Premier League season has progressed so far. Even a 6 or 7-year-old fan who has only watched football for a year or 2 dares to say to the world in the most determined tone, Scolari has castrated Chelsea's bloody and domineering spirit. Facts have long proved that the so-called beautiful football of the Brazilian boss is just a performance project to cater to the personal preferences of owner Abramovich. It is like the emperor's new clothes. He has always been gambling, but unfortunately this time he lost the last bit of his wife's money. The camera lens captured that before the final whistle of the game sounded. A dejected Scolari walked into the tunnel with 1 foot high and 1 foot low, disappearing into the darkness at the far end point. The old Brazilian didn't see Drogba's violent long shot at the last moment. Perhaps he is unwilling to watch, even if Drogba's shot can collapse the stands of St. James Park Stadium. It will have no effect on the Brazilian old man. No matter how infatuated you are, it's time to leave. No one is welcoming him at Stamford Bridge. Post-match press conference hall point. The grinning reporters were like foxes who had smelled the fishy smell, and they all waited here. Both the process of this game and the series of chain reactions that would result from it were worth looking forward to. When Lee Tongfan entered the hall, the old Brazilian Scolari had not arrived yet, so Lee Tongfan sat behind the interview table and waited for Scolari's arrival with a smile. Point. Whether this game is in reality or in FM 2009, it is a great game for Leoli. After all, Scolari is the first head-to-head match since Lee Tongfan bought the pirated CD. He is ranked in the manager rankings in the FM system. The top 6, world class, coaches. What kind of rewards can you get for defeating such a super boss? To be honest, at this time, Leoli was already a little eager to go back to his pig house and open the Hamageo book to check everything. However, you have to wait a little longer now, since this is the press conference hall of St. James Park Stadium. It is customary to wait for the visiting team's head coach to finish being interviewed by reporters before it is Lee Tongbum's turn. Although reporters are eager to get news, the Englishman's performance in some areas, the compliance with the rules, is really admirable. More than 60 reporters at the scene were waiting patiently until Leoli was about to lose his patience and prepare to leave. Uncle Scullery, who came out after being called out for a long time, half hiding his face with his pipper in his arms, finally arrived late. Compared with his dejected face in the last few dozen minutes of the game, the face of the Brazilian man who appeared in the press conference hall at this time was obviously much better, and he vaguely recovered some of the energy he had vowed 2 or 3 hours ago. We'll sweep Newcastle in style. After the two sat down, the press officer announced that the press conference had officially begun. Reporters swarmed over. Mr. Scullery, before the game someone claimed that you will be fired by Chelsea club if you lose this game. Is that true? The reporter from The Observer, whose stance has always been biased towards Newcastle, hit the nail on the head and did not give any hint to this question. An old man in his 60s. You should ask the club this question, not me. Scullery was unambiguous. If you really count, this Brazilian old man has eaten more salt than Leoli in dealing with reporters. When he was still coaching the Portuguese national team, the old man used his old arms and legs to box. Serbian player Dragutinovic has long been accustomed to strong winds and waves. Chelsea's record this season is terrible, and your so-called beautiful football has not even won a single victory in the minor leagues against the traditional top 4. Don't you think you should resign voluntarily? Daily Telegraph reporter or a chief follow closely with the stick, not giving Scullery any chance to breathe. Big Phil. Scullery not only showed no trace of guilt on his face, but also spoke eloquently. I can't think of why I want to leave Chelsea. I love everything at Stamford Bridge, and people there also like me. I will use your own football philosophy to bring glory to Chelsea. Speaking of his happiness, Scullery was salivating with excitement, as if what he had done had brought a better tomorrow for Chelsea instead of pushing the Blues back into the abyss like now. Cutley Tongfan couldn't stand listening anymore. He was about to secretly raise his middle finger, but he was surprised when he raised his head. The more than 60 reporters in the venue were actually much more aggressive than me. They all blatantly raised their middle fingers at the old man, who was drooling and lusting after him behind the interview table. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people. Who doesn't know what Scullery is thinking? Isn't it just to deceive the Russian fool into taking Abramovich's liquidated damages before leaving? But he still said so many disgusting words shamelessly at this moment. Even the reporters couldn't stand Scullery's shamelessness. What no one knew was that after watching the post-match press conference broadcast on Sky TV, a furious Russian uncle smashed a £5,000 plasma high-definition television in the living room of that luxury villa in London. Let this shameless old donkey disappear to Stamford Bridge as soon as possible. Pay him liquidated damages. Let him get out of here. Now, soon. Mr. Scullery, who was eloquently preaching his ambitions, suddenly found his cell phone ringing. He lowered his head and took it out to take a look. A trace of nervousness flashed across his face, and he looked at it with nostalgia and 80-point joy. The numerous commanders in front of them waved their hands and walked out of the press conference hall gracefully. Soon, in a deserted corner, Mr. Scullery, you can pack your luggage and leave Stamford Bridge now, came the cold voice of Abramovich's assistant on the other end of the phone. How can this be done? My coaching contract is protected by law. You can't. The Brazilian old man's voice was full of anger. Okay, the voice on the other end of the phone was obviously impatient. He suppressed his deep contempt and whispered, you will get the liquidated damages soon, but the boss no longer wants you to appear as the head coach at Stamford Bridge tomorrow. Office okay. Once Scullery heard that there was no danger of liquidated damages, He agreed to the other party's conditions without hesitation. After coaching for less than 5 months, I received 3 years salary. Where can I find such a good thing? The Brazilian uncle himself has had enough of the harshness of the damn English media and the cold eyes of the chubby-faced Russian. Now everyone is finally relieved. No one knows at this moment that Chelsea's coach has quietly left his position. Press conference hall. Although Scholar is initiative to get out disappointed the reporters who were aiming to dig out breaking news, the existence of Crazy Lee still allowed them to quickly find a new breakthrough point. Mr. Fantong, first of all, congratulations on your victory. But I would like to know more about whether Deco's injury in the first half was your deliberate tactical revenge. Because there are cameras that captured you commanding Ronaldo and Ronaldo before Deco was injured. Hugo Lloris gave Khedira tactical instructions, and only 30 seconds later Khedira tackled Deco. A beautiful reporter from an unknown newspaper squeezed her way to the front of the crowd, with a strange arc at the corner of her mouth, a hint of provocation and pride on her face, and stared at Lee Tongfan with a smile. Fake oil. His uncle has murderous intent. For some reason, Leo Lee suddenly felt a chill running down his spine when he saw the smiling face of this beautiful little lady. A strange feeling arose in Leo Lee's heart, and it seemed that the person standing in front of him was not a stranger. Beautiful girl, but a woman called Premier League Nightmare. How is this going? Second update. The third update is around 10:30. Asking for a monthly ticket. Chapter 393. Who can compete with the super god when he appears? It is a new idea of Lee Tongfan to add the element of strength to the current Magpies, but it is still difficult to realize it. After all, there are very few super players like Warcraft, Drogba who combine technology and strength. In addition, Newcastle already has many brave players such as Ronaldo, Owen, Crespo and Little Gigi on the front line. It would be a bit too extravagant to introduce more players. Now losing a hair on the Magpies is equivalent to cutting meat from a stuffy man. Leo Lee can't afford to spend this little family wealth. Let's put this matter aside for the time being and think about it in the long run. In addition, after this battle, Leo Lee's interest in the so-called super god state in the system has become more and more. Facts have proved that, whether there is a simulation function of the FM system or not, the super god state can always bring huge surprises. Among the players that Lee Tongfan has seen in the past 2 years, only Juan Mata, Alan Smith and Drogba have entered the super god state. And these three, super god state, all broke out when the team encountered extremely difficult situations. Juan Mata and Drogba's super god state saved the last bit of honor for Spain and Chelsea, while Alan Smith's super god state directly pulled the England team back from the edge of the cliff of elimination in the final, retaining the hope of the Three Lions to win the championship. Almost every time super god state appears, it means 100% of the goals, and they are extremely wonderful goals. As the saying goes, who can compete with the super god? In the case that every upgrade of the FM system will increase the difficulty of the game, only super god state has maintained its unparalleled lethality. Obviously, even the FM system cannot restrain the power of super god state. Under the FM rules, all kinds of cheating methods are bowed, and only super god state can surpass and override the rules. This means that as long as Leo Lee can master the method of getting players into the super god state, doesn't it mean that even if the FM system simulation function is lost or in some extremely demanding system tasks, he still has the ultimate killer that determines success or failure? Killer maces are always better. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan took out the Hummer Geo book and clicked to enter the FM 2009 system, preparing to enter the system database to query relevant information to see if he can find more information about the super god state. And summarize the only way to let the hammers actively enter the super god state, move the mouse and click to load the latest archive of FM 2009. Ding. Dang. You led Newcastle to defeat Chelsea, which is stronger than itself. The system rewards 5 points of character. Ding. Dang. Gamer Lee Tongfan, you defeated the Brazilian coach Luis Felipe Scolari, who is ranked 4th in the system coach rankings. The system rewards 2 points of ability and the system database is expanded 55%. Ding. Done. Newcastle player Michael Owen won the best player in the Battle of St. James Park on November 9th, and the system rewards 2 points of character points. Ding. Done. Newcastle player Nicholas Gigi was named the best young player of this round of the Premier League, and the system rewards 2 points of character points. Ding. Done. Newcastle players Yuri Zirkov, Michael Owen, Nicholas Gigi, Hugo Lloris, and Stephen Taylor were selected for the best lineup of this round of the Premier League, and the system rewards 10 points of character points. Ding. Done. Many sky blue cartoon spherical system reminder boxes popped up on the LCD screen of the Hummer Geo book. St. James Park Stadium. The battle was indeed a great harvest for Leoli. Leoli moved the mouse and clicked OK to clear the system reminder boxes one by one, and then added 2 ability points to the tactical training item of his personal data attributes. Up to now, Leoli's personal information in the FM 2009 system has undergone tremendous changes. Training ability, affinity for young players. 15. Defensive training. 10. Technical training. 7. Offensive training. 16. Personnel management. 15. Goalkeeping training. 4. Physical training. 10. Psychological tactics. 17. Tactical training. 18. Left square bracket spiritual ability motivation. 16. Discipline requirement. 17. Determination. 15. Judging player ability. 9. Judging player potential. 9. Adaptability. 14. Medical ability. 1. Tactical knowledge. 17.5 in the FM system, the method of increasing the attribute value of Lee Tongfan's head coach is divided into 2 ways, natural growth and ability point addition. Among them, natural growth is the system's evaluation of Leoli's performance over a period of time, which may increase or decrease, while ability point addition is based on the manual addition of ability points obtained by Lee Tongfan when fighting with famous coaches. This is fixed and will not change point after more than 2 years of hard work. Leoli's personal values have been greatly different from the blank data at the beginning, and the attribute data has become gorgeous, especially the 2 small items of tactical training and tactical knowledge related to tactics that Lee Tongfan has always attached great importance to are almost reaching the full value of 20. Which is really gratifying. Moreover, it turns out that Lee Tongfan has been working hard to add ability points to the 2 tactical options, and his efforts to make up for the knowledge of football tactics in real life are very wise. After the appearance of the terrifying new function, tactical package, Lee Tongfan's previous efforts instantly show terrifying results. To this day, Leoli's plan is still to fill up the 2 small items of tactical training and tactical knowledge first, and then add the other 15 small items, until the unprecedented 17 small items of numerical perfection. After looking at his personal attributes in the FM 2009 system, Lee Tongfan once again focused on Super God State. It is good news that the system data path has expanded to 55%. In this way, the possibility of finding the active mastery of Super God State from the database will be greatly increased. Consume 2 points of character points and move the mouse to enter the database point. This search took 3 or 4 hours in total. Leoli almost went through the database that had been expanded to 55%, but the useful information he obtained was very little. It was really difficult to rely on this information to find the Super God State that can actively master and stimulate a certain player. The only clue is that the appearance of the Super God State has a lot to do with the spiritual attributes of the 3 major ability categories of the player's own physical attributes, technical attributes, and spiritual attributes. Lee Tongfan moved the mouse and clicked into the data pages of Juan Mata, Alan Smith and Didier Drogba, 3 players who had exploded into the Super God State, and carefully compared the spiritual attributes data of the 3 people. Soon, Leoli found the common point in the data of the 3 people. That is, the values of the 3 people's determination, decision, brave, concentration, work commitment, etc. are all above 16. especially for the work commitment item. The values of the 3 people have reached an astonishing 19, which is only 1 point away from the full value. The problem should be here. Lee Tongfan thought carefully about the scene when the 3 people burst into the super god state, and he had some ideas in his mind. Thinking of this, Lee Tongfan decided to do an experiment in the next game to verify whether the conclusion he came to in his mind was correct. So far, the idea of super god state can only go here. Next, 15 days have passed, and Lee Tongfan wants to know whether the stability points of the FM system have been repaired to 100%. The next game should be able to use the FM 2009 system simulation function. Move the mouse and click continue game, and the system time advances to November 12th. On this day, the 4th round of the English League Cup resumed the war, and Newcastle will go to Upton Park to challenge the Hammers West Ham United. After Leo Lee selected the starting lineup in the system, he continued the game, and he really entered the familiar simulation function scene smoothly. Fixed. The FM system simulation function is back. Lee Tongfan was shocked. His joy was beyond words, and he started to simulate the 4th round of the League Cup against West Ham United without hesitation. The Hammers can be regarded as a strong team in the Premier League, with a tough style of play, and very difficult to deal with. In the game, Lee Tongfan put the fat alien Ronaldo, who performed well in the last game against Chelsea after returning from injury, and the mixed-blooded glutton Gigi, who performed a hat-trick, in the starting position. Tongfan and Marcelo were separated on the 2 wings. Makalil started as a defensive midfielder. Argentine teenager Javier Pastor appeared in the front midfielder position, and the back line was also Sakho and other young Hammers. After all, it was the League Cup, and there was not much pressure. Juan Mata, Michael Owen and other main players got the opportunity to rotate and rest. It is worth mentioning that after the FM system was upgraded to 2009, the game has been simulated in 3 dimensions. It is no longer the colorful dots that only move back and forth, but a simulated scene of real people playing football, which is no different from watching a live game broadcast in front of a TV. This makes it more intuitive, vivid and clear for Lee Tongfan to observe the team's tactical gains and losses and the specific performance of the players. Time passed, and the game went smoothly in the system. Lee Tongfan used his most familiar 4-1-2-1-2 attacking tactical package in this game. In the end, Newcastle defeated the Hammers West Ham United 2-0 in the system. Ronaldo's lob shot near the penalty area line opened the scoring for the Magpies, and Zaha Hadid received Marcelo's cross in front of the goal and scored the 2nd goal. In the system, Newcastle entered the 6th round of the League Cup. There was also bad news. Newcastle striker Crespo, who came on as a substitute in the 78th minute, was tackled to the ground by the Hammers main midfielder Parker within 3 minutes of coming on the field and was injured. According to the diagnosis of the Newcastle team doctor in the post-match system, Crespo had a knee contusion and needed to rest for about 2 weeks. This is really unlucky. Ronaldo finally recovered from his injury and returned to the game, but who would have thought that Crespo would fall down again? This season, the Argentine striker played 9 games for Newcastle and scored 7 goals. He is an important member of the Magpies forward line. The only thing to be thankful for is that Crespo's injury is not serious, and he can still catch up with the Devils' Christmas schedule. Thinking about this, Leo Lee did not choose to use the abnormal save file to re-simulate this game. It is already 3 o'clock in the morning. After the competition, the first team will take a day off tomorrow. Juan Mata's engagement ceremony will be held at the Caesars Palace Hotel in the center of Newcastle in the evening. There is no doubt that it will be a wonderful time. Thanks. Favorite bathing skin good, Mala, book friend 15,421,205, 9Z Lord of the Gods, Blue Washang, 1 Bank Stationery, book friend 09020819125738, Zajb 888, Bloodthirsty Maniac, it's hard to register a child, key, for their support. Thank you to every brother who subscribes, recommends and supports the editor. Chapter 394 Shevchenko and Senderos. There was no training the next day, so Lee Tongfan had a good night's sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning point. When I got up, the hourly workers had already tidied up the messy living room and other guest rooms. The empty rooms were neatly tidied, and even the air in them was a little lazy. Leoli was wearing a pair of large pants, and opened the large floor-length pants on the north wall of the bedroom, and the cold sea breeze blew in. I walked to the balcony, and looked far into the distance. The beach in the distance had long since lost the bustling scene of tourists in the summer. The blue sea had long since turned into earthy grey. From time to time, wings were used to paddle in the cold wind. There is also a hint of sadness in the crisp calls of the seabirds crossing the waves. Damn it, this is such a bad season. Lee Tongfan huddled his arms and hurried back into the room to close the window point after washing up. Lee Tongfan called and ordered takeaway from a Chinese restaurant near the villa area, and then took advantage of the waiting time to go to the study room and open the newly purchased Hummer desktop computer and start browsing the sports columns of major European media portals online. This is the latest habit Leoli has developed in the past 5 or 6 months. Browse the latest information about European football to understand the latest developments of every team and every star. After all, Leoli is eating football now. The more relevant information you know, the better. You can't be sure when it will happen. Can it be used? Of course. What the boring man prefers to do is to carefully read the news that either praises or criticizes him in a disgusting way. Such things can always make this lonely and boring man stand out between competitions and training grounds. Find a sense of accomplishment and existence outside. Just then, the phone rang. Lee Tongfan thought the waiter who was delivering food had arrived. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Wang Qing calling from China. Pig, my health is almost healed. The doctor said that I can do some outdoor sports. Moving more is good for my health. The weather conditions in Lansao are not good. Come and see you. The sultry man was overjoyed. Haha, that's great. I love that doctor so much. Let's do this. How about I ask Tang to pick you up in China? That's fine. The two chatted on the phone endlessly, and the mobile phone conversation lasted until the waiter of the Chinese restaurant stood at the door with takeaways and impatiently rang the doorbell, and then reluctantly hung up the phone point. While devouring the old Shyanjin rice bowl, Leoli continued to browse the web point. When browsing the Serie A team news section of La Gazzetta dello Sport, Leoli happened to see a piece of news titled Legends of the Past Turned into Laughingstock. Glassman reappears as a loser, and Lee Tongfan clicked to enter. At the beginning of the season, Galliani vowed that the loan of former hero Andriy Shevchenko from Chelsea to Milan City was of great significance to strengthen Milan's striker, but it turns out that the Ukrainian nuclear warhead has long since sunk after 2 years in the Premier League. He has become senile. The nuclear warhead, who has played 11 times for AC Milan so far this season, has not scored a single goal, and he is gradually unable to even make the substitute list. That's not all. The Ukrainian's choice to defect to Chelsea during Milan's most difficult time has long made him the most unpopular person in the entire city. The fans cursed him in the stands every match day. The slogan is proof. It is said that even many people within AC Milan are disgusted with this former hero. It is no exaggeration to say that Shevchenko has no friends in the city of Milan. He is an outcast. In addition to Shevchenko, Philip Senderos, who was on loan from Arsenal, also proved to be an out-and-out glass man. The Swiss centre-back was injured continuously when he first joined AC Milan. So far, he has played less than 4 times for the team. In the middle of this news, there are also several photos. Among them, Shevchenko's confused look on the bench suddenly made Lee Tongfan feel infinite sadness in his heart. I think about how many times I missed school and asked for leave to sneak into the video room to stay up late just to watch a Shevchenko match. When I was in college, as long as I had time, I would never miss the match of this superstar known as the Ukrainian nuclear warhead. It is an indescribable love. Lee Tongfan is not a fan of AC Milan, but he has a deep-rooted obsession with Shevchenko, especially when he saw on the news one day that Shevchenko brought the Champions League trophy to pay homage to his mentor Shepakav. It made Lee Tongfan have an inexplicable love for this handsome Ukrainian. The instant start that moves like a rabbit, the thunderous long-distance attack, the extraordinary speed of flying across the gap, the tireless and vigorous pace. This is Shevchenko, the unique Ukrainian nuclear energy man. This image description that a CCTV commentator once blurted out excitedly after seeing Shevchenko's goal in an AC Milan match has always been firmly engraved in Lee Tongfan's heart, as if he had not forgotten it like seal cutting point later. After becoming the world famous madman Lee, Leoli made plans to introduce Shevchenko more than once, but the conditions were not mature either at Real Madrid or Newcastle. At this moment, Leoli once again had the idea of introducing Shevchenko, not to supplement the strength of the Magpie Legion, but simply to save this former vital point. This is a difficult knot that only fans have. A respectable player like Shevchenko should enjoy the cheers of the world like Ronaldo and Michael Owen and end his career as a hero, instead of drifting helplessly in a Milan that no longer welcomes him. In addition to being booed and cursed by the Italian media and fans every day, it is no longer possible to re-show the proud style of defeating the nuclear warhead in the past, but in this case, Leoli must reconsider Newcastle's forward configuration. For a team aiming to win the European Championship, having 5 forwards is indeed a bit of a luxury, but it is not unreasonable. Ronaldo and Crespo are old. Although Lee Tongfan has a heaven-defying cheating device like FM it is impossible to keep using character points since this season. Although Leoli has restored Ronaldo to the terrifying statistics of the Real Madrid era a year ago, the fat man's various statistics have declined relatively quickly in the FM 2009 system. This situation is the natural decline of players as they age. Every player in the FM system will have a downward trend in value after reaching a certain age. There is nothing Leoli can do about it. FM does not seem to have the ability to modify the age of players. This means that even after Lee Tongfan's modifications, Ronaldo can no longer show the crazy state of scoring more than 80 goals in a season in 2006-07. In addition, because Leoli cannot bear to force Ronaldo to lose weight too much, the fat man seems to have lost weight. Instead of his previous ambition to win honors, he is now enjoying the happiness football brings him. Ronaldo is like a child spoiled by Lee Tongfan, but Leoli is very willing to continue to spoil him. In short, at this moment, Lee Tongfan found many reasons for himself to introduce Shevchenko. The two little people in his mind kept fighting. The final result was that the sensibility of a fan defeated the rationality of a head coach. Lee Tongfan thought about the possibility of this transfer. Both Chelsea and AC Milan have lost trust in the Ukrainian. It should not be a big problem to convince the club to release him. As long as the Ukrainian can accept the salary cut, then there should be great maneuverability. With luck, he should be released during the winter break. Ukrainian nuclear warheads can be introduced. In addition to Shevchenko, Senderos mentioned in the news has also entered Leoli's sight. This time it is not because of the fans' emotions, but because of the actual strength of the Magpie Legion's current camp. Newcastle currently has only 3 central defenders in the team, namely future captain successor Stephen Taylor, newly joined players Mamadou Sakho and Manziani. Among them, Manziani is capable of playing the right back position at the same time. When David Thornton is injured or cannot play due to other special changes, he still needs to play on the wing. In this way, the team's defense will become stretched in an instant. Therefore, the introduction of a capable central defender is actually an urgent matter, and in Leoli's view, Swiss international Philips Senderos is obviously a very suitable candidate in terms of ability, experience and physical condition. Although Senderos's development in the past 2 years has not been satisfactory, we still have to see that this young central defender who was born in 1985 once had a shining moment. In 2002, 17-year-old Senderos, as captain of the Swiss national team, led the team to win the European Under-17 Youth Football Championship held in Denmark. After joining Arsenal in the 2003-04 season, he grew rapidly and eventually replaced the aging Campbell as the team's main defender. He maintained a clean sheet record of 1,184 minutes with the Swiss national team and Arsenal club. In addition, Senderos participated in all 8 games of the Swiss national team as the absolute main force. Compared with the other 3 central defenders of the Magpies, Senderos's game experience is definitely much greater. The Swiss has not only experienced nearly 100 Premier League games, more than 20 Champions League games, and more than 40 major national team games. Such a young and experienced central defender should have become a hot commodity that any of the 5 major leagues giants are competing to introduce. It is a pity that one game and one person suddenly changed the trajectory of his career. That is Warcraft of Ivory Coast, Didier Drogba, when Senderos was at the height of his powers at Arsenal, in a Premier League match between Arsenal and Chelsea. Senderos was destroyed by Warcraft in that game. Senderos, who was full of confidence, was eaten alive by Warcraft Drogba many times in the most brutal and direct way, which directly led to his defeat in the Arsenal game. Drogba's violent abuse obviously caused great harm to this growing star of tomorrow. The most miserable failure he encountered, when he was most proud, caused a huge blow to the Swiss central defender's confidence on the court. After that, Senderos lost his confidence in the game and his performance dropped sharply. Coupled with the constant invasion of injuries, he was originally favored by many experts and celebrities in European football, and lost his main position at Arsenal. This season Senderos left for Milan, Italy, hoping to regain his former form, but Milan is full of more right and wrong than Arsenal. Injuries once again hit him unexpectedly, which made him originally thought to be on loan. AC Milan, who got a big bargain, is also complaining. Both the parent team and the loan team have lost confidence in the Swiss, believing that Senderos has completely fallen and lost his footing on the field. But Leoli doesn't think so. Moreover, the reason is not just because Lee Tongfan holds FM millimeters. Brothers are welcome to give more comments in the book review area. Chapter 395 Juan MATA and -039 S engagement ceremony. In Lee Tongfan's view, there are 2 main reasons why Senderos has fallen so quickly, from a future star to a worthless player for major and semi-rich clubs. The first is psychological problems. The 1.90 meter tall big man who was eaten alive by Drogba lost his most important confidence on the court, and a player who has lost confidence in his own abilities will become suspicious of everything. This situation and the same as Marcelo after the injury in Arsenal and AC Milan. Both the fans and the head coach hope that he can recover through his own abilities, and the competition between the main players within the Giants can only bring greater pressure and negative effects on the Swiss central defender. Therefore, instead of solving the psychological problems of the Swiss, they are getting deeper and deeper. Lee Tongfan believes that, as long as this young central defender is given enough opportunities and patience, this problem will always be solved. As for the second point, it is the issue of injuries. Senderos' injuries in the past 2 years have indeed hindered him from further exploring his potential to a large extent. Many coaches are helpless with such a glass body, but for Lee Tongbium, who has FM millimeters, is this a problem? Now Senderos is not having a satisfactory life in Milan, and Arsenal have no intention of keeping him. They are almost waiting for other teams to come and ask about the price. This is obviously the best time to make a move. Newcastle, you can get Swiss at minimal cost, taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Isn't this what a sultry man likes to do the most? Night is slowly falling over Newcastle Point. This former coal mining city has now become one of the most popular tourist cities in England, and is known as the Vibrant City. Thousands of tourists flock to Newcastle on weekends, and a large number of students flock to Newcastle. The presence makes Newcastle's nightlife very rich. At the beginning of this century, Newcastle was rated as one of the 8 largest entertainment cities in the world. The Caesars Palace Hotel in the city center is one of the highest standard hotels in Newcastle. On weekdays, celebrities, dignitaries, and ladies hang out there, and various large-scale banquets are often held there. Juan Mata's engagement ceremony was held here. Spain's Angel Wings usually keep a very low profile except in games. Unexpectedly, this time they are very high profile. It cost him £500,000 to book the Caesar Palace Hotel. This shows that this guy has high expectations for himself. How much does your girlfriend take you seriously? As soon as Lee Tongfan drove his BMW to the door of the hotel, he was swarmed by hundreds of reporters from newspapers who had been waiting here. Leo Lee just stepped out of the car door and handed the car keys to the doorman. The crackling flashes flashed like a series of thunderbolts on a dark rainy night, and the silver light was dazzling. Fortunately, Caesar's Palace is indeed a high-end entertainment venue in Newcastle. The hotel staff, who have hosted countless celebrities from across the country, are obviously used to big storms and are well prepared. Under the cover of 18 well-trained hotel security guards, Lee Tongfan was led to the hotel lobby like a president on tour. Countless reporters were howling outside. Mr. Rice Tong, why didn't you bring your female companion? Some people say that you are preparing to take over another national team. Is that true, Mr. Shitting? What do you think of Scholar's resignation? Crazy. Mr. Lee, will you sell Newcastle at the appropriate time as you promised? If someone from England is willing to buy it, dear Lee, I have been waiting for you here all day. Please let me be your female companion. Oh, damn it, let me in. I'm a follower of crazy Mr. Lee. There was a mess at the entrance of the hotel. In addition to reporters, there were also many beautifully dressed English girls and handsome young men. These people are the legendary professional weaver girl and cowherd. After asking where there is a large banquet, they will dress up and wait at the door of the hotel, just in case they meet some gentleman attending the cocktail party without male or female companions, or a socialite or something like that. You can catch a ride and have a sumptuous meal point, and if you are lucky enough to have a relationship with a certain celebrity or political figure, you might be able to make a big fortune. Lee Tongfan naturally stayed away from these people. Bang! The golden door was closed from behind, and the noise from the reporters and the cowherd and weaver girl behind him instantly disappeared in Lee Tongfan's eardrums. In front of him, there was a brilliant golden light. The colorful musical fountain in the hotel's spacious lobby keeps rising and falling, like a miracle from heaven. Handsome men and beautiful women come and go. There is a long-haired young artist in a white suit sitting in front of the piano in the center of the lobby playing sweet music. Music score, here and outside. It is simply another world. Lee Tongfan's arrival attracted everyone in the hall almost instantly. Juan Mata, the handsome young man who was the protagonist of tonight's cocktail party, was the first to come over wearing a black casual suit. Many other Newcastle players and staff also among them. Boss, I'm glad you can come to my engagement ceremony. Mata looked very happy. Lee Tongfan looked at the handsome Juan Mata under the lights with a satisfied smile on his face. Haha, I'm still counting on you to score more goals and contribute more offense to the club. How dare you not come? Question mark. If I make the famous angel wings unhappy, the fans will not let me go. One sentence made everyone around him laugh. Even Alan Smith, who had always looked miserable, had a smile on his face, while assistant coach Alan Shearer stood in the distance with a glass of red wine and winked with a coquettish look on his face. At this time, the invitees had not yet arrived, and the engagement ceremony had not officially begun. Boss, this is my fiancée Isabella. Mata introduced the girl with rice hair in a pure white evening dress to Leoli, arm in arm. She admires you very much. Nice to meet you, Mr. Rice Tong. The beautiful girl Ella stretched out her white little hand and gently shook Leoli's hand. A charming light fragrance came from her body. Juan told me what happened between you and him many times. If it weren't for you, with help, Juan may now live in the Turkish league. You are his benefactor. Ella told the truth. At that time, there were indeed teams in the Turkish league that were interested in Mata, and Ferguson did have the idea of selling Mata at a low price. Fortunately, Leoli quickly acted and brought Mata to Newcastle on a rent-to-buy basis. Only then did the now famous Spanish angel wings come into being. I'm not a benefactor, I'm just Mata's friend, Leo. Lee looked at Ella, and he felt like he was marrying his brother. This English woman made Leoli feel very good. Lee Tongfan looked at Mata and said with a smile, however, I have to congratulate you, Miss Ella. You may not know how many girls in Spain and England are jealous and envious of you now, because you will get the best in the world tonight. The best man. Juan Mata blushed instantly. As time went by, more and more people came to the reception. Other stars of the Newcastle first team were sent in by security guards with their female companions. Michael Owen with a charming smile holding his beautiful wife. Russian duo Arshavin and Zerkov dressed casually. Mamadou Sakho and Moussa Sissoko in black from head to toe, with short hair combed. The well-groomed French national goalkeeper Hugo Lloris, given chewing gum with a cynical smile on his face. The tall and handsome Italian David Thornton. At 8 o'clock in the evening, almost all the Newcastle first team players arrived at the hotel on time, and at this time, Mata's engagement ceremony officially began. The most respected pastor in Newcastle, who was specially invited, presided over the ceremony, and the parents of both men and women came to the scene. According to Matter, Ella is a clothing designer, and her family business is also in the field of clothing. Newcastle fan representatives sent gifts and blessings to the team's heroes due to his identity. Lee Tongfan was the focus of attention wherever he went, second only to the hero and heroine. Many beautiful ladies, both familiar and unknown, rushed to come forward and interact with this distinguished man who had supreme prestige in the hearts of Newcastle citizens. Chinese people chatting up. Lee Tongfan dealt with it one after another. Tonight is a rare opportunity to enhance the team's tacit understanding. Lee has been thinking about how to make good use of this opportunity. If he just drinks and talks among a large number of people like now, it will be obvious. It cannot achieve Lee Tongfan's goal. Time passes slowly and the pleasant piano music point Juan Matter and his beautiful fiancée began to greet each guest one by one. Lee Tongfan was also asked to send a message to the golden boy. The hammers of the first team cheered and whistled in the audience. To be honest, in front of them, Lee, who was never nervous about tens of thousands of people in the stadium, became a little nervous at this moment. When he looked up, Lee found that assistant coach Alan Shearer was holding his mouth and whistling vigorously. As soon as his mind changed, he said without hesitation, "Alan just said to me that he was in love with the two of them." With the blessings of young boys and girls, he specially prepared a very exciting program. Let us welcome him with applause. God is my witness. Shearer's face turned green at that time, when hundreds of pairs of eyes turned to him. The man in his 30s felt a sense of solemnity. Then he walked quickly to the open space in the center of the hotel lobby, threw his feet, and danced a pure dance. Irish step dancing. The skills shocked the audience. This was just a prelude. Under the careful guidance of the Menseo man, the engagement ceremony soon became a talent show stage for Newcastle's first team players. Lee became the temporary host of the reception. Almost every Newcastle first team player was Lee Tongfan came out to perform with ulterior motives. The graceful waltz dance of Owen and his beloved wife is so refreshing. The Russian duo Arshavin and Zerkov finished singing the Russian folk song Katasha about running away from the Milky Way with nervous expressions, as if they were about to be executed. And when Podolsky and Loris turned into hippies and sang the Beatles' most classic In My Life, Mamadou Sakho was sweating and nervously sang in the broken English he had just learned. When watching The Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood, the entire hotel lobby became a sea of laughter. Lee Tongfan discovered for the first time that the players' lives are so colorful besides football. Thanks to Zouj 888, I love 888 for their support. Request for monthly tickets. Chapter 396 FM New Function. Juan Matter's engagement ceremony ended with many Newcastle first team players and the male and female protagonists crazily shouting the Magpies team song Coming Home Newcastle Point. The entire engagement came to the end. Even the Russian duo and French teenager Sakho, who were nervous and stuttering at the beginning, completely let go. Several players pulled assistant coach Alan Shearer like they were on drugs, stood in the middle of the field with their arms around each other, and danced the Northern Irish tap dance together. Isabel Ella, the future famous fashion designer, didn't know when she changed into a tight short dress and pulled her fiancé Matter to join in. This was a happy and crazy night. Looking at this scene, Lee Tongfan vaguely felt that his goal should be achieved. Newcastle's coaching staff and players have never been so unrestrained as today. The ancient Chinese sages all believed that men's friendship and trust are most easily established at the wine table and on the battlefield. Now it seems that this view is also applicable in distant Great Britain. When the song ended and the crowd dispersed, it was already midnight. The journalists who were waiting at the door of Casa Palace Hotel in the bitter cold wind did not disperse, but instead showed a trend of increasing number. At first, the reporters only received news that Newcastle stars were going to hold a cocktail party here, so only the local Newcastle newspaper staff came to try their luck, but they didn't expect that all the superstars of the Magpies first team would come here. What was even more fatal to the reporters was that crazy Lee, who had always claimed to be insulated from cocktail parties, also unexpectedly appeared here. So from the time Lee Tongfan entered the hotel lobby to the time when Leo Lee came out again 4 hours later, the number of journalists waiting at the door increased by a full double. Many of them rushed here from cities such as Manchester and London in the cold wind. Almost every reporter knew that after 4 hours of hard work in the cold wind and rain, they might not get the opportunity to talk to Crazy Lee even a word. But they were willing to wait here, even if they could only take a few photos of Crazy Lee's back and side. It would be a great gain for them. It is no exaggeration to say that Leo Lee was shocked. As soon as we walked out of the hotel gate, the hotel waiter drove Lee Tongfan's BMW overrolled Lee took the car keys. The 12 burly security guards once again played the role of escort ships, using all their strength to separate the instantly enthusiastic crowd into a winding path for Crazy Lee to get on the car, and then waited until the BMW emitted a faint exhaust gas and drove away. This is so fucking crazy. Security wiped the sweat from his forehead after the intense exercise of fighting with reporters with lingering fear. Even when the hotel hosted the great Queen Elizabeth a year ago, these damn reporters were not as crazy as today, as if they had caught up with the end of the world. Security B curled his lips. This is the legendary Crazy Lee effect. In any European country, if this Chinese man is willing, he can take out just 10 minutes to accept an interview and bring back to life a newspaper that is about to go bankrupt or a TV program that has no audience. Security guard C. TV media is nothing but a cloud. I just hope he can stay in Newcastle forever so that we can leave St. James Park with satisfaction every match day singing the tune of celebrating victory. Security guards D, Shu, G, Zheng and other 9 burly, muscular, and angry men nodded in agreement like good children when he returned to his villa. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Lee Tongfan couldn't wait to take out the Hummer Geo book and enter the FM 2009 system to observe the tacit understanding of the Magpies. He was instantly delighted when he saw it. There is no other reason. The tacit understanding of the Newcastle team has indeed increased and has reached 77. This number is only 3 points away from the 80 mark. The successful completion of the Mavericks level system task, Team Tacit Understanding, is just around the corner. Finally, I have solved another worry. After reading the Tacit Understanding, Leo Lee suddenly thought of the new FM function called Apprenticeship System when he was looking up the relevant information of Super God status the day before yesterday. I wonder what the specific effect is. Click to enter the system database and soon came to the window of the Apprenticeship System function menu. After Leo Lee clicked to enter, the Hummer Geo book page turned and came to a large page called Player Exchange. The 24 players of Newcastle's first team were listed one by one according to their positions. According to the explanation of the FM database, if you want a certain player to learn from you, click on the player's name to enter the next level menu, and then you can proceed to the second step. Lee Tongfan thought for a while and clicked on Nicholas Judge's name. The screen of the computer LCD screen turned again. The final function menu of Apprenticeship System was fully displayed. This new function has 2 subsections in total. The first one is Unique Skill Learning. This section is the apprenticeship part of the Apprenticeship System. Lee Tongfan can select a player with a similar position to GG and designate him as GG's master so that the virtual GG in the system can learn some of the player's special skills. Old Lee touched his chin shaved by G Lee's razor, and after much thought, he designated Ronaldo as GG's master and let GG learn Ronaldo's instant shot skill among his many killer moves. The time it takes to fully master a skill depends on the apprentice's talent, hard work, and the difficulty of the master's skill. Once Lee Tongfan has formulated the relevant learning items in the system, FM 2009 will intelligently determine the time required in an instant. This time, the FM system determined that it would take GG a week to master Ronaldo's instant shot skill. After GG has mastered instant shooting, he can also learn other skills of Ronaldo, such as pendulum pass, simplified oxtail, instant acceleration, crew if turn, etc. The only pity is that you can only choose one master each time. Originally, Leo Lee wanted Gigi to learn Michael Owen's wind chasing and sprinting at the same time. But now it seems that Gigi will learn Owen's skills after learning Ronaldo's skills. The second subsection of apprenticeship system is habit learning in the FM system database. 88 very practical kicking habits for players in different positions on the court are set point. These habits are the common points summarized and condensed by the FM system from the kicking performances of thousands of well-known football superstars. Compared with skills, these habits are simpler, easier to learn, and more practical. Lee Tongfan roughly read through these 88 habits and selected the following 5 habits for this mixed blood glutton according to Gigi's playing style. Be more accustomed to cooperating with teammates continuously. Try to counter offside when playing one-on-one with a goalkeeper. Try to choose tricky shots or lobs. Don't shoot long shots at will. Try to run into gaps more often. According to the learning time determined by the FM system, it will take Gigi about 40 days to fully master these 5 habits. After 40 days, these simple habits that seem ordinary but have significant practical effects will penetrate into Gigi's bones, and he can subconsciously show them in the game. In theory, if Gigi can successfully learn the skills specified by Lee Tongfan in the system, then this mixed blood glutton can be transformed into the most perverted striker in the history of the world who has mastered the unique skills of countless superstars. Of course, this is only in theory point, because according to the explanation of the FM system database, every player does not necessarily learn the skills specified by the player 100% after apprenticeship, but there is a certain probability of failure by the time Lee Tongfan had completely set up Gigi's study plans in the apprenticeship system. The wall clock had already reached about 2:30 in the morning. The night was so deep, but for some reason, Lee still had no sleep at all. So Lee Tongfan simply calmed down and assigned a master to each young player in Newcastle's first team through the apprenticeship system to learn relevant skills, and various habits were also assigned according to the positions of the little hammers. Sacco was taught by Stephen Tanner. Pastor was taught by Alan Smith. Lee Tongfan hoped that this Argentine genius midfielder could not only maintain his spirituality and skills from South America, but also appreciate the iron blood and discipline of European players from Alan Smith, as well as the characteristics of simple passing. Gago, Khedira and Moussa Sissoko all became Makalul's apprentices. Lee Tongfan hoped that the 3 of them could learn the 4 unique skills of super probability tackle, motion pass looting technique, super blocking position, and must-kill position from the greatest defensive master among current football players. Hugo Lloris became a disciple of Irish goalkeeper Given. Learning Given's unique skills of goal line ball retrieving technique and instant calm technique in the following long 120 minutes, Lee Tongfan carefully selected and found a master suitable for the position and characteristics of almost every young player in the Magpies first team, and also selected a habit suitable for their own playing style from the 88 habits in the entire FM 2009 system database. In this way, as long as the players can learn 67% of the skills and habits designated by Lee Tongfan, their strength will have a qualitative leap. Moreover, unlike other points and functions such as tactical package and training package, any ability obtained by a player through the apprenticeship system will be permanently maintained, even if the player transfers away from Newcastle and is no longer under the command of Lee Tongfan. These skills will always be maintained on them, according to the requirements of the FM system database, in order to better cooperate with the realization of the effect of the apprenticeship system. Lee must also open relevant training courses and the actual training of the Newcastle first team in the next practice, and clarify the master of each player. First update. The second update will be at 10:30. Thanks, Mala, Zajb 888, I love 888, 9Z Lord of the Gods, I love smoking and drinking. Xiao Bay Legend, Book Friend 100,918,203,531,959, Bookworm Zhang and other brothers and sisters for their awards. Chapter 397 Counterattack. Got 039 S instructions. After finishing everything, he closed the screen of the Hamageo book laptop, It was already around 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Leo Lee yawned and stretched, and finally felt a trace of tiredness. He was just about to stop. I threw it on the bed and slept with my clothes on when the phone rang again. Mo Hui stepped back. Wan Cheoang mat and stepped aside. It alarmed Feng Jiali. The black man has a black face. The familiar ringtone of Kinopera excerpts. This is the home phone. Li Tongfan's sleepiness disappeared instantly. He reached out to pick up the phone and asked habitually, "Hello, Dad, what?" Surprised Leo Lee was that the voice that came over the phone was not his father Liang's voice, but the voice of his mother Hefeng. "Son, did it wake you up, Lee?" Tongfan turned to look at the stars in the night sky outside the window on a winter night, then turned back to the phone receiver and smiled involuntarily. "Mom, no, the sun has come out here. I've been up long ago, but, baby, have you been busy lately?" "Mom, you're not busy, not at all. You eat well and sleep soundly. When will you and my dad take the time to come and stay with me for a few days?" Lee Tongfan continued to smile. "Your dad, well, baby, can you take time to come back?" Mom Hefeng's voice sounded a little hesitant on the phone. Lee Tongfan was shocked and said quickly, "Mom, did something happen at home?" Lee Tongfan is very clear about the character of his parents. Both old people are the kind of traditional Chinese parents who regard their children's affairs as more important than the sky. If there is nothing important, they will never do it without knowing that they have a job. I even called him next time to tell me to go back to China. "No, it's okay. Your dad and I have no worries about food and clothing now. It's okay. Mainly because some relatives recently wanted to see you. Several reporters from CCTV also came, saying they hope to interview you. City leaders, I often say that I want to meet you." I see. Lee Tongfan felt lighthearted. As long as nothing happened at home, Leo Lee didn't care about anything else. Ever since he became successful, his relatives have followed him to take advantage of him. It is only human nature to want to hold on to Crazy Lee's thick thigh. However, what Leo Lee can't stand the most is the 3 aunts, 2 aunts, 4 uncles, and 5 aunts who are related to each other in everything. Every time they meet, they will bring their children who have not graduated from junior high school to ask him to help arrange work abroad. Although Leo Lee can indeed solve these problems if he really goes all out, the problem is that Leo Lee does not run a charity. So what will happen if this continues? As for the other so-called reporters and leaders, Lee Tongfan didn't even bother to talk about them. They were just some guys who relied on their popularity and others who were just trying to gain some political achievements and attention. Thinking of this, Leo Lee said to the phone with a little embarrassment, "Mom, you and my dad can help those relatives and so on. As for reporters and leaders, don't pay attention to them. Mom, you know the team is now during the intense season. It is difficult for me to take time to come back to see you. Otherwise, you and my dad can come to the UK and I will hire someone to take care of you." There was silence on the other side of the phone. After a long while, he continued, "My dear, do your best in your career. Your dad and I still want to stay in China for a while and wait until next spring before going to the UK." Lee Tongfan could clearly hear the disappointment in his mother's tone. At that moment, Leo Lee felt sour in his heart and almost said, "I'll go back right away." But then he thought about how Newcastle was really inseparable from him in this situation, and the Premier League's devilish Christmas schedule was coming soon. This is really the most important moment that determines whether a team can win the championship at the end of the season. I simply can't spare the time to go home. In addition, this damn unlimited FM 2009 system has tied him firmly to the field. The consequences of not directing the team's games for a period of time are really unbearable for Leo Lee, to be honest. After all, obliteration, these 2 cold and bloody characters are always hanging above Leo Lee's head. In the next few days of training, all members of Newcastle's first team once again experienced Crazy Lee's whimsical training strategies. Lee Tongfan arranged a master for each young player to impart experience and formulated a set of strict supervision measures. Not only to check the training progress of the apprentice, but also to check the quality of the training and teaching of the master. Once one of the master and apprentice fails, to meet the requirements of the established plan, both will be severely punished. The Rick Bolton training base is full of chaos every day, and the little hammers are complaining incessantly, because after being drilled by the coaches, they have to accept even more fierce drills from their masters, who like to teach others. However, the results achieved are also very obvious. This interactive training method of master and apprentice not only invisibly increases the game experience of the young players, but what makes Lee Tongfan and the coaching staff even more surprised is the team's tacit understanding during the process, showing a geometric growth. Some beautiful combinations that the hammers could not do before were also successfully played. This effect was indeed beyond Lee Tongfan's expectation. Time flies by during intense training, and in a blink of an eye it's the start of the 4th round of the English League Cup. The Magpies challenge the Hammers West Ham United at Upton Park. The final result of this game was exactly the same as what Lee Tongfan simulated in the FM 2009 system. Newcastle finally defeated the Hammers 2-0 in the away game and successfully advanced to the 5th round of the English League Cup. On November 15th, Newcastle faced Everton at home, a Premier League team that Coach Moyes has worked hard to manage for many years. After a 90-minute fierce battle at St James Park, the Magpies finally narrowly defeated the Toffees 2-1. The one who contributed to Newcastle was the fat alien Ronaldo. He scored twice in the 43rd and 67th minutes of the game. His coquettish running and sharp shooting won the continuous roars of more than 70,000 Newcastle fans in the stadium stands. It was Australian midfielder Cahill who scored a goal for the Toffees against Everton. This short-sighted aerial bully, who is ranked among the top 5 in the Premier League from FM 2007 to FM 2009, used his most proficient heading skills to get a goal back for the visiting team in the 88th minute of the game. On November 22nd, the Magpies went to an away game to challenge Rangers Blackburn. This game is not easy for Newcastle, because Blackburn is known as the most violent team in the Premier League. Rangers' consistent strength-based team-building policy and violent and lethal tactics are second only to tradition in the Premier League. Chelsea, one of the most powerful Blues. This technical characteristic of Blackburn has allowed them to play the role of nemesis of giants in the Premier League for a long time. And it is worth mentioning that Blackburn's head coach Paul Ince is also a figure that cannot be underestimated. This man will not abandon his martial arts skills and cooperate on the ground like Scullery, who has always wanted to play beautiful football. The former England legend has transformed Blackburn into a very pragmatic defensive counter-attacking team this season, with good results. His playing style is violent. His average body height ranks second in the Premier League. He has the highest number of fouls in the Premier League, and his defense is fierce. Almost every feature of such a team is used to restrain the nemesis of the young Newcastle team. So Lee Tongfan, who knows the key, is already prepared to use abnormal saves to win a victory. However, when making predictions before the game, he was actually given a rookie-level system mission: resist violent counter-attack. The task requirements limited the number of abnormal saves that Lee Tongfan could make. After careful consideration, Leo Lee decided to give up the system prediction and transfer, and use the cheating methods of Tactics Pack to strive for a victory. The game kicked off under the winter sunshine at Ewart Park facing Blackburn, who performed violence and counter-attacks to terrifying heights. Lee Tongfan chose more experienced and tenacious older players in this game. The Russian duo Arshavin and Zirkov dominated Newcastle's left wing. The terrifying striker combination of Michael Owen and Ronald finally appeared in the Premier League again! 30 minutes before the game, Lee Tongfan chose a 4-4-2 offensive tactical package. For the sake of safety, the Magpies have always controlled the rhythm of the game. Blackburn adopted a 4-4-1-1 formation and used long passes and lobs to threaten Newcastle's goal, although in the last 15 minutes of the first half, a somewhat impatient Lee Tongfan once again tried the 4-1-1-4 quick whirlwind tactical package. But due to the personnel configuration in the starting lineup, this tactical package could not be fully utilized. All the power, so the score on the field remained at 0-0 until the end of the first half. The situation suddenly changed at the beginning of the second half. Blackburn midfielder Stephen Reid made a very ordinary cross from the wing. Santa Cruz seized the opportunity and swung his long black hair coquettishly from outside the penalty area to hit a goal that could be called a world wave. The arc helped the home team lead the Magpies 1:0. The Eward Park pitch was in a state of excitement, with Blackburn's head coach Paul Ince running around the pitch in excitement. Lee Tongfan made a desperate move, pushing Tsar Ushervan out of the forward position and forming a 3 forward with Ronaldo and Michael Owen. The Magpie Legion's formation transformed into a 4-3-3 storm attack tactic, attacking with all-out efforts to turn defeat into victory. Facts have proved that Lee Tongfan's tactical change saved Newcastle, so much so that the English media called it God's instruction after the game. Rangers. Blackburn's violent defense finally exposed its flaws under Newcastle's stormy offensive. In the 54th minute, Tsar Ushervan took advantage of the Blackburn centre-back's mistake of advancing into the midfield to fight for a header and drove the ball straight into the left wing. After running into the penalty area, he faced the defense of the opponent's 3 defenders. A low shot, the football passed through the wicket of centre-back Ryan Nelson, bypassing goalkeeper Paul Robinson's block and scoring. In the 64th minute, Tsar took a corner kick from the left and sent it directly to the right corner of Blackburn's penalty area. Juan Mata met the ball and shot furiously, hitting a powerful rebound ball to break the net and score. 1. Newcastle overtook the score. The final score of the game was fixed at 2:1. Neither the relentless attacker Newcastle nor the calm counter-attacker Blackburn scored in the following game. Although the Magpies finally won, the scores of 2:0, 1:0 and 2:1 in the last 3 games still showed the weakness of the Magpies. In the next round of the Premier League, Newcastle will face the winning streak group at home. The last opponent in Arsenal. Chapter 398 Peak Battle Storm. In the 2008-09 season, Arsenal under Professor Arsene Wenger set off a red storm in the Premier League that shocked everyone. So far in the Premier League, the young Gunners have defied everyone's expectations and become the only team that can maintain the same formidable winning streak as Crazy Lee's Magpies. Such a result is a slap in the face to the experts, media, and sports betting companies of the 5 major leagues, because before this, almost no one was optimistic that such a Boy Scout team could get a good start in the 2008-09 season. In the Champions League odds offered by major sports betting companies in Europe, Arsenal's ranking is not at all traditional in England. It is the lowest among wealthy families. The reason is that the Gunners' performance in the summer transfer market really broke the hearts of many Gunners fans. In the summer that just ended, Wenger firmly adhered to his consistent shot control transfer tendency in the transfer market and introduced several little-known players who did not help the competitiveness of the first team, easily giving away several of the absolute main players of the first team. Brazilian strongman Gilberto Silva, who was expected to become the team's captain, was forced to leave the Greek giant Panathinaikos because of Arsenal's harsh renewal policy of 1-year contracts for veterans over 30 years old. Hleb, the Belarusian Draga King, who has become the absolute main force in the midfield in the 3 seasons since joining the Gunners, could not resist the temptation of the Catalan giants and finally said goodbye to North London for €1,500. Joined La Liga giants Barcelona. The most regrettable among the players lost is the new generation French midfielder Flamini. Wenger regretted teaching Flamini so much that his intestines turned green. Originally, Flamini humbly requested to renew his contract with the club last season, but at that time Wenger believed that he was not worthy of the renewal and ruthlessly rejected Flamini's request. But no one expected that in the following season, the French midfielder, who was originally not optimistic, would suddenly rise in a jaw-dropping manner and become the unshakable soul of Arsenal's midfield. At this time, Flamini's contract was about to expire, and it was finally the club's and Wenger's turn to worry. Who knew that the extremely proud Flamini would eventually leave brazenly because of a mere £5,000 weekly salary difference? Distrusting the Emirates Stadium, He chose to move to Serie A giant AC Milan on a free transfer. After losing 3 midfield players in a row, the professor only introduced French teenager Nasri Point in this way, except for Cesc Fabregas, the soul of the Gunners. Arsenal's midfield has been completely changed last season, and it is no different from rebuilding a new army. What can fans and the media expect from such a Boy Scouts whose average age is less than 25 years old? From an age perspective, Arsenal this season is actually no different from the new Newcastle team created by Crazy Lee. But the problem is that Newcastle has a god on the sidelines of football who has never lost a game since his debut, sitting at home. And although Professor Wenger has shown enough strength in the past years, he is far from as good as the Chinese. This kind of terrifying effect can be achieved by just one person fighting on the sidelines to replace half the team. Therefore, even before the disaster of the 2008-09 season started, the Emirates Stadium was filled with doubts about Wenger and the club. The team's failure to win the championship for many years in a row has greatly impacted the French professor's status in the Arsenal. What's even more incredible is that there are fanatical Arsenal fans who have issued dismissal orders to the Frenchman who almost relied on his own efforts to rebuild Arsenal booze 4 months ago. Pessimism and disappointment enveloped the Emirates Stadium, and the gloom was gloomy. But after just over 130 days, all doubts disappeared. The media who once questioned Wenger quickly changed their tone and cheered the professor. The fans who once asked Wenger to dismiss Get Out of Class were ashamed and apologized to the professor with their crazy heads. The young Spanish midfielder Cesc Fabregas is becoming more mature. Rookie Nasri proved to the English people that his title of Zidane's successor is no lie. After little Tiger Walcott put on the number 14 jersey, he finally took over the mantle of the former king of Highbury Thierry Henry with his mature performance. Ratsam, who was just promoted to the first team by Wenger, once again proved to the world that the Arsenal's youth academy has never lacked talent. The children who are trusted by Professor Wenger are using their incredible strong performance to rectify the name of their mentor. After 14 rounds of the Premier League in the 2008-09 season, Arsenal, which was originally the least promising among the traditional top 4, actually relied on a group of child soldiers to pass through 5 levels and defeat 6 generals to become bright red. 14 consecutive wins created the best start to the league in Arsenal's history, and now they will face the biggest hurdle since the start of this season at the St James Park Stadium on November 25th. Arsenal and Newcastle, two teams that are equally young but also maintain a 14-game winning streak, will compete at this event and venue decide between male and female. With only a week left before the game, the European media has already begun to hype this game, because this is a duel between the only two constantly victorious generals left among more than 100 teams in the 5 major leagues after many rounds of leagues since the beginning of the 2008-09 season. The well-deserved peak battle of the 08-09 season. Once Professor Arsene Wenger's Red Storm can continue to create miracles in the away game and defeat the Magpies, which has been showing signs of fatigue in recent rounds of league games, then the French coach will become the first to overthrow the Magpies in the past 3 years. Madmanly from China was the god who ruled the 5 major leagues in darkness for nearly 1,000 days. In fact, Wenger led the Arsenal team headed by Gun King Henry in the 2006-07 Champions League final and almost forced the Madmanly from the Real Madrid era to a desperate situation. From this aspect, the Frenchman has rich experience in fighting madmen. Lee's capital. If he can win at St James Park on the 25th, then Wenger will undoubtedly ascend to a new altar with his 14th consecutive victory. Defeating Madmanly is the goal pursued by every top club coach in the 5 major European leagues, and this time Wenger is within easy reach of this goal. Become a god in one battle. Of course, if the young Magpies can defeat the Gunners Arsenal who come to challenge at home, then Lee Tongfan and his Magpies will become the only team among all the 5 major European leagues and even outside the 5 major leagues in the 2008-09 season to maintain the same score. The winning team. This is the supreme honor that every team, every head coach, and every club strives for. The decisive battle will begin at St. James Park Stadium. The whole world is watching. The battle at St. James Park attracted almost the entire world's attention. Football media reporters from 5 continents and 7 oceans swarmed in like sharks smelling blood and came to Newcastle, a seaport city known as one of the 8 major entertainment cities in the world. Not to be outdone, major sports betting companies have set out odds for the peak match on the 25th. Newcastle is slightly ahead of Arsenal in odds. James Trump, CEO of Austrian gaming company BWIN, was accepting the Sun reporter Bruce. In the interview, Bucero once again explained the company's approach. There are 2 reasons why we are more optimistic about Newcastle. The first reason is naturally the existence of Crazy Lee. No one in Europe seems to be able to curb the Chinese's victory. The second reason is because Newcastle plays at home, and St. James Park Stadium, the atmosphere at home is no less than any other Devils home stadium in the 5 major leagues. In the past few days, the barbed wire fence at Newcastle's Rigbottom training base has been crowded with people. Every day, thousands of people brave the severe cold in winter to show up here to watch the Magpies games. In addition to the fanatical Newcastle fans, there are also journalists from all over the world, as well as Arsenal's football circles and foreign coaches. The fans chanted "Coming home Newcastle" in the cold wind to cheer for their heroes. The young bus driver John Newton and his bus driver have gradually become a bus driver even worse than Newton himself. And the new Liwat wife Nelly, who is a fanatical fan, will appear outside the base almost every evening. The reporters set up high-powered cameras outside the barbed wire fence, like black cannon barrels, constantly consuming film and cassettes. If they could not interview the players, they would interview the fans. However, almost no Newcastle fans thought that the game on the 25th was important. There will be trouble for them. There is nothing to worry about. Mr. Rice Tong has already prepared the titchy. What we are worrying about is how to celebrate the team's victory, not whether we can win. Damn. Cockneys come in laughing and go back crying. That's the rule. It's not just them. It's the same for any team that visits St. James Park. Don't try to take away victory from Mr. Wanbong. The support of the Newcastle fans for the team would surprise any reporter who visited the city for the first time. 99 out of 100 Newcastle people chanted "Long live the Magpies" like a cult, while the remaining one of them was too late to answer the question because of diarrhea. Arsenal's expatriate coach from North London is also nervously observing Newcastle's preparations. Recently, Crazy Lee's strange and changeable tactical arrangements in several consecutive games have left the media and fans unaware of what Newcastle will use in the next second. What a tactic. The crazy man Lee, who used to use a set of 4-1-2-1-2 diamond tactics to beat all the invincible opponents in the world, has now become more mature and terrifying. How to contain Newcastle tactically is simply a matter of course to me. Doing the most difficult multiple choice question in the world. This was the sigh of violent Blackburn coach Paul Ince when he involuntarily sent out a penalty when being interviewed by reporters after the last round of the game. And this sentence obviously hit the mind of Professor Wenger. In order to gain an early insight into Newcastle's tactical configuration, Arsenal took the unprecedented step of sending 3 scouts and 2 foreign coaches to the Rigbottom training base every day to observe the Magpies. Preparation training. These spies, wearing sunglasses and peaked caps that almost cover half of their faces, are among the crowd outside the barbed wire. They are like Wenger's eyes, and they are constantly recording the most primitive information they see. The information was reported to Professor Wenger in London without any sorting. It seems that the French coach is determined to win this game. The first update and the second update are around 10:30. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, destined to become a classic game. According to the communicative behavior theory of Professor Christ of Harvard University, often the closeness and development of the relationship between people are determined by the first thing they did when they first met each other, when they did not know each other. Actions, first words spoken, even the first breath of air breathed out. So it's easy for Wang Qing to win the favor of the fans, because as a 3 good students who have always been excellent in both morals and academics since kindergarten, Wang Qing has mastered a total of 7 foreign languages in her 25-year-old life, including Italian, Spanish, and English, and Wang Qing said this sentence just now in authentic Newcastle English. The gathered fans burst into enthusiastic cheers after a brief moment of collective confusion. For the fans, this simple sentence means that the god of Newcastle, Mr. Ice Tong, has a Chinese girlfriend who also loves Newcastle. What a beautiful thing this is. Beautiful and charming face, smiling expression, impeccable Newcastle dialect, and elegant posture. On this cold and windy winter afternoon, this beautiful girl used her own way to conquer thousands of Newcastle fans outside the Rig-Bottom training base almost instantly. Nellie, the newlywed wife of young bus driver John Newton, walked out of the crowd, put a scarf with a black and white plaid pattern and the Magpie Club logo on it around Wang Qing's neck, wrinkled the cute little freckles on her nose. We are the eternal pride of Newcastle, and I believe you will be in the near future too. By the way, you will marry Mr. Rice Bucket, right? The reporters are still pushing forward desperately. The fans expressed their blessings to Li Tongfan and Wang Qing with loud whistles, ambiguous winks, enthusiastic teasing, and loud puffs of white air. A training ground not far away, Fatty Ronaldo and Marcelo smiled mischievously and whispered to the other hammers in unison, "Hey, guys, do you want to know about the coquettish and romantic romance of the boss? I think about it so much. Ronnie, tell me." Yes, Fatty, say it quickly. The fat man touched his bare chin shamelessly. "Well, since I attended Juan's engagement party the day before yesterday, I suddenly felt that the style of Caesar's palace is very suitable for a cool man like me. But, Alan." Smith crossed his arms and squeezed out a few words from his mouth with a calm face. "Starting today, I'll ask you 10 times, okay? Alan, you are indeed worthy of the nickname of Newcastle's #1 tough guy." The fat man ignored the cold, distant expression of the white-haired bad boy. He walked over with a playful smile, put his arms around Smith's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Then he said mysteriously, and with confidence, "It was a sunny afternoon a long time ago, when Marcelo and Beckham and I went to a shopping mall in Madrid to satisfy the crazy Spanish beauty's requests for autographs and photos. Coincidence? What's more, we met someone at the door of a boutique lingerie store that none of us had thought of before. Guess who it is? More than 20 little stars with curious eyes all stopped training and gathered around Ronaldo to listen to Ronaldo's story. Even Alan Shearer, the assistant coach who is extremely stern at the training ground on weekdays, instead of blowing his whistle and scolding the hammers for being lazy, he quietly came over and stood at the outer edge of the crowd, stretched out his head, and listened attentively and just tens of seconds later, the ear closest to Ronaldo's mouth changed from Alan Smith's ear to Alan Shearer's ear. The fire of gossip in the assistant coach's heart is burning brightly. The Chinese girl who conquered Crazy Lee with her smile. The mysterious girl behind Crazy Lee suddenly showed up at the Rig-Bolton training base. What kind of girl captures the love of God on the football field like this? The mysterious Chinese beauty appeared at the Rig-Bolton training base. She is the legendary Madam Lee, the First Lady. God, on the sidelines of football's mysterious love was finally exposed. The Chinese girl easily conquered Newcastle, the entertainment capital of England, with his charming smile. I harvested love 13 hours before the peak battle. The power of love makes Mr. Rice Barrel and the Magpie Legion more terrifying from now on. In the game, he is the iron-fisted coach who commands "Are you Oding?" and scolds "Thank you IU." And on the road of love, he is the most determined marathon runner in the world, running for 11 years. The most precious information. Listen to Ronaldo tell you the romantic history of Crazy Lee. Alan Shearer exclusively revealed, Crazy Lee's girl is called King Wang. Almost in the blink of an eye. Reports about a Chinese girl named Wang Qing who fell from the sky were like a sudden and terrifying hurricane that instantly swept across Great Britain and the 5 major European leagues. There is no doubt that this mysteriously beautiful Chinese girl who suddenly appeared in the life of Crazy Lee aroused great interest from the fans, so much so that she only spent less than 20 minutes appearing at the gate of the Newcastle Rigburton training base. He easily stole all the limelight of the upcoming peak battle that the whole world is watching. Thousands of English paparazzi seem to be engaged in a holy war related to the life and death of mankind. They are waiting around the clock at the 3 most likely sites from Crazy Lee's Newcastle villa to the Magpies training base and St James Park Stadium. Found where Crazy Lee and the girl named Wang Qing appeared. They braved the severe cold and waited in this freezing winter. Even the Secret Service of the British Military Intelligence Agency felt ashamed under the madness of the paparazzi. The purpose of all this was just to take a few photos that could be published in newspapers. A photo, even the back view of the 2 Chinese people will do, for a time. The latest reports about Madman Lee and Wang Qing refreshed the front page headlines of England's newspapers and periodicals over and over again. The Sun at 1800 hours in the evening. Crazy Lee and his girlfriend went out by car. Newcastle Post at 1844 in the evening. Mr. Tong and his girlfriend visited Gill's House supermarket, the largest supermarket in Gilliton. The Sun, they went on a crazy shopping spree for half an hour and then returned to the high-end villa in the DC area of Newcastle City with a full load. Daily Express at 20:30 on November 24th. Crazy Lee left after dinner and drove to the Magpie House Bar, a gathering place for Magpies fans. The Sun exclusive. Madman Lee spent a feverish 30 minutes with his girlfriend in a pub. Football pitch side god introduces his beautiful girlfriend to excited fans as Newcastle United. The fans expressed their blessings to the 2 people by welcoming the king and queen. The Sun at 21:24. Countless Magpies fans who heard the news poured into the Magpie House Bar. This is a happy night for Newcastle peoples. Attention is still being attracted by Crazy Lee's girl falling from the sky, but the peak battle of the Premier League in the 2008-2009 season is quietly approaching. On the afternoon of November 25th, point after the slippery sun, which refused to release even a little more heat, shuttled through the clouds for a long time. It began to sink quickly under the Newcastle coastline. The cold wind carried the dead leaves and swirled up and down on the street. Even the cars driving on the street trembled in the howling cold wind, except for the artificially planted green pines that are still stubbornly lush. All the other trees and flowers are withered. The grey clouds in the sky were low, and the entire city of Newcastle was shrouded in a monotonous grey. The temperature was cold, and there were few people on the road. Looking around, it looked desolate and cold. The city of Newcastle is in cold silence. Sudden boom, boom, boom. The iconic building in the center of Newcastle, the white St James Park Stadium, suddenly erupted into waves of cheers like waves of anger. This terrifying momentum was like a huge wave of thousands of meters sweeping in anger, beating the city. Wave after wave never stops. The stands at St James Park were full. The huge fluttering black and white flag with the Magpie logo and thousands of jumping heads are the main colors of the stadium stands at this moment, and the one surrounded by 4 white stands is a piece of green with neat stripes. Green jade. In less than 15 minutes, red and white will fight each other on this green jade. The Magpie Legion and the Arsenal. These 2 masters will tell the world with iron and blood who is the only king in Europe worthy of a winning streak in the 08-09 season. In the stadium commentary box, exciting moments. The game is about to begin. The last 2 teams in the 5 major European leagues in the 2008-09 season that have maintained unbeatable victories since the start of the season will compete in the upcoming 90 minutes. Give us a great game that will determine the final trend of the English Premier League. Sester, the famous commentator on England's national television, who served as the commentator on the scene, felt that the blood all over his body was burning and boiling. As a commentator who has long been labeled as a direct descendant of Crazy Lee, Sester has a strange but clear premonition. This game will definitely become another classic game that Crazy Lee has dedicated to the football world. That's right. This will be a game destined to become a classic. Both head coaches have reasons to win. Crazy Lee's woman came to his side. The Chinese need to prove their bravery to the female, and the French Arsene Wenger even vowed to avenge the 2006-2007 Champions League final. Haha, look at it. The fans in the stands of St. James Park Stadium are making waves. The game is not even over yet. At the beginning, they were so excited. It was so fun to explain such a game. Haha. Suddenly, a mentally ill bearded man appeared next to Sester, grabbed the microphone, and shouted in a weird voice, "First update point as per the old rules. The second update will be around 10:30. It's the end of the month. Please give me a monthly pass." Chapter 400. A sudden and incredible scene. This crazy looking bearded guy who suddenly jumped out is called Paul Sheentron, is the new commentary partner assigned to Sester by national television. Sester's old partner Gary Lineker flew to the EGMC in the past month because he suddenly stepped on dog shit and married a young wife who is more than 20 years younger than him. On vacation, this guy named Cheent Lang, who is only 25 years old, is the most famous football match commentator who has suddenly appeared in the English Premier League in the past 3 or 4 months. He has a very vivid and appropriate commentator style nickname, Dirty Talking Commentator. That's right, the Dirty Talk commentator in the Premier League. Any commentator who becomes famous among many competitors must have his own characteristics, and the young Paul Sheentron has uniquely positioned his own characteristics, that is dirty words. Before Paul Sheentron, there were countless guys who aspired to become the greatest football commentator in the Premier League and even the world. And they all worked hard to find a different path as a commentator. Some of them pursue erudition and survey every node of modern football history. Some people pursue passion and strive to organize the most beautiful and gorgeous language when explaining. Some people pursue speed and hold rocks in their mouths to the point where hundreds or even thousands of English letters burst out of their mouths every second. Some people pursue distance and practice their lung capacity to be greater than that of the best divers, so that they can chant the English word goal that appears most frequently on the football field for an incredible 4 seconds without breathing. Minutes 23 seconds. However, the road to becoming the best football commentator is always full of cutthroat competition. Therefore, some of these people succeeded and others failed after they made a determined effort. However, Paul Sheentron, who was only 25 years old, unexpectedly found a shortcut to become famous overnight, thus easily standing out among many competitors. Almost every fan who has heard him commentate on the game will firmly remember the names Sheentron. Paul Sheentron's method is dirty words. Swear words are something indecent, but if they are packaged with a very clever emotional means and language skills, and delivered to every spectator watching the football match at the right time, then you will success, because the fanatical fans will only think that every dirty word you say is to help them vent their feelings of ecstasy or great sadness. Shit, you didn't even fucking save the ball. Oh, God, let this guy with eyes that grow into his asshole eat shit. He can't even shoot into the empty goal, but he still has the nerve to claim that he is a striker. Idiot. This guy is a complete fucking idiot. He should be sent to a mental hospital for treatment instead of standing on the sidelines directing a football game. Dear guys, let's stand up together. Middle finger. Say to that bastard, go to hell, bitch. This is Paul Sheentron's commentary style. Fans will always remember such a commentator and even like him in their hearts because he can shout out the strongest feelings in their hearts into a microphone on their behalf. Roar heartily, yell whatever you want. Roar without restraint. Yell someone to do whatever you want. You must know that in many cases, fans do not need a commentator to talk a certain highlight shot with a smooth tone and a calm tone in an unrelated capacity. Football is a passionate and men's sport, so what fans want to hear more is the powerful and personalized scolding and praise from Sheentron. Today, dirty commentator Paul Sheentron will commentate on Crazy Lee's game for the first time since his rise to fame. Although as a senior British traitor, Sester is not interested in the commentary style of this dirty talking commentator. But he still wants to know if this bearded man can find a suitable reason to complain to the omnipotent madmanly swearing dirty words. What a fun challenge this will be. No one can doubt the loyalty of Newcastle fans. We are the most loyal Magpies. Newcastle is our favorite for no other reason, just because we have Newcastle in our blood. We chanted the name at St. James Park, Newcastle. In the stands, more than 60,000 Newcastle fans, wearing large black and white sword-striped shirts over down jackets, held the club scarves in the air with both hands, and were singing this most popular fan song at St. James Park. Countless black and white scarves and towering arms outline a beautiful pattern that the city of Newcastle is most proud of. The fans hold Newcastle's scarves high, just like the most devout Christians holding up their own. Life is more precious than the Holy Cross. At this moment, every breath from more than 60,000 mouths exhales pieces of white air in the cold air, almost covering the entire stadium in an instant. St. James Park turned into the most brutal sure battlefield. The crazy Newcastle fans were waiting for the enemy from North London to step onto the Devil's home field prepared for them. Suddenly, the passionate singing quickly fell, and the fans in the stands took down the scarves raised above their heads and wrapped them around their necks, and then cheered like a tsunami. The warriors of the two warring parties are on the field. At the entrance of the player tunnel point, the referee and the linesman came out first, and behind them came the lightning killer, Michael Owen, with the captain's armband on his arm and Arsenal's midfield core Fabregas. Guys, now let's welcome our most heroic and greatest tacticians, Michael, Owen, Alan, Smith, Juan, Mata, Ronaldo, Lucas, Portalski, with the high and distant roar of the onside commentator. Every Newcastle player who walked out of the tunnel received a tsunami-like cheer. When Lee Tongfan walked out of the players' tunnel, the huge sound wave seemed to be a tangible object blowing in his face, driving the cold wind of the winter night. Old Lee shook hands with Professor Wenger very gracefully, then, turning around and waving to the north stand of St. James Park, the stands immediately cheered. Crazy. Lee is waving to his fanatical supporters, the TV commentator Sesta said casually, and suddenly found that something seemed wrong on the screen. Oh, wait. Director, give the camera again. Oh, who is this? Haha, is it really King Wang? The broadcast camera soon aimed at the direction where Crazy Lee just waved. I saw a young girl wearing a bright red down jacket sitting in the crowded fans, smiling and beautiful, holding up the Newcastle club scarf in her hand, and shouting something with a group of tough men. That scarf was given to Wang King by bus driver John Newton's newlywed wife Nellie, when they first met at the gate of Rick Burton training base yesterday. Oh, it's really Madley's mysterious girlfriend. I didn't expect that she is also a crazy Newcastle fan, and her fanatical expression is no less than any of her veteran fans who have been playing for decades. I have to admit that I originally thought that even if Madley's girlfriend appeared at the scene to watch the game, she should appear in the VIP box in the warm place, instead of sitting in the stands in the severe cold of -3 degrees Celsius, mixed with a group of sweaty, swearing, middle-fingered and hideous men shouting and laughing. A smart and beautiful woman. At least her wonderful performance today is enough to conquer any picky and demanding fan in Newcastle. Even dirty commentator Paul Shentran said for a long time, Madley is so damn lucky he has a lovely girlfriend. Force. When the two commentators were still paying attention to Madley's girl, the referee Atkinson blew the whistle to start the game in the spotlight. The fight has begun. The Gunners, who were playing away, kicked off first. Two goalies. Little monster Adebayo stretched out his long legs and kicked the ball to the midfield core Fabregas behind him, and then strode towards Newcastle's goal with his striker partner penalty zone fox, Eduardo Silva. Fabregas, who received the ball, did not stop the attack immediately, but after continuous passing with his midfield partners at Ainsek and Nasri, he beautifully shook off the symbolic harassment and pressing of Newcastle's forwards and started sprinting with the ball. At this time, something no one expected happened. Newcastle's night sky suddenly began to snowflakes from some unknown time. Pieces of white snowflakes were like white elves falling from the sky, floating and falling on St. James Park, and the white and sparkling flying in the night sky under the strong light was very beautiful. The fans in the stands cheered softly. This is people's heartfelt love for the first snow of this winter. But Arsenal's head coach Professor Wenger, who was in the visiting team's command seat, was not so happy. The famous French coach cursed softly. Got this damn England national television weather forecast. Didn't it say that it would only be sunny and cloudy? Why did it suddenly snow? After just a few minutes, a layer of faint white mist had floated on the green lawn with a geothermal system. That was the mist formed after the snowflakes melted. At least from the current situation, it seems that it is not a light snow that is coming. Although the snow now will not affect the progress of the game, the snowflakes flying all over the sky have reminded more than 70,000 people in the stadium. The snow battle has arrived. This peak battle that all of Europe is watching will undoubtedly become a snow battle. Professor Wenger endured the irritability in his heart and stood up from the coaching seat and walked to the sidelines, thinking about how to adjust Arsenal's tactics, because when the snow falls more and more and the grass field becomes slippery, the Gunners' technical movements and receiving passes will change, and the success rate of passing or dribbling will be greatly reduced. This is a nightmare for the Gunners, who are used to ground cooperation. For the sake of insurance, head coach Wenger should change the team's on-field tactics as soon as possible, but the current tactics are the result of his and Arsenal's first team coaching staff's hard work for a week. Wenger is still hesitating. He glanced at the court casually, and his pupils suddenly shrank because the French coach saw something incredible. Thanks, Mala, the evil god of the world. The legendary swan song. I love taking a bath and my skin is good. The child in the quarantine house. It's hard to register. I love 888. Kenny_Zuan. 9Z Lord of the Gods. The 12-winged supreme angel flying magpie. I love smoking and drinking. Flying in the flames. Cheering brothers and sisters for the reward. Thank you to every brother who silently supports Xiao. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.